Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe as I dive in. Bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe as we fall. I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? The heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. Where do I go? Tell me where do I go? Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? The heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Welcome to the climb up. Reach for the summit. Visions brave, the one falls steadily the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Get it on, go. thousand lies, lies. Make them remember you. Push to heaven. Lies, lies. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Vietnamese Championship Series. We are slowly but steadily making our way through week 5, and we're on to day 2. And we're going to be kicking off our day with Bursa Sky taking on Saigon Buffalo. I'm your host for today, Milky Cereal, and I'm joined on the analyst desk by Marbinogi and Rebel. Top of the morning to you both. Don't worry, no Irish accents are coming out today. Marby, I'm going to go to you first because you were my wonderful co-caster yesterday. Saigon Buffalo against Bursa Sky. This should be a stomp.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this matchup last week in a best of 5 series, and it was pretty decisive for Saigon Buffalo. There was one game where it all went to hell, and Bursa Sky managed to take that game, but pretty much whenever Buffalo was winning, it was convincing, especially that last game, and that top lane difference in particular, just Haas made able to put Ryuk into the dirt, and yeah, I feel it's going to be a very similar repeat performance.
Now, Rebel, I hear that apparently Bursa Sky have never won a series when you have spent 36 hours inside of their walls. And apparently recently I've been informed by a little bird called Rakan that you spent 46 hours inside of their walls.
48 hours inside of their walls. Second, how does Rakan know?
We don't question these things, right?
Okay, you know what? Yeah, he is omnipotent, I suppose, but we're not going to worry about that at the moment. Yeah, that's well, my walls would then be just the normal house of Burst the Sky, so I don't know how he's out and about, but yeah, it's a tough situation, I guess, for Burst the Sky to find themselves in. They've had a bit of a bad split, having watched them through a lot of the cracks inside of their walls. They haven't been able to find themselves the way that they had in previous splits. I will say the most recent best of 5, they actually looked a bit more akin to what they had looked like inside of this the winter split, where they're playing around this very powerful mid game, but they had lost so heavily to Saigon Buffalo at the beginning of the game, and they really weren't able to kind of match the team fighting prowess that Saigon was bringing. And so it didn't matter whether or not they were able to swap like 3,000 gold most of the time in the midst of a mid game, because they just didn't have any real combat to work with. If they really wanted to fix things, they probably need to salvage the early game with better laning phases, because that was really what kind of cost them quite a bit in their best of 5.
One quick thing before we move on. Are there more cracks in their walls or more cracks in their gameplay?
Walls.
Okay. That's a lot of cracks then.
That's
Marby,
a bunch.
going back to you then for this
That
series.
sounds dangerous.
Yeah, you got to get your house fixed. I don't know anyone, I'm sorry, Versus Sky, but I'm sure there is plenty of people who could fill in those cracks for you guys. Versus Sky. So we recently saw in the SEA games that Versus Sky lost 3-1 against Saigon Buffalo. It was a comprehensive beating. Yeah, Saigon Buffalo had that one shaky game. But the SEA games we were unsure how things were going, and we kind of put the argument forward of maybe teams are investing more of their resources and preparing more for the SEA games than for the VCS. But we had a week off from the VCS so that the teams could exclusively focus on the SEA game semifinals and finals. And Burst Sky came out short on Saigon Buffalo. Do you think there's any reason why today may be different?
I don't really think so, on the basis of if there was that spread, we could see BTS perhaps favoring C games a little bit more, while the top teams like GAM and Buffalo were putting their focus on the VCS, knowing that they just needed to be good enough to reach that playoff bracket, and once they're there, they'll get that full week to prepare for that specific series. And when they got that full week, they smashed it. And it's not like there's going to be a big shakeup. You do have to split your time across two series, perhaps. But I don't think that's really going to matter that much for SGB, because they're playing against Flash, which is not a team you probably have to put that much prep into. It's not like they're going up against a GAM or a Cerberus where they really want to focus on that series. So I think a repeat is possibly just on the cards.
Now, Rebel, I want to look at Burst Sky in a little bit more detail, because this is a team that finished third at the end of the winter season. They were looking good, and they haven't made any changes to their roster. They've still got Ryuk, Drakthar, Glory, Almina, and Elio. Who do you look towards at Burst Sky in the current situation that they are in to essentially step up and drag the team by the scruff of their neck back into those playoff spots?
See, the problem I have with this is that right now it seems like everyone's underperforming, and the thing that really set them apart, again, from their previous splits to this split, is that their decision making has gone off the deep end for some reason, and their laning phases have gotten worse. Because you want to talk about what happened in the previous splits. Glory was literally starting to be considered one of the best mid laners, to the point where we had drank the Kool-Aid and said, okay, Glory might be top 2, top 3 mid laner. Amine was also considered among that, where he's okay, top 3 ADC minimum, if not top 2 ADC. And then, Ryuk at one point was even seen as he's not bad. This just isn't true this split. A lot of them are having much, much worse splits than what we had seen. And again, they're making very boneheaded decision making. It's stuff that something that we had praised a lot of in the winter for Burst the Sky when they were a top 3 team was not taking completely boneheaded mistakes. We oftentimes praise them for having better decision-making, distilling out things a little bit better than other teams, even if, mechanically they weren't doing the same thing, if in the draft they weren't able to do the same things. So in this split, I can't even point to one player and be like, hey, this is the person that needs to step up more than anybody else. I think if anybody has to, it's got to be Amine, just because Amine's performance needs to be just the absolute top tier in order to make sure that the team is able to compete in the later stages of the game when, after their mid-game spike, when they tend to have this, really, really big spike of just ability to produce for some reason once the game hits 15 minutes. But outside of that, it's really tough to point a finger in one direction here for Burst the Sky.
And I'd love to get both of your thoughts on my next question, which is, do you think Burst Sky have got worse, or do you think the other teams have got better? Because when you look at GAM, they look absolutely incredible. Same for Saigon Buffalo, Froggy, Beanjay stepping up massively compared to how they performed in the winter split.
A little bit of both. I will say Buffalo has stepped up immensely from winter. But BTS are not the only team that's gotten worse. Luxury's gotten worse. Flash is still pretty bad. SBTC is still around that spot as well. And BTS has just plummeted. And it's not just there are still moments of brilliance where they're yep, that's Glory. He can actually play the game well. They sometimes get good stuff out of Amine. But they are very, very disjointed and not non-cohesive, and this sucks, especially for a team that was focused around the mid game, where cohesion is probably the most important aspect of that. So something's fallen apart in the house, it seems, rather than the players themselves.
Okay. Rebel, let's talk Froggy BJ, because these two have been the players that have really stepped up for Saigon Buffalo compared to Winter, and you were harping on about it all throughout winter. Put Froggy on a champion and play around Froggy, and we've seen Saigon Buffalo doing that. I wouldn't say exclusively, but we've seen it a lot more in spring than we did in winter.
The thing that I was harping on quite a bit inside of Winter Split is that when Froggy was relegated to playing exclusively for his team, he's kind of gone through this development arc of being like, okay, first he was this random mid laner they pulled in from their rookie squad, and he could not CS for the life of him. He was just a hands player, and so they give him goofy champions because that was kind of his forte. Then they turned him into, hey, let's roam around with him. Let's play for his laning phase, break him out, and then go use him as like a roaming tool, right? Which worked really well when they had their first bits of success. But that was because they were playing towards Froggy. So then they're like, hey, let's start giving him Galio and just make him leave his laning phase, which led to him losing quite a bit of CS. And now they've wrapped all the way back around to the point where you're now seeing them play less towards, trying to force him to roam, and more towards giving him champions that are going to have abilities inside of skirmishes, inside of fights, that can move around on their own. The Vex is the big one, because like you don't have to really be all that close to get into a fight as Vex, but also things like Malzahar that have profound kind of impact inside of fights. Akali is having profound impact inside of fights even without anything else, and he's playing more standard type mages akin to what like Ruby was playing way back in the day when he was starting and they were actually having their first bits of success. So his champion pool's developed quite a bit more. BJ, I think, is the far more important step up, however, because Froggy now just kind of gets left a little bit more to his own devices in the mid lane, whereas BJ had very, very tough last split where a lot of the times was getting punished for bad pathing, a lot of times was not accomplishing anything on the map, and this split looks a lot more active. Seems like whatever was in BJ's wheelhouse that was having problems in the winter split, preventing him from being out and about and active, really has gone away, and he's become the OG jungler when he stepped into the split. That's very aggressive and that we're very happy with.
Well, we are heading into picks and bans, Rebel and Marby, and we talked about some of Froggy's picks, the Vex, the Galio. Those are both taken away instantly.
Across the other side, we're seeing more mid lane that's taken off, thrown at Glory, and that seems fairly reasonable. Glory is most of the linchpin for the side of GAM, GAM versus the Sky, and he has the ability to have these huge pop-up performances. Even if you shut him down, he's never truly quite out, as we saw the Silas in C games. So an early Hecarim is actually going to be the call, not a Jinx, there's no Gwen, and a lot of the other big priority picks have been removed, so this seems reasonable, not Lee Sin though.
Interesting.
Well, we've already got the Jace being picked up in Rebel. I don't know, I always find it a bit weird when we don't get R5 top lanes or R5 mid lanes, and seeing that Jace being picked up very early for House Med.
I think we are dancing around currently with the ADC position because Jinx is available for one team, Zarya is available as well, but now counterpicks have started to arise for both of those champions. And so we're in a position where like neither team really wants to get counterpicked at the ADC position, so instead they're just kind of leaving things up in order to themselves in the draft later on kind of start taking capital towards it. This is interesting because so many times you actually see Twisted Fate banned against Froggy or anybody else that's come about inside of VCS, especially the roamers that like getting about and having impact across the map, being able to jump that timer and things. Froggy at one point was better at Twisted Fate than at the Galio at using it to get across the map because it was easier to push with. So it's kind of interesting to see that Glory's grabbed that one up, and they're going to preemptively grab the Xayah, which is like, again, I guess it's like if you don't take an ADC here, then you run the risk of losing Zarya and Jinx, and you're up against the Xayah potentially in the laning phase. But the trade-off is, of course, you've given up the Twisted Fate information to Froggy, who's more than willing to play the Silas, which is considered the counter pick into this particular champion. So Burst the Sky, they're really confident in their ability to use the Xayah pick to its fullest.
So bizarre. I don't think Twisted Fate is even good right now.
Ooh. How come?
I feel like he does, like, his big thing is just shove waves and roam, and I feel like that's not quite necessarily as important right now as hitting into those side lanes as it is sort of getting a good power point from your mid lane as well. So that's why we're seeing things like Ahri and Ryze that are very effective at moving around the map, but they aren't just stun bots, realistically, as the game goes on. They still have effective use. It also, I mean, it's not actually going to matter, but you could have just dropped down to Malphite, and you've said goodbye, Jace. You should not have any involvement in this game.
No.
Jace can still go for that, of course, though.
We're getting a lot of support bans in the second rotation, so I'm interested to see what will be picked up. Quick fun stat on Awamine. Xayah actually his worst performing competitive champion. 15% win rate over 13 games. I love a bit of Xayah, but Awamine might need to be picking up the pace on it.
And the plus side to that is it should have been... I think most of those are before the new build. So has a little bit of help going in there.
My brain. Mobby, save me.
You have a brain rebel?
Xayah Kai'Sa. Why are we back in Xayah Kai'Sa meta? Please.
No, but
save me.
It's different Xayah Kai'Sa, because instead of just scaling for late game and then being unkillable dive, like machines with anti-dive, they are just horrific poke bots.
Look, I'm just going to say, that's going to be a Kai'Sa mid, and the Sylas is going down as support. Sylas support, it's the thing.
No, it's not.
I wish. It'd be slightly more interesting.
It would be.
Look, we've got a Croc. Come on, how much more interesting do you want? B5 Crocodile. Why pick it up in the first rotation right after the Jace when you can pick it up at the end, Rebel?
I mean, I'm a little lost to that example too. That is a Shen support insta-lock. That's a bold move, Taki. I ain't see that one in a hot minute. That's kind of interesting. What in the world?
Is it a good bold move, though?
Saigon are aware that they can swap champions after pick order. It.
That's a good question. I mean, I guess they just did pick all the way down. There's nothing wrong with their first rotation. Like, the Jace is powerful and the Lee Sin is powerful. So there's nothing problematic about that, I guess. And then they just had the counter pick for the Sylas. They needed to pick ADC because they'd already seen it. And then they get a counter pick for support. I don't mind this. The Shen is kind of cool into the idea of the Xayah just because you throw up the W and the only thing she can hit you with is Feather Bolt. But if it's lethality Xayah, that's kind of the whole point. And it does deny Nautilus the ability to like auto attack you and keep you in place. Plus, there's better global pot of pressure, so you can actually match what the Twisted Fate is trying to do. There's a lot of power in the Shen. I really don't mind it. I think it's kind of interesting for the company.
A quick question here. With this Shen pickup, Marby, do you think this is Saigon Buffalo essentially saying that they want to be playing around the top side and using the Stand United to facilitate those dives onto this Renekton?
Quite possibly. I think more specifically, I would be thinking it's more around this Sylas in particular, and just going wherever he goes. I mean, considering you have been given a Renekton, top is actually absolutely viable right now instead of if they picked an actual tank or anything like a Malphite. So yeah, no, I think realistically it is just there to say, well, post 15 minutes, oh, not 15 minutes, sorry, post like 30 minutes, 20 minutes, we've just denied your Twisted Fate entirely because we can match the global, we can deny the gold card. Congratulations, you lose a mid laner for a support. That's basically your trade-off. And that's a really strong pick.
Very quickly then, can we get some predictions for this game, Rebel? I'll go to you first.
Buffalo.
That was the most depressing Buffalo that I've ever heard in my life. Do you want to try again, or just leaving it there?
Nope, Buffalo.
Okay, Marby?
Yeah, Buffalo should absolutely have this.
Okay, both the analysts on the side of Buffalo. Now, Saigon Buffalo have a couple of global/semi-global ults at their disposal because a hijack on the Destiny is available. And it's almost as worldwide as our talent is here at the VCS English. And with that, we're going to be throwing over to Carrix to take us into game.
Thank you, Milky. Happy to take it from you. We do apparently just have a little bit of a delay in the loading screen, so you'll be seeing my lovely face, and of course, Rakan, the real star of the show. Rebel, I know why they have Shen. I actually think it's really smart. I figured it out. So, Sylas can't match every Twisted Fate ult because of the internal cooldown on hijack. So you can alternate who actually responds to Twisted Fate ult between Silas and Shen. Silas can do the first one, Shen can do the next one, because by that first window allows the support to get to 6, and they just keep alternating it. We are just heading straight into game, so let me just chuck us on over. Give me 1 sec. There we go. We're into game, we're onto the Rift. And the other reason that Shen is really good here is it counters Renekton. How does Renekton dive in and stun someone? You can't.
True.
You just put up the Spirit's Refuge and say, no, mate. A lot of the CC on the side of Sky is auto-attack based. Twisted Fate gold card, Nautilus passive, Renekton choppy chop, all auto-attack. Spirit's Refuge cancels all of it.
Yeah, they run into a problem actually where I think Voshan might come into play here because it's also not the lethal tempo like Xayah, which is like the like crit Xayah, which is more helpful for team fighting, even though it's worse in like the laning phase. And it's just going to be the lethality Xayah. So there comes a point in the game where you're going to have like 14 fighting a Renekton, a Hecarim who's got some decent damage, Twisted Fate, and a lethality Xayah, which doesn't really yield that much. And like you said, since it's a lot of like attack-based stuff, Taki's going to be able to live forever without really doing all that much. Ultimate's going to be able to protect somebody that they're trying to dive onto. Like there's a lot of value here for Saigon Buffalo's composition. Once again, Ren is knocking it out of the park with some of this like innovation when it comes to picks and things. And here, I think a pretty forward-thinking idea, just trying to make sure that the Shen is ahead of its time right now.
Yeah, we will have to see how it goes. Of course, one of the big things with Shen supporters is just you don't get a huge amount of value in the early game. And now, I'm not sure what happened at level 1, but Draktar's Ghost is down as Elio taking a lot of damage. That's a good hook to try and stop Taki, but our Mine still getting trucked. Can't quite get the finish. But SGB's bot lane are really flexing their muscles.
Yeah, I seem to remember when Shen support, especially this iteration, first came out, and it was like a souped-up version of what set support is in the modern day, where it doesn't even matter what you're supposed to be doing as a support in the laning phase. You flash with your E at level 1, and that's it. If you do that, and you burn a flash from the other support, or from the other ADC, you've already pretty much won the laning phase, because of just how aggressive that you can play from that standpoint forward. And it looks like Taki was able to do that without even using the flash, so if you can find a flash taunt later, all of a sudden things get even more tumultuous for Amine and Elio on the bottom side. Even though Amine actually preserved the summoner, so that's a little bit terrifying when all things are considered. But like you said, Drakthar with no ghost means it's a little harder to gank. BJ is actually kind of beelining towards the bottom side after having taken Cop Crab, and has the opportunity potentially to gank. That wave on bottom side actually bounced off the tower of Amine and Elio. It's back in the middle, and they're pushing out a little bit too far, especially given that BJ just passed through the middle of the map.
I mean, I'm going to just say that I would love to know what happened at level 1. We did just miss it due to them not transitioning early enough. But it has gone very badly for Sky as in goes Lee Sin. Do they actually have the damage to kill Elio? Yes, they do. Taki will actually go down. That's a huge misplay. So in the end, it's just a 1-for-1.
Yes, you did get your first blood for Shogun, which I think is eventually a very popular play. They couldn't really go after Xayah right there just because, again, the summoners were up. They had to make sure that Elio was going to go down. And it looked like Taki didn't pop the W to start with in an attempt to get like the W or the auto attacking from the Nautilus denied. Instead was trying to use it to kind of throw off back end damage from Amine. But getting rooted underneath the tower was really the cause of his demise in the end anyway, so it didn't matter. So it is just a 1-for-1. But you'll take that for the Kaisa. The faster you can get onto that empowered Q, the easier it is the laning phase ends up being. And the faster that the laning phase, I think, doesn't have to be played out, the easier it is for Taki to start roaming, which I think is just a better use for the Shen. As outside of the laning phase, he's a lot more valuable as a pest more than inside the laning phase, where the Nautilus isn't going to contribute that much.
They're coming back, though, as BJ's made another trip to the bot lane. Elio sent straight back to the depths. There is no escape. As BJ actually committed the flash there just to get that last boot into the face. But a kill's a kill, Rebel.
Absolutely is continuing to punish Elio, who has had probably the roughest split of anybody on Sky, because I think the previous split before, Elio got quite a bit of hype, given just how talented that BTS looked. And so Elio, this split, who's kind of regressed back into the state they found themselves in. Okay, Froggy's just getting kind of eviscerated. Nice flash of the wall gets him out of that precarious situation. But Drakthar able to burn the flash of the mid laner here, which is kind of nice. But yeah, like I was saying, Elio getting bullied a little bit. Has been perhaps the worst performing member on side of the squad, which is a lot to say, given just how bad the squad has been.
Yeah, we can see there the value of this Shen up against the Nautilus. Elio just doesn't have counterplay. He's halfway through swinging the anchor when the refuge comes out.
Mm-hmm. And at that point, it's just a matter of, do you have your hook still? But if you burn your hook in an attempt to get away, and he decides to go taunting through your model, then immediately that means that you're going to hook onto the champion that's getting through. You're going to be taunted. You're going to be forced to throw auto attacks. Those W's aren't going to accomplish anything, and then you now don't have the ability to use your W as an auto cancel. Your shield is just going to have to get popped anyway. And BJ's been taking advantage of this. They're taking advantage of the Shen matchup into the Nautilus, which I think is pretty nice to see. That Saigon Buffalo had something like this in their back pocket.
I am curious what kind of Kai'Sa we will be seeing. So far, we've just got a Warhammer and a tier, so nothing really being given away. I think all versions of Kai'Sa kind of do that. But if you've got any insight, I'd love to hear it.
It's always Manamune start. In this particular case, I think it will end up being better not to go for like any kind of AD variant, instead to continue to go for this Ludens variant we see. Mostly because, again, the damage that's coming out from Sky is all like auto attack based, and so that's Twisted Fate and Zaya mostly, and then you've got only melee champions. So if you're hitting people for a third of their health bar with a W from very far away, I think that's a lot more valuable for Shogun than trying to auto attack battle when you're up close and giving the potential for Glory or Aamine to hit him with a stun or any kind of feathers or things like that. It just takes away that counterplay if you go for the AP, which is not something I like to say because I'd rather see interaction between champions. But if you really want to play out a game like this, it's no different than playing just like another Jace, but with a bunch of AP. And the difference also is, of course, that like the plasma stacks means that you can get percentage health damage in the right situation, which is just not okay as well. AP is kind of disgusting.
Ooh, Froggy did miss. That was a bad E, and just miscalculating the damage there is BJ's. He actually boots Glory to safety. Not what you want to see out of the Lee Sin.
Yeah, it looked to me like the boot actually came out slightly before the end of the Q animation, and not only is that bad because the Q animation damage missed, but also that means the ultimate would have done more damage if he had waited out the Q second proc, because it does execution damage behind it. So he lived with like 100 health. Not only would the Q maybe have made that difference, but even if it didn't make that difference, the execute almost certainly would have made the difference with the missing health that was still there. So I don't know. That was just a bit of mistiming between BJ and Froggy in an attempt to do something. They do punish Glory, I guess, a little bit off the health trade. They, especially at like immediately the level 6, level 7 mark, preventing Glory from getting out and about on the map and starting to make an impact anywhere. So there's that gets slowed down, but that's about all you can say. At least BJ is being very active to start this game. It's been very good watching BJ continue to pick up the way that he had in spring 2021 with all this very active, aggressive type early game play.
Yeah, that is always good to see. So far, yeah, the mechanic's not 100% perfect out of BJ, but nevertheless, the map moves and the macro have been very, very spot on. We do have a bit of a CS league growing down in this bot lane. About 10 CS will separate them, and I suppose that's what happens when the jungler dedicates quite so much time. Froggy, gotta hit those chains, mate.
Rough.
Gotta hit something.
Yeah, he's gotta hit something. Now, again, this is also, I know it's your favorite champion. Ooh. I'll hold this.
He just surfs away. There's a TF ult being used. They actually want that's a kill. He came in with a red card. He just came in
Glory.
with a red card. Rebel, I'm losing my mind.
If I had to guess, if I'm going to attempt to give Glory benefit of the doubt here,
it might have been a double tap RNG situation.
Yeah, it might have been a double tap RNG.
Whoa.
Yeah, we're aggressive.
Oh, they've got the Shen ult coming on in. That's perfect. The Stand United is good. Elio to make the space was kicked away. Froggy coming in once again, misses the abduct. But that's okay. They'll take the kill. They'll walk on out.
Yeah, my only thought right here for Twisted Fate was that maybe he actually was getting pressured by Froggy because it kind of looked like the ultimate was getting stolen, and so he was just rushing as fast as possible to get into the bottom side play. But yeah, it was weird why you pulled the red card. BJ got this really wonderful wraparound, which I think was cool. And again, you can play a lot more aggressively as the Twisted or as the Lee Sin in a lot of situations because you've got the backup of the Shen. It's not something we've seen for a very long time because Shen hasn't been around all that much. And like you said, we're like a step or a pair of completed boots from Froggy away from him hitting like an E right there, getting another kill or two in the back pocket of all of Saigon Buffalo. But ultimately, this pressure has also led to another dragon going into their favor in exchange for the Rift Herald on the top side. So Saigon Buffalo, more than comfortable taking this game. It's a later game territory. It's up to Sky again to have this amazing mid-game where they're able to kind of turn the gold lead back into their own favor. What happened here?
This was just a kill. Apparently, just was found. Shogun came in with the ult, and yeah, it does a lot of damage. It's a double kill for Shogun. This is a big old Kai'Sa.
That's massive, actually. Being able to set your Kai'Sa into such a valuable position. Again, items are so important for the Kai'Sa to be able to get the upgrades, especially the first one, because you got the Q upgrade now with the Manamune done, and then with the one longsword is enough for Shogun to actually have Q upgrade over top of Xayah, who's running this very early game type build. And so spiking past this early game for Shogun means, again, putting him into a position where he can carry in the later stages, looking very akin to what what they were trying to do against the side of Sky in SEA Games. That worked for 3 games basically without considering the one that they did lose. This was kind of the bread and butter cookie cutter type way that the games were playing out in effective ability.
Yeah. Now, Rebel, with how this early game has gone, Husmed has been free to just farm it up. We see him just completing the Eclipse. He has a tier. Drakthar has picked up a tier, but kind of late. I actually like getting it on first back. It's you don't have to complete the Muramana for quite a long time. Just grabbing the tier early, I think, is good. Does the tier on the Hecarim kind of make you feel better about the Voshaden issue, or are we still a bit worried?
So I really do like tier on Hecarim for either Manamune or for Fimbulwinter. I think both of them are fantastic options. But so far, I feel like Drakthar has wasted the Hecarim's early game because you've got some powerful ganking tools, and we just haven't seen a lot from Drakthar to begin this game. It's been BJ that's kind of commanded everything, and there's not even this commanding like CS lead either from Drakthar, where he's up like an entire camp rotation after BJ's been ganking most of the early game. They're tied in farm, which is to me the most disastrous. And like you said, the tier is late, and you don't have to get the Manamune done first, but the chem tank isn't done yet either, which I think is problematic, and that's going to slow down the tier item for at least a little bit of time. It's going to open up this mid game maybe for Saigon Buffalo to have some counterplay.
Potentially, but I mean, the thing is, I just think it's really hard. As you were saying, perhaps Drakthar has just waited a little bit too long in that. Where do you go? I don't think maybe you can go kill Jace, but I'm not sure how much, like, obviously a kill's a kill, it's always nice, but I don't know how much that does for you at this point. I don't think you can go bot. I just think you get 2v3'd. It's a 3-0 Kai'Sa. She's large.
Yeah. It's a position where, if you were striking at the very beginning of the game, you kind of expected for bottom lane to not be great. What I would have done is I would have been attacking number 1 Froggy, who's playing in a melee versus a range matchup. You could try to set the Twisted Fate in a good place where all of a sudden the roaming comes through and there's no chance the laning phase goes badly for Glory. Because right now, Glory just loses ambiently in the laning phase because all of a sudden Silas is powerful enough to just beat him on his own. And like you said, attacking the Jace at this point probably isn't that useful because Jace is almost to 2 items unscathed, which is just, again, you're not doing anything to deny the Jace gold. But if you do this at the beginning of the game when things are actually starting off, you can potentially put the Renekton onto such a good foot that he himself can deny gold from Hosmed by being more powerful in the laning phase. But because they've left those two completely alone, now Hosmed's sitting on 150 CS and nearly 2 item Jace without anything. And so it doesn't matter if you hit him with 3 ganks in a row, he's still going to have 2 completed items with no problem. Your Renekton isn't all of a sudden going to become enough of a beast in the laning phase to just completely shut Jace out at this point, like you could have if you had been attacking 10 minutes prior.
Yeah, and we are getting that AP Kai'Sa, just something that I wanted to refer back to because we weren't 100% sure. So this is a mean poke comp now. Even if the Renekton does get kind of big, maybe, we're not at this point yet, but if something happens where Ryuk can deny the side lanes from Husmed, doesn't matter, just play a poke comp.
Yep. And the problem with a poke composition, especially against Sky's composition, is that they've got 1 really good way to contest the backline, maybe 2 if you count the ultimate from Twisted Fate in the mid lane trying to dive into the backline with Hecarim. But you've got Lee Sin, who's able to boot people out. You've got Silas, who's more than willing to be able to kind of scrap at a very low range. And nobody's going to be able to beat probably the Silas in just a one-on-one, be it Renekton, be it Hecarim in the later stages. So it basically opens up for this Jace, who now he just pulled first tower of the game on his own.
Going in, using the Feather Storm, the worst Silas ult imaginable. Shen coming in to support. Taki should just be able to walk this one out. Nautilus ult is being committed, as is the Twisted Fate. This is going to be a huge play down towards the bottom side. Can they kill Froggy? He will be the first one to go down. Now Taki on the run, but Zaya dives to the tower. It's only an execute, but still a little bit silly, but a good play for Sky as a TP is being committed here. There's no Shen to follow up. Husmed is here. Kabang goes the shock blast, but Elio will survive. Husmed with the flash. This is such a high play. He got bored in the top lane, Rebel, as in comes Taki as well. They lock it up with the taunt. BJ coming in. It's a disjointed play coming out of SGB, but it just doesn't matter because they trust each other. They're a family, Rebel, and they know that they're backing each other up.
Saigon Buffalo with a play to the bottom side as a response to what had happened top side. Sky goes diving, right? They're making an attempt to get this play underway. And Froggy's on his own underneath this tower. I don't know why he grabbed this ultimate for anything other than just anticipation that this defense was going to come through. Yeah, the passive proc coming through. And then obviously 3 people end up with him. The ultimate coming through from Taki to defend Froggy was pretty big as well. But again, there's so many people heading towards bottom side and attempts to punish this. That was kind of, it was crazy to think how much they actually put into just punishing Froggy in an attempt to get this. And it bought so much time. Again, the top side was already pushed. You can see mid lane is getting punished. And for some reason, the call is actually made from Hosbed. He just goes, yeah, let's go fight this right now. I feel powerful, which is strange because he's still a relatively early game Jace, but you can see how well it works out. Taki gets a wrap back around and is still powerful on the Shen with a very low range. And their damage just isn't there when all of their cooldowns got burned. Just diving Froggy underneath this big tower, diving Taki underneath this tower. And you can see the ramifications of what happens there when they get punished on the backside of the play because they've got no cooldowns left.
Now, Froggy locked it down in the top lane. Yeah, no escaping that one, I feel.
Nope. And they're kind of doing the Caitlyn thing where they're playing around the one member of the team, just making sure to put all the gold that they can into Aamine's back pocket. But again, Aamine is not going to interact with Hosmed in the late game. Aamine is not going to interact with Shogun in the late game. This feels like a weird decision to lean this heavily into one side. This is the mid game play. I think that comes in very commonly from Sky. The difference is that most of the time when teams have problems like this, they don't respond well. But Saigon Buffalo has set up cross-map plays twice now where Hosmed's been able to be the benefactor of both sides by being the person who pushes down an additional tower, which means this Jace has picked up so much ambient gold in exchange for this cross-map counterplay that, Burst the Sky has been opting for. And it's really preventing them from making this gold lead go away because this gold is still trickling into the pockets of the Jace, who's going to be even more of a problem than the Silas is going to be in the later stages.
Yeah, I really feel like there's a bit of a misread here out of Sky. Maybe they were just taking what they can get, always a possibility. But does Silas have to be fed in this game? Because I don't think he does. No. I think he just needs to steal a Hecarim or a Nautilus ult, just alternate them every fight and just play bouncer. And just let Shogun and Husmed poke forever.
I agree. Yeah, this is a composition that yields so much better results when you're actually just playing passively and the Silas is doing nothing, right? It's, if you're doing something right, people won't think you're doing anything at all type composition for Froggy, where it's like, okay, if they come diving into your backliners, then all of a sudden you get to get scrappy and you get to get crazy. And like you said, you get a Hecarim ultimate, you get even like a Renekton ultimate or a Nautilus ultimate, very valuable for keeping yourself alive and just defending others by scrapping with them as soon as they run in. But all things considered right now, you've got a 2-item Jace, 2.5-item Jace at this point. You're sitting on 2.5-item Kai'Sa. You're feeling great about where your poke is landed in a game like this. So at this point, I think it's really difficult to find anything aggressive for the side of Burst the Sky other than Froggy, like you said, maybe being opportunistic at best. And looking for more plays now. They're
going in onto Husband, but Glory just gets one shot!
Wow.
Drakthar has to ultimate just to try and keep himself alive as Froggy has come in to join the party. The rest of Sky are getting wiped out. That's a lovely Everfrost there to lock up Ryuk. BJ, Nautilus ulted, holds him back for a moment. Froggy still lives. They get nothing out of this as the Lee Sin Q lands, but BJ will not be listening to his heart as he doesn't follow it in. That's a huge win for SGB.
Massive, because they're going to be able to pull mid tower. And Mine already taking half of his health bar from just the Luden's completion from Shogun. No additional AP has been completed at all. And it's not going to matter for the side of Saigon. They don't care anything else that can happen. They can grab this Baron. The tools are gone from the side of Sky to be able to really team fight. So if they want to contest, they can contest here. But again, they're down so many of their tools. Really, Saigon just has to hit them with a little bit of poke on the way in. You've got 2 members only just now deploying. Froggy is going to be able to catch them on their way in as well. It's already at 2,000 health. It seems likely they're going to get much here on the backside of this play.
Stolen Twisted Fate ultimate. If they want to do something, they're just using it for info. I like that a lot. They know the route that is safe to leave. Glory can only really throw out an Everfrost. Froggy TP's over to clear up a wave. So it's going to be even hard for Sky just to get a tower as Almine hit with a shock blast. Gets absolutely rocked and rolled. Mid-tower falls, but SGB want to avenge it as in goes Taki with a flash taunt. There's a boot in onto Elio as well. Desire's already down the Hecker and will be joining them, and 4 members of Sky have been sent to hell. There's the ace, SGB. They're just too good.
Man, I love what I just saw from SGB, because it would have been super simple for them to back and say, okay, we can sack mid tower in exchange for this Baron buff and just go take more gold. But they say, we've got the health, we've got the tools. Again, they're missing everything that they need in order to take a fight like this. So we're just going to hang out outside the tower, and it just compounds this lead even further. You can see, like you said, the shock blast hit Aomida to start with. Drakthar was already half health before the fight really started, and Taki finds this amazing angle to be able to get onto Aomida, force him out of a fight, and a big kick kind of prevents any additional counterplay from coming through. By the time that fight actually kicks off to where Burst the Sky has any ability to interact at all with Saigon Buffalo with abilities and such, they've already lost their entire bits of health bar. They don't have any ability to compete up against the side of Saigon Buffalo because they'd already won the fight before things had really started for Burst the Sky. So this mid game just doesn't exist, where like all of a sudden Burst the Sky had these openings. They started attacking side lane a little bit and punishing Froggy, but those 2 punishments looks like all they're really going to be able to get in a game like this because of just how well that Saigon Buffalo have been able to set themselves up, not only for getting cross map plays, but also for setting up this massive team fight, setting up these poke members into great success.
And I look, we've talked a lot about SGB's comp as Twisted Fate Ultimate is. He was on Vision.
He was also in top lane.
Yeah, but like if he's off Vision, you can do it to scare them, right?
Sure.
And just use the first half of the ult, but he was on Vision. That was shocking. Shogun just jumps on in, is actually denied by the Featherstorm, needs to play this one a little bit carefully, but it just doesn't matter when the rest of the team is arriving to help him out. The Kai'Sa will fall, but it's traded for 2 members of BTS. Ryuk tagged up, in they go. They want to take down the Crocodile, get themselves a lovely little purse. They do that one well, and it's just Glory with a whole lot to do.
I'm completely lost anything that just happened for Burst the Sky.
I mean,
I know the ult to the top lane could have been a fake.
FF.
Yeah, professional FF. Yeah, that's fair. Things could not have gone more disastrously. The bottom lane kind of fell to pieces. You did nothing to salvage top lane. Mid lane didn't go great. And again, you're kind of in a losing matchup there where you weren't able to get anything done as Glory. This was tough from the beginning. Again, not only was the draft a little bit rough, you had this big front line, but again, your damage was missing. You didn't get your 1 damage member ahead. It was tough all across the board from Sky. I felt like they were lacking any kind of idea of what they wanted to do with their comp. They couldn't actually execute on it, even if they had that idea. And Saigon Buffalo got gold where they needed it to. You could see just how much that Hospit's picked up in just the last 10 minutes. You could see 7 kills now on a Shogun, feeling fantastic, going into a needlessly large rod. I know I had seen a longsword in that inventory. He must have sold the longsword for the needlessly large rod because he understands what the W's are actually doing to this poor team. I think if he hits Aomine with a shock blast from Hospit and they just one-tap him, there's no counterplay for Aomine. He presses his ultimate and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, in this fight, Shogun definitely getting very hyphy. Probably doesn't want to go this deep, but it just doesn't matter. Look how far ahead he is.
Yeah, and how much damage was actually poured in, because you saw the Nautilus had gone down basically before the fight had even really started. The Drakthar went down, Aomine went down, and again, there's no consistent damage once Aomine is down. They don't have the Zaya to be able to put out the damage that they need, and that's really the one damage dealer they've got. So now it's just the Saigon. It's their game. They're wiping up towers and stuff at this point. Bottom 2 inhibitors are down. They're just going to wipe up the 3rd one here. Ryuk is still catching on bottom side. I feel like they should give up, but you can see, what are you supposed to do about that? The poke is there for this team. You have no counterplay. The W's coming out from the guys of the Q, coming out from the J. Look at that. What are you supposed to do?
I feel like poke is not the right term. I feel like if I fired, a fixed artillery piece at you, you wouldn't say I poked you. As in goes Froggy. Goes gold immediately. He is really in the wrong side of the tracks. Taki coming in to try and save him. He actually does just flash on out, so no member of Sky will go down, but Froggy definitely forced some investment from them as they are just trying to end this game. SGB pushing in towards the Nexus Sky. If you're going to fight, you have to fight now. But I don't think it's going to go very well. They actually do manage to get the kill onto Huzmed, but the Zaya's fallen in her own right. Elio now as well. Glory and Drakthar just going to stay on the fountain. Protect the KDAs as the Buffalo take a dominant game 1.
I want to see more of this because I know Buffalo back at one point actually had tested with a bit of a poke composition where the Vel'Koz was in the mid lane, and this is like the modern approach to like a pick composition. You don't have to pick Xerath, you don't have to pick Jhin, you don't have to pick anything like that. You don't have to pick Ezreal. You get to pick some more modern, very very talented champions that've got some good skill expression for your talented players, and it lets them do quite a bit of work. You saw just how much the Kai'Sa and the Jace were able to accomplish in the midst of everything. So I'm a big fan of what that looked like. I don't think you can give this back over if you're the side of Burst the Sky. You got to figure out a way to deny that because that was a kind of disgusting display there from Saigon with these new champions on the new patch as well.
For sure. I mean, they've got to work a lot of things out. They of course will switch sides. No big brain R5 Shen, but we'll have to go to a little break, and then our analyst desk will be setting you up for game 2. So don't go anywhere. All of the action is still here on VCS English. See you in just a little bit. Settle down.
Nice.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe as I dive in.
Welcome back, guys. We've just seen a game 1 between Saigon Buffalo and Burst the Sky, and I guess as we somewhat expected, Rebel, Saigon Buffalo took a comprehensive victory over Sky.
It was pretty well played out from Saigon Buffalo. Basically, from the top of the game down, there are very few mistakes. And outside of that, again, Saigon, even from draft, I think we're just commanding over top of Burst the Sky here. This is expected of a team that's been like kind of on fire recently. And it's nice to see because, again, we have top of the table competitors now. We've got Saigon in the back pocket. We've got Cerberus in the back pocket. Both of them are competing with GAM for the top of the table. It's kind of nice to be a part of a split where VCS has a couple of teams, climbing up to the front pretty easily rather than having everybody compete for like spots 2 down or something like that. That's kind of cool.
And Marby, for Burst the Sky, it felt like the issues weren't just gameplay. It all started in the draft, and they didn't seem to be able to get a winning lane, I want to say, anywhere.
So that Renekton pick was dreadful. It was worthless, and I know Ryuk cannot play literally anything else, but come on. Learn Malphite at least. That wouldn't have solved their issues. It might have given them a bit more opportunity for agency and plays, because really all they had was try and get Aomina ahead, and that didn't happen because they lost the bot lane so damn hard. They had an okay point of pressure early on with Glory being able to shove in waves and try and make things happen. And they made a few plays through the Twisted Fate, but they just weren't enough. They got 2 kills under Froggy, and that was it.
Okay, well, with that, we are heading into picks and bans, and just like in the previous game, Rebel, Burst the Sky already looking to some of Froggy's picks. The Galio banned, and we wouldn't be too surprised if the Vex gets banned as well.
I wouldn't be super shocked about that. And I'm really curious if Saigon has the Kai'Sa as the back pocket pick. I feel like Froggy could easily grab that one because he's mechanically inclined to play most champions. Can we take a moment and just kind of linger on Ryuk for a moment? I need somebody to dig up his op.gg so I can figure out what champion he's been playing. You do have his op.gg?
Not his op.gg, his Game of Legends.
I need his op.gg. I don't care about his Game of Legends, right? I know that he's bad at everything but Renekton, right? But I need to know whether he is literally like the most ELO boosted top laner in all recorded history by having played only Renekton in solo queue, or if they're like, or if he's hiding just like these picks that no one would ever grab, right? Like, what if he's like a Quinn main top lane and like that's all he plays, and he's just like an absolute god on the VCS server, but they won't let him play it. He's got to have something in the back pocket, right? Like, if he's a Renekton one trick in solo queue, that like at some point replace him. Like you just got to replace him. And if he's not, where are these other champions? Like how has he not found a champion other than Renekton that he's been able to play on a competitive stage? I know you're up against Hosbed, but like you've had so many years now to attempt doing this, Ryuk. I really want to see him do something other than Renekton to some kind of success because they still have yet to be able to see him do so.
I think the second champion he has is actually sitting on that ban list because he put up an okay Akali performance. He's put up a couple of
How are we forgetting? Can I just say, how are we forgetting the Gnar and the Jax? Oh, sorry, Jax was mentioned, but how are we forgetting the Gnar?
No. No.
It's his second most played champion. It's his most played champion this split,
Doesn't
actually.
mean it's good.
It's got his highest win rate.
It's
0.
Sure, when it's the
Because
only
he's
thing
got
he
a
plays.
win on it. Yeah, he's got a win. Dude.
Anyway, Jungler's locked in. We are going
So,
back.
according to Leaguepedia, sorry to jump across the market, it will be the last time. No, this is actual from his Leaguepedia. It says that his favorite champions are Renekton and Camille.
I don't care. Didn't ask.
You literally asked the question.
Anyway, Buffalo are just running it back.
I'm just not needed.
They're happy. They're going for the hack room instead, but they can kind of just run it back.
No.
Oh, don't do that.
It's not as good. Listen, I don't mind the champion. I don't think it's horrible. but like I'd rather not see Victor just because I think it's boring. Boring. All right.
Oh,
fine.
LeBlanc's not boring.
Yes,
She's kind of boring. Yeah, she's kind of. See, the problem is
Landy
LeBlanc,
or don't Landy.
there's a time and a place where LeBlanc was like, okay, you can like solo kill champions. I feel like that's far gone. And then also she just doesn't have very good wave control. And so now it's like, oh, you have to wait for first item to do anything on LeBlanc. And by that point, Victor's got first item and first upgrade. So you have 0 wave control, can't side lane against him for anything, and also can't kill him. Great, you have no counterplay unless Drakthar gets into mid lane, which didn't happen in the last game all that often. So I'm hoping Volibear gets aggressive so that the LeBlanc has some ability to do something.
Well, let's see. I want to talk about Volibear though, because Volibear is a bear, and bears are cool. We've not seen a Volibear in
Good conversation.
Yeah, I know. It's a good icebreaker, isn't it?
So the Volibears sort of sits as sort of fairly flexible in the early game, spikes really hard in the mid game, and it's always kind of useful as the game progresses. And this has the opportunity to go well. It should be fine.
Man.
It should win.
Ryuk heard me talking some shit through the VCS channel. He's in the chat right now. You can hear me talking shit about him. He's like, all right, lock me Tryndamere in the top lane. But now we have this, which is not good for them. This is anti-good.
Oh god. Senna Scion.
This is gorgeous.
I like the Senna. I kind of don't love the Scion. I don't know. I feel like Senna has better partners in the bot lane specifically, but
I think if you're blinding, it's really tough to always pick the right person. If this is on like red side and you get a chance to pick your partner, and you can do some crazy stuff, then I think that there's some cool things. Personally, against Xayah and Rel, my personal selection here actually would have been Taric. I think Taric could have been disgusting with this combination because you can thwart a lot of engage, and you can prevent Tryndamere from killing people when his ultimate is active, because then you give your own little Tryndamere ultimate for multiple people. But it's kind of hard to interact with like LeBlanc, who's got a lot of burst damage and things like that. But one way or another, I probably would have had the Taric just because I like him a lot more than Scion. But it's massively tanky. You got damage already in a number of places. This Saigon composition is really well-rounded. This is super tough to play into now.
And we do usually praise Saigon a lot for their drafting skills, and I think this is another situation of that. But I've got a question for both of you. Marby, I'll go to you first. What on earth is that Burst the Sky composition's identity? Like, what does it want to do?
oh, it's real. It's real all in on that sort of early to mid game. Drakthar has to sort of get things running a little bit in the early into sort of the top and the mid lanes, I think. Try and let Glory have the opportunity to get out on the map. Give Ryuk an advantage that he can actually push into the Jace. Because if that goes even, it takes a lot longer for the Tryndamere to actually be able to punish it than, say, a Graves or something along those lines. Thanks to that knockback. So it really involves getting things going extremely early. But if they fall behind, they are going to fall behind and get outscaled extremely hard. I mean, your bot lane infinitely scales for Saigon Buffalo on both members. So you just... And plus, you don't have that tank killer if Taki gets too big.
True.
So, quick predictions. Marby, one word.
Buffalo.
Rebel?
Buffalo.
Okay, we're all in on the Buffaloes. Carrick's Rebel, take us away.
Adorable. Nasus, yes. Nasus is a very good ball laner. Yeah, I wonder how much like Taki has in the back pocket, because Taki, I think, is somebody that's shown quite a bit of versatility as a support
Carrick's
as well.
on mute.
All right, I realized I was muted. My bad.
Oh, wow.
Failed production.
Yeah. Oh, really quickly, before he has a chance to say anything, right as we were coming in, I was talking very heavily about how I thought Nasus was an amazing pick, and Carrick's was saying, "Oh, that's a really bad idea. It's very, very bad." Right, Carrick's. That's
yeah, totally. That's what's going on. Yeah, definitely.
to give credit where credit's due, he suggested the Nazes, which is an amazing idea into both Ryuk and also Ayamine, especially because it's lethal tempo Zaya this game, which would have been a lot worse. Also, it's a lot harder to press your ultimate key when it's just the Wither, even though the Wither has the effects of something that you probably should be dodging with an ultimate from Zaya. So that's kind of nice as well. You're not wrong, though. That would have been a really disgusting combination on the bottom side, and I know that they've run it. I think in LCK they did it. As a response to not Callista but Zeri, which is a really good idea.
It's really good into Zeri. I think I saw it in, I think it might have been like CBLOL or something. I just remember seeing it into Zeri. Right. Really big brain stuff, but it is Shogun actually taking a fair bit of punishment there at level 1, but it is Senna, so kind of just queues up over time. Doesn't really matter.
Yeah, doesn't matter all that much. It also has a couple of pots in the back pocket. It's got the biscuits in the back pocket, so health pool is a little bit higher than what you normally imagine it to be. It's just going to be a bit of pushing coming out from Ayamine to kick things off. And again, this is a composition that I think is really tough to breach in the later stages of the game now for Burst the Sky. So I'm kind of curious what it is that they're going to do to set themselves into a good pace. Again, their early game has been, to me, what has caused the most has been caused for most scrutiny, like especially against Saigon Buffalo and the many games we've had in terms of litmus against them in their best of 5 and whatnot. And
Glory.
Last game was
that's unacceptable. That is unacceptable, Glory.
Yeah, how are we dying on LeBlanc in the beginning of the game? I know we talked about how. Yeah, to a Victor. Like we're not like LeBlanc's not solo killing Victor, which is already a problem that I've got with the champion inside of this laning phase. But you should never be getting solo killed this early in the game. I know you don't have any wave pressure, and you really want wave pressure. So sometimes you use your body to aggressively. You throw it into minions instead of using it as a tool to trade with. But man, Gloria, like that is just. Like that, you're asking to lose the game if you're going to end up giving that much pressure to begin with.
We've got a dive coming in onto Ryuk. He is ignited. Drakthar comes in at a perfect time to save him, though. Well played there. This should just diffuse the situation. Good job, Drakthar.
Yeah, well played from Drakthar, who kind of came out of nowhere. I wasn't expecting him to show up, but the bear out of the woods ends up, chasing down to the horse in an attempt to get some prey. Was it level 3 quick from Froggy? Is that what happened right here? Maybe that was the attempted play. Yeah, Glory was backing off pretty well.
Yeah.
Either got greedy looking for like a trade or something like that. I'm really confused what happened. There's the level 3 E-tags.
Why
no, that wasn't the punishment either. We're so far back in this replay. Why are we getting teased?
Well, no, I think what's really important here is seeing that Glory gets hit by that laser, right? He cops a random laser and then uses the W. Because think about it this way. If Froggy walks up and presses Q on you, you just W away, and then it just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I think that W forward was just an absolute shock.
Getting devastated right now in the mid lane. Oh my goodness, this is crazy. It shouldn't be happening with anybody on any champion. But Froggy on this Froggy's had this really weird propensity to splits to just take control mages and be like, yeah, I'm gonna get solo kills. Like he's like auto attacked people to death with Vex, which is just the weirdest thing in the world to actually see.
BJ coming in onto Glory. They actually can't lock him up. He played that one pretty well.
Yeah, well played from Glory, just making sure that BJ gets drawn in the wrong direction. Also was able to avoid the gravity well long enough to not really get sucked in and end up CC'd. So, got off to a really bad foot with that solo kill that caused a problem with the weight or with the E upgrade, the aftershock potentially coming through, which is going to mean that Glory's not going to have impact pretty much at all eventually. Okay, this is
BJ just coming in and just killing him.
What?
He didn't have W. He used W on the wave.
He used it on the wave?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. First off, the fact that Glory does it, kind of punishing. The fact that BJ was paying that much attention to the lane to be like, oh, he used W, I'm just going to go kill him. Kind of good on BJ just to watch and make sure that Glory was paying complete attention because obviously he had just shown up in the lane. So good on BJ, I think, more than on Glory. I know Glory wanted to shove that and just be gone immediately, but it's very hard to be like, oh yeah, it's been 15 seconds since BJ's been in my lane. I can use Distortion now, or I still can't use Distortion out of fear that the Hecarim is going to show up in my laning phase again.
Yeah.
I'll give a little bit of slack for that one. But
yeah, that's not so much Glory's fault. It's just a really good read by BJ. So he's the beneficiary. Froggy, yeah, he's in some trouble as Drakthar on the way. He does put up that gravity field as he's just going to try and solo kill Glory on the other side. I don't think it's going to quite work out. It gets a little bit closer than it should have, but in the end, it will be Glory picking up the kill.
I can appreciate the attempt, but yeah, well played from Drakthar right there, being able to sneak out behind the victor, make sure to get Glory a little bit out of the hole that was dug in. It's a level 6 trend, which is the one problem with this, but...
I mean, you can't dive this. It's a level 6 trend. This is
True.
just a Krug steal. This is just a Krug steal, but Drakthar is on the way. BJ in range to help out if they really want to commit onto Husmed. Now, this you can do, because Ryuk doesn't have a tower to play around. Smart Q there by Husmed to gain distance. They just want to chase them away. Again, you don't want to mess with that level 6 Tryndamere. Drakthar just takes way too much damage. He goes low. He will not quite tick down, but it's a close run race.
I can give a ridiculous amount of props to both of them here. I think Hosmed played that about as well as he could have. He dropped the Ignite on Ryuk to make sure the play couldn't really go any further. The Phase Rush got him out of the right position. But it was BJ's angle on that E that not only prevented Drakthar from re-engaging onto Hosmed, who had very low health. Oh, actually, mid lane.
Glory's dead. He's already used the W. Yep, there it is. Taki taking that kill. Glory, I mean, again, maybe not entirely his fault. You really don't expect a Scion to be coming from there. But, oh, he's back to bot lane, by the way. Taki making plays in all 3 lanes as BJ surfs on through. This should be an easy kill onto Elio, while Taki just plays distraction on Aomine, and BJ gets himself some lovely gold.
And how is it exactly that Taki is able to step out of laning phase as the farming member of this bottom lane, get across the map, and make a massive play in the top side, make a play in mid lane, and also ult back to bottom side and make a play there, man? Like this kind of like influence over the map is unheralded for a support, especially for an ADC to be able to do something like that. Technically, he's the farmer, so like that's what his job is supposed to be. But the fact that he was able to get influence on top side by being there for the 2v3 and then finding Glory because the W had gone down, there's no way the distortion gets him out of the situation like this, and then just immediately gets the ult bot and a play gets forced down there. Again, to me, it's burst the sky, just kind of making boneheaded mistakes. They knew across the map exactly the path that Taki was taking, yet somehow they still fall victim to the bottom side play after all things said and done.
Yeah, it's kind of like, you know, sometimes, you know how in Mario games, sometimes you just like jump across like a whole line of Goombas?
Mm-hmm.
Sky was the Goombas and Taki was the Mario.
Yeah, after the first one, you can hear him go woo up the top of all of them. You think
turn around.
Maybe I should take one step to the left since I'm in 3-dimensional space instead of 2-dimensional space.
Exactly. Yeah, look, if we can have Sky showing a little bit more sentience than Goombas, they might be in a better spot, but we're not quite there yet. Ryuk kind of getting owned in top lane. This is a bit of the nature of the matchup. This Tryndamere will still scale. He will eventually just be able to run at Jace.
Are we flipping Rift Herald?
This is a lot of damage to take for really no reason. Rips out the ult and just done. Bears aren't cool. Milky was wrong. As Glory now moving forward, will be able to trade it back onto BJ. Froggy a little bit out of position, but he's able to run away properly. Jungler's looking a bit weird there.
Yeah, both junglers finding themselves in rough positions. I think Drakthar ended up not being in the wrong, I don't think, just because what they were trying to do was make sure that Rift Herald wasn't a position where like Saigon Buffalo could step in with 4 members and potentially take it. So they had to wrestle for like river control here, and that's what Drakthar was going in early for. He didn't really have the ability to get anyone else in. Elio almost finds like a really good engagement into Shogun and into Froggy, and both of them have to burn Flash just to get out of that. So that was one part of this that ended up in a very good position. The 1-for-1 ends up not really yielding anything for anyone. It ends up not being a Rift Herald for either side yet. That is, of course, until Shogun and Taki get a full swap up into the top lane in exchange for bottom side being pushed by Aomine and for the Dragon getting taken in the back pocket of Drakthar, which is something that they can kind of hang their hat on. But they could just swap this top side and immediately take first tower, which is a super valuable thing to have in the back pocket of both your Senna and everything else, because BJ is coming up here too. And Froggy swaps into bottom side just to make sure that they can't take a bunch of plates in kind of response. That means Tryndamere is just left on an island. Nobody is up here to help the Tryndamere. They've put 4 members in the bottom side. Taki is going to be able to come down and help maybe on the bottom side as well. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a good passage of play for Sky. I think is that a diplomatic way to put it? As they did get plates onto Almine, so the Xayah is fairly happy, but you have just sent Ryuk up the creek, and he doesn't even, let alone not having a paddle, he doesn't have a boat
Yeah, he might be without legs soon too. Is the problem? I mean, you're giving so much over to Hosmed to be able to do inside of a laning phase. He's up 20 CS. He's almost on the Eclipse. He's got the Ignite in his back pocket. Like, it feels like Ryuk is still so far from being able to get the Gale Force online, being able to get the Quick Blades online, where all of a sudden you can get on top of the Jace the way we saw yesterday quite a few times. I don't know. There's a lot missing right now from what is Burst this guy has been able to accomplish. Again, they weren't able to get Glory going early. They haven't held this massive impact from Drakthar's Volibear, which is what we expected them to do. I guess Amine is untouched for the most part, has 110 CS, is getting close to first item as well at 12 minutes, which isn't too bad for Burst the Sky. But if you're hanging your hat on whether or not a Xayah in a game like this against a Senna who's got so much scaling, a Jace and a Victor range, and especially because you're going for the Gale Force, you're not going for like a super hard penetration. It's still going to be hard to kill Sion. Running into a wall here again when we hit late game, and it's like, okay, how exactly are you going to beat Saigon when it comes to the later stage of the game? And I just can't. I'm drawing up blanks consistently once again for Sky.
Getting I know this is a regular complaint we have, but they've clicked on Sion multiple times. Know how many stacks he has? Senna, no idea.
438. Actually, is that 438 health?
Yeah,
is that what that says?
Yeah, it's a
Taki,
lot. Oh, Shogun, he just gets absolutely annihilated. This Senna, no real counterplay to a rel engage like that. Great stuff by Elio. Taki now under tower, trying to clear out the waves. With Glory coming in, I don't think he's got too much of a chance. No ultimate either, so he can't just choo-choo his way out of this one. As Drakthar goes incredibly low, but won't quite go down. The zombie won't be able to chase him down either. They clean that up. Elio! That's a heal.
Yeah, they have to burn the heal, and the problem is they still don't have bottom tower quite yet. It's still 2 plates up in the back pocket, and Hosmed's getting top inner tower in exchange for all of this, and Trinimir's off the map, which is Froggy also is still getting mid push, because for some reason Glory was kind of posturing down towards the bottom side of the map, because they needed that many members just to kill off Shogun and Taki. That's kind of insane to me, how much that Sky, again, they're leaning so hard into making sure anything happens for them positively in the mid game, that they're just putting too much resource into one place on the map, and losing things everywhere else. Between the two teams, there was a lot more that Sky could have learned from the series that they held inside of the best of 5 and C games, but the one who took away so much more is Saigon, because they're the ones that adapted to all this mid-game pressure by saying, okay, if you're going to put on mid-game pressure, we're just going to go on the other side of the map and constantly pull gold for whoever you're not aggressing against. That's been Hosmed 2 games in a row, and that's not the person you wanted to give gold to 2 games in a row for free.
And look, I've said it before and I'll say it again. The scariest version of Saigon Buffalo is a version where you could just remove the top laners from both teams and Saigon Buffalo is still dominating the game. Because if they don't need Husmed, then my word, they're terrifying. Because Husmed's really good. And he's just 0-0-0. He's been making decent... I mean, I say he's making good map moves. I think they're making map moves around him. He's just been in top lane the whole time, chilling. He's winning his lane. He's got his item. If Saigon Buffalo don't need Husmed, who is one of the best top laners in the league, then only one team can really stop them. And I'm going to give you a hint. It's not Burst the Sky.
I think it's a really hard thing to say, but I'm going to try to say it. Anti-disestablishmentarianism. I think that's how you say that. Is that right?
Job.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. But outside of just that one little caveat of nonsense that I decided to throw in there, Saigon Buffalo has been playing a pretty mean game, and I remember I got a message, I think, inside of Discord, or maybe it was on Twitter, from Yoei, who was like, yo, Saigon Buffalo's back when they beat Cerberus, because I wasn't there for that series, unfortunately. I was asleep at that time for the first time ever. And I went on and watched the VODs, and I was actually really impressed. And they just continue to have these great performances, which is rather nice. Here they are in the mid lane looking for a bit of fighting. But yeah, I love the feather put down from Amine, because it means they can't push into that choke point. But I've appreciated the fact that they haven't regressed yet. I'm hoping I don't curse them with this. But they oftentimes Saigon still has these boneheaded plays. Wow, Glory. What a play.
That was really well done there. The Senna doesn't have a huge amount of counterplay to that kind of all-in. Also, I noticed only 40 souls.
Mm-hmm.
That's terrible.
A little strange. Yeah, it's really bad for Shogun. I guess you can't really step up into Rel is the one really terrifying part about this, which again, it's kind of the reason that I postulated maybe the
BJ going in.
There we go.
Glory extremely
got
low. Yeah, but they don't actually convert the kill, so it's just going to be a dragon taken. So
I think they're okay with that.
Yeah, you kill the enemy AD carry, you give up a Cloud Drake, who really cares?
Yeah,
And they
I
lost
honestly
mid-tower
think
as well, so
yeah,
that's not good.
both teams are a little okay with this. The mid tower going down is tough. Shogun going forward here. Yeah, see, this is the problem with Shogun stepping up. It's just that a lot of people just kill him no matter what the situation. He's too low health to be able to work this with. Right there, though, again, I think the Cloud Drake actually is beneficial on both sides because obviously Sky's cool getting gold back in their back pocket for a little bit of traded play for Saigon Buffalo, but the slow dragon stacking mean that's one less way that Sky really has the ability to like force the game into their favor by going to a Mountain Soul, and especially when it's an Infernal Drake is what it looks like the map is sitting at right now. That's like one of the best Drakes to be able to turn an entire game with because of how much power is behind what that Drake is able to bring in a team fight, especially like a LeBlanc who wants to one-tap somebody. That's just more damage in the combo. That's pretty positive that you're able to slow it down for Saigon Buffalo. So both sides are, I think, a little bit more comfortable as the gold lead is shrunk to just over 2,000. I think it's 2,500, something like that, which isn't the worst in the world at 17 minutes to deal with.
Glory gets hit, but hits just as hard back. I actually just want to dwell on this center point for a minute. With how, like, this is terrible soul stacking by Shogun.
Yes.
I'm sure your way may well be contemplating a departure from the VCS due to this. I hope not, but it's possible. That is scary because you can't give Sky all the time in the world. They do have a Tryndamere.
Woo!
Drakthar bolting away. I feel like if you delay your center getting scary by too long, there is the chance that, yeah, okay, Ryuk had a horrible laning phase, but eventually he just Tryndameres people.
It is definitely, it's a position where like a side lane could definitely end up being like the cause of death for Saigon Buffalo if something like that were to happen. Now, Ryuk is also playing a bit like a coward right here because he knows that there's an ultimate coming in from a Scion. The ultimate's already down as well. Oh, there's the ult.
Yeah, he burns the Undying Rage, and now the rest of Sky is here to buy him space. He's ticking down to the Ignite, but does not go down. Now, does Sky want to keep this one going? Evidently they do, as a teleport is called in, and Exhaust is used, and if Sky can find their way out, they're in a great spot. That's 2 Summoners gone.
Yeah, 2 Summoners gone, Ultimate's burnt on the side of Saigon Buffalo, so it's a couple of members that end up losing quite a bit. But, I mean, the exchange, I suppose, there's a lot that Saigon Buffalo burnt right there. They lost both of Hosmed Summoners in an attempt to trade that kill off. Ghost came through from BJ. Teleport from Froggy came out. I mean, it's a good trade. Again, Sky's mid-games are something we laud them for quite a bit. This one, they found moment after moment where, like, Glory's been able to capitalize on a number of plays. You know, Amine is still collecting gold in a pretty nice fashion. And the biggest thing, of course, is that they're not letting Saigon Buffalo kind of completely bully them around the map. They found a couple of moments where they've been able to find bright spots. And not lose all that much. They're down 3K, which is, again, still not a great place to be when your team usually doesn't have the greatest of late games, but you're at least putting yourselves in a position where maybe the winning can come through. Like you said, I think the late game win condition of Ryuk ends up being good, especially once you get to 2-3 items where, like, all of a sudden it doesn't matter how far ahead Hosmed is because the Tryndamere can just kill him no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, also Glory has done a great job getting himself back into this one. It was 1-3, and now is 4-3. So this LeBlanc kind of activated. Glory has always been the X factor. As down to the bottom lane they go. There's no Tryndamere ult here. Ryuk needs to outplay by right-clicking real hard. He does it well as Drakthar zoning BJ away. Ryuk trying to run away. He's actually really close to the Tryndamere ult, so they can't overcommit into this one. Sky just win the play.
Yes, it's an attempted pick onto Ryuk in the side lane to try to get Hosmed more space and to try to continue to shut out this win condition that you've set up for the side of Burst the Sky yourself. Here, though,
he has ult.
Okay.
I mean, I think he just gets locked down for so long, I don't think even the ult saves him. Maybe he just kills Shogun, though. Ooh, I mean, that was a close run race there.
a little too close run for BJ's taste, and so just pops the ultimate, even though it's a great team fighting ultimate to come through. Which is, at least, again, they did end up getting their end goal of making sure that the Tryndamere is going to go down. They have some pushing power on the bottom side, and especially with the pushed up mid lane from Froggy, I'm really surprised they weren't trying to continue anything there, since they already had Hosmed deployed to the bottom side after the kill had went through and he had found everything else. I'm okay, I guess, with them not full committing to it because the bottom wave is still pushed out. They want to redeploy for the dragon, which is coming through, so they have this great timer where they can walk back into bottom river. They're kind of going through, they're meandering through the jungle a little bit. Hosmet's kind of making his way towards the bottom in the mid lane right now as well, which I think is, again, to me, it's posturing from Saigon Buffalo towards the dragon more than anything else. So they've done proper setup for this. This is quite nice, actually, from Saigon Buffalo. I was hoping they'd do a little bit more with the bottom side, like time that they had bought themselves, hoping that they'd push for the tower or something, give up this Drake. But if they're going for Drake stacking at this point, this is a positive place to do it. Again, Infernal Soul is a very valuable soul to have in your back pocket.
Yeah, and I feel like VCS, they're not making any moves towards this. They just give this one up. It is, Drake stacking, definitely very strong, as you've been saying. But this is not when the crisis alarms start going. Mm-hmm. This one's not the one you need to die on the hill of. You just keep trying to find me Tryndamere up. He has that Gale Force. He's had that for a little while. The Sky appear to be setting a bit of a trap. I can see your way yelling in the chat about souls. Glory goes on in, and that's just a dead center. Okay. They can try and trade it, but Glory's got the fancy feet and breaks all 4 of BJ's ankles. And now they bear down on Froggy. The Victor doesn't have any counterplay to this as Almine Gale forces forward. Ryuk is unable to die as he swings the big sword. He gets Husband. I think he'll pay for with his life. No, he just runs on out. Sky a back rebel.
That's easy enough for them to be able to kind of capitalize on when you've got all the damage out of a fight. First off, Shogun goes down trying to get souls because Glory is there to be able to hunt him down, and afterwards the rest of the team is there on the re-engage, and you can see Froggy was in a bad position where they're able to find him over top of the wall with Drakthar, which was a fantastic little catch. And when Ryuk presses the ultimate key, again, he is the least fair champion in the game because you can't kill him. He just gets to drop damage into the last remaining damage dealer on Saigon Buffalo side in the Jace. And it opens up now for this Baron buff take. Sky, we're down 3,000 gold at this point. But again, this miraculous mid-game that they've got where they're able to kick off a member out of what seems like absolutely no there from the side of Saigon Buffalo ends up leading to them taking back the gold advantage. They've got the Baron in their back pocket. They've got towers to take across the map. A great place to strike back and take a firm control of a game like this.
This is kind of insane. Look, really well done. Glory knows his target. They waste the Hecarim ult. It's bad to worse.
So much of this, I think, was caused by the fact that they were trying to punish Glory off the back of him going in on top of Shogun and not being able to do so effectively because of the fantastic distortion usage. Not only blocking the shock blast, but also Froggy ran so far up to try to press a Q that it kind of led to the rest of the team collapsing around him. I don't know if it was because of vision and he just hadn't seen that there were reinforcements really heavily on the way for the side of Sky, or whether or not that had not come through and he was just poking forward trying to get a one shot on a Glory or something like that because it was difficult to see from the angle that we had actually been at. Hopefully these extra Baron buff minions getting pushed into mid tower are going to help Shogun kind of get some souls in his back pocket because like you said, that count was pretty low and they're going to need it because right now, again, Saigon has really been faltering for the last couple of minutes. Hosbet, who was again doing such a good job at the beginning of the game, has now fallen by the wayside. Hasn't even completed the 3rd item after having 2 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, and I feel like there's perhaps a little bit of an experimental comp from SGB because so far the center, it's not looking very good. I've got to say, he has not had much of an impact as BJ is trying to find his way in, but Elio with some lovely rel play sets up the kill onto Taki. Drakthar off to the side is just zoning away the rest of the team as Taki, wow, that was a lot of damage out of the zombie. I mean, he needs to be very, very careful. And they will get a trade kill back onto Drakthar, but meanwhile, Tryndamere, he's got a sword.
Yeah, everything else that comes through, though, now from Saigon Buffalo seems like they should be able to push for mid-tower and just snag that one up. So that's a really important grab because it not only takes away a lot of the Baron buff pushing that comes through from the team, it matches the gold a little bit. Bottom side, you can see Hosmed was able to prevent any additional pushing from coming through from Ryuk. Not going to stop his back, unfortunately. But again, there's a strike back from Saigon Buffalo, so they find a bit of something. Sky able to get the Tryndamere back into a good place, trying to get him into a place where, again, that side lane threat is legitimate to potentially take over the entire game, even without the Baron buff in the back pocket. Like you've been kind of alluding to as the potential win condition for Sky is having this Tryndamere in their back pocket again and again. But Saigon do not fall to this Baron buff. This could have been a really lethal kind of tool that Sky used to really push the game back into their favor, maybe to cap the second dragon and things like that. They're going to try to use it looks like, for that effect. BJ is going to make it back to bottom side just in time because he's got 50 seconds for the dragon to respawn. It's a nice timer for him. They're just going to compete, I think, for mid push, and as long as they've got it and they're able to get into the river, third dragon might be on the table.
Yeah, and I feel like we're starting to feel the other... Drafting mistake is perhaps a little bit too harsh to say, but drafting weakness is no point in click CC against the block.
Ooh.
I don't think there's anything going to happen here.
Nope,
It's 25 seconds till drag.
Okay, you're right. There is no point in click CC against LeBlanc, which means in an ideal world, you actually have really good vision setup. But again, Senna is actually so weak or so squishy. It's like having an Enchanter as your primary kind of...
Froggy.
Warder.
You can't be here. Ryuk going in on him. He's got the ultimate, though. He's just going to bring down the Victor. We go to the other side of the fight to see what Drakthar's doing, as they've got the kill onto Glory as well. The Ignite will clean up Ryuk, but it's a 2-for-1 in the favor of Sky. Rebel, they're winning this game.
They are very much winning this game. Yes, it's off the back of a couple of things. But again, Ryuk's actually Tryndamere. This ultimate is just so impactful on being able to actually find plays into the solo laners again and again. BJ's got the ultimate if they wanted to. The ultimate from the Senna's almost back up. But again, to me, Sky should just be running immediately, beelining towards the Dragon. If they think that they can push for more, they're going to actually grab 2 turrets here, which is kind of crazy, even though BJ's on this massive flank.
Oh my word. Glory!
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Shogun just had nothing he could do about that one. Taki will fall as well. I mean, they can still just go collect the dragon. BJ just kind of having a geeze, uses the ult to get away. Where was this in game 1?
That's a great question. Again, part of it was that, like, again, Glory kind of pulled himself up by his bootstraps and was able to get out of a really bad situation. The biggest thing for me, I think, is that last game Shogun wasn't giving a lot of opportunities to get back into a game like this, right? Like, Shogun wasn't getting punished. This game, Shogun is getting punished at every possible opportunity. Anytime that he's out of position, Glory's punishing it. Anytime he's out of position, Elio's punishing it. Like, if one of the solo laners is out of position, Ryuk is punishing it. And it's just really hard to get any kind of counterplay. Like you said, there's no hard CC for LeBlanc. It's kind of difficult, I think, without pressing click CC to really take care of Tryndamere with the Flash and the Navori Click Blades and the Gale Force all done. And so if either summoner spell is available, it's hard enough to kind of dislodge the Tryndamere from somebody, even if you've able to one-shot him effectively before the ultimate comes through. It's making it difficult, I think, for the side of Saigon to really find effective fights because of how hard it is to manage some of the champions coming through from Sky's composition, especially when they've been able to dig themselves into this much of a gold advantage now.
Yeah, at this point, I just don't even know what the counterplay is for SGB. You can't stop Glory, because you don't have any point-and-click CC. It is an 8-kill LeBlanc. You can't stop Tryndamere, because, A, Lamau, he's Tryndamere. You still don't have point-and-click CC to try and lock him down for long enough. I don't even know what the plan is, let alone executing it. Drakthar is just a bag of meat, but...
Yeah, it would be one thing... Oh, actually, get a little bit more of an engagement.
I mean, that was just...
Wow. Oh.
Wow.
What? Okay.
Okay, I mean, that's the counterplay, is Sky loses their minds.
Okay. It looks like Ryuk is going to be able to grab bottom inhibitor in exchange for the Baron buff. That is to say, unless Taki continues... Okay, yeah, please keep the Baron under your back pocket. Yeah, all right.
I mean, okay, they do trade it for an inhib. They're going to try and end. They're just trying to base race. There's no one to stop backs, though. They can't do this.
They can't.
This doesn't work. It's just an inhib.
Fortunately, didn't push too far unless somebody's actually going to be here. They have redeployment with like the jump out from base. Yeah, I actually didn't mind that for at least a second. I think the problem is if Glory hadn't taken his entire health bar, he could have poked back into the pit 1 or 2 more times, potentially, to stop them or slow down the Baron buff, stop their backs, that kind of thing. And if that had been on the cards here from the side of Burst the Sky, that's when Ryu can go for an end. That's when Aamine can run into the base, and maybe they can try to force into this game, force through a game number 3. But fortunately for the side of Saigon Buffalo, they were able to drop Glory so quickly with a single shock blast Q from Hosmet that they grabbed the Baron buff. They do lose bottom inhibitor, which is pretty impactful for dragons in the future, just because you know that bottom wave is going to get pushed back in the other direction. But at least it's something, right? Like Saigon Buffalo get quite a bit of gold back in their back pockets, and now they themselves can try to set bottom wave into a good position. You can see them just 5-manning on bottom side, which is I think is the correct move.
Yeah, just shove it all the way out.
Dragon side. Yeah, 100%. That's right.
That's sort of the other argument for where to take the inhib. You kind of want it on the opposite side of the map because you can just be in bottom lane pushing it out and still be in range for dragon. So I actually think SGB came out very well on top. I don't think Sky played... I think the decision was fine. I just don't think they played it well, because there's just a chance they lose the game right here.
Yeah, they have to be very careful, because if Ryuk is just going to get caught pushing on the other side of the map, he is so vital to this composition. Even in the side of the team fight, it's necessary for him to be here.
They're putting a lot of damage onto the Scion. He does go down, but he's the only one that has fallen. And now SGB are just answering it back. Oh. Ryuk, you have to back. You don't win. You don't win. Look how far behind you are in the race. You don't win, you fool. As now they come in, Glory has picked up one, and maybe I spoke a bit too soon because it's only Shogun left. He does win. He does win. Oh, it's actually a great call. God, I look silly now, don't I? As Shogun can't back. That's just going to be the Trinity hitting the base. There's no one respawning.
I think that's the game.
Taki up in 8. There's still one tower. Yeah, it's game. He can't stop him. He has ult. He just right-clicks the Nexus.
Certainly not. No. Oh, it's such a tragic ending. They were already in the base. They have a Baron buff, but it doesn't matter. They all died. Oh, and we were talking shit about Ryuk all of the pregame, all about how he played nothing but Renekton. And would you look at that? He's got another champion. It did take him a while to get there, but Ryuk somehow burst the sky, find themselves a pathway to take a game back over top of Saigon Buffalo.
And I was going to go out today, and I've got a bit of content in mind, and I was going to get a clown wig and a nose for it. I'm really upset that I'm going to do it later this week instead of doing it today, because, oh boy, it would be appropriate right now. Because the clowns, they are fiestering.
You are not wrong, guys.
We're going to go try and get the big top under control as we head into a break. And then the analyst desk. Have fun trying to break that down. So we'll be back in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, we're on. Hello, everyone.
Bloody hell.
Bloody hell. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We've got a series on our hands. Burst the Sky, as we've joked before, it's Burst the Saigon. They take a game of Saigon Buffalo. I think Rebel is still trying to recover from the series, so we'll give him a moment, Marby. So what happened in that game? Because Saigon Buffalo tried to take the base. So did Ryuk and Tryndamere. Saigon Buffalo were unsuccessful. Ryuk was successful.
Yeah. So Zaya, back when she was insanely popular, was because you couldn't dive her very well. So don't dive Zaya. Also, I mean, we have to say, like, the troubles did kind of start early. It was much earlier than that. It wasn't just a last-minute throw. It was almost last-minute throw, in fact, from the side of BTS, because they actually spent a lot of that mid-game finding good picks from Glory onto Shogun and converting those into fights, utilizing this Tryndamere who is invincible to just walk in and clean up fights because you can't kill him. And yeah, they found that Buffalo didn't really have ways to deal with these solo lane threats. And the only reason they were in a winning position at the end there was because Dragthar just suicided 1v5. And there was very little that the rest of BTS could do, watching their jungler and support just sprinted in. And it was only really miraculous team fighting around those turrets for the side of BTS that saved their Nexus and let Ryuk do his thing.
Now, Rebel, I've got a question for you. You might like this question, you might not. I don't really care. Who do you think was the better team in that game? Like, genuinely. Or who was the worst team?
I think Saigon Buffalo was the worst team significantly in that game. Burst the Sky, again, one of my biggest problems I've had with Burst the Sky is it seems like sometimes their decision making is kind of boneheaded, and they oftentimes, even when they've got good compositions or bad compositions, they just kind of don't understand win conditions. That was a very rare opportunity for them to take a win condition for Ryuk and try to operate on it. And Glory dug himself out of a pretty bad situation with some individual play. Ryuk's laning phase didn't go great. Glory's laning phase didn't go great. But Glory was able to punish Saigon's mistakes. Ryuk was able to kind of punish in a number of ways to be able to get gold back for a team like this. And slowly over the course of the game, things really fell back into place, right? Where like Amine ended up in a better position. Glory was in a better position, things like that. So Burst the Sky felt like they performed more admirably. Saigon Buffalo gave way too many opportunities for them to really kind of put themselves in a much better position. But Burst the Sky definitely had the better play in this one. It wasn't a matter of Saigon fumbled the bag or something like that. Burst the Sky did legitimately do things that they needed to do in order to win a game like that.
And with that, we are heading into picks and bans. Burst the Sky, though, Marby. They've left out the Galio ban from Froggy.
Yeah, they have this time. They still have that one in the back pocket, so they can flip into that. They decide to force Houseman to play something different, which is fair enough. He's doing all right in these lane phase, and honestly, I don't think Galio is that scary that I don't really want to ban. But they are just all right. It's worked fairly well, and if they can run it back, why not? Keep up the Zaya.
Rebel, if you got a salty run back, is this then the juicy run back, the sweet run back?
I guess. I suppose. They did lose technically in game one. So I guess it depends which composition they bust back out if they decide to go back directly for it. They've given up Lee Sin and Kaisa if the side of Saigon wants to go back to it. Milky, I've got a question for you because you're a stats person. So currently Saigon actually, it's not surprising to me in the slightest that they lost a game here because they've actually gone for a full 3 games in every series but one. Do you know which team happened to be the one that they didn't have to go 3 games to beat?
I do, because I've actually written that down on my notes as a fun stat to bring up. It was Team Secret.
Yeah, good. I'm glad I burnt that before you had an opportunity to ruin it. So, yeah, Team Secret sucks. Bad team. Anyway, that's a shot at you, not a shot at Team Secret. I like Team Secret. This was a lot more interesting of a grab to snag very, very quickly. Yeah. Was a Callista out of what seems like nowhere. Now, the biggest thing, obviously, this is a flex for Froggy in the mid lane. Yeah. That's where we're expecting it to go more than anything else. But yeah, this is kind of a new pick, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's the first time they're split. I'm
I think so
fairly
too.
sure. And this does give a lot of opportunity, and this could be a very bold option to taking into it. Elio was a bit of an enchanter player in the past, but this seems much more reasonable up into a Callista, because you just point, click, and say goodbye.
Of course, Galio's open, so that's going to get
Taki.
picked up. And, well, I'm just putting it out there. That's a flex pick at the end of the day.
I really want to believe you that it is, but it's not.
I want it to be I feel like it's a Taki pick. It should be a Taki pick.
No one is going to advocate for not mid-game Galio more than me, but it's probably mid-game Galio. Like we're fooling ourselves if we don't think Alistar is going to get picked here.
I mean, we do have
Who
lands
picked
coming.
Alistair with a Callista, though? Like, genuinely.
What?
What?
Wouldn't that be troll?
No, it's one of the best
What?
options because
Okay.
you get to use the headbutt as a knockback into your own team. You don't have to waste it on the combo. It's great. It's fantastic.
Okay, fine. No, because I'm just thinking of it like this, that Callista's a very early aggressive champion, so you want something that is equally aggressive to pair with it, and Alistair doesn't fit that for me. But I agree that in a team fight, Alistair works perfectly. I thought Rebel was going to shout at me for a second. I got
I
scared.
kind of want to, but I'm not going to. I don't even want to have to. I don't want to have to get into a discussion about how Alistar is a flexing champion for somebody who knows how to play it. Instead, I actually really like the idea of a top line pick here for Hosma, just because it holds the information on what they're doing with their mid and their kind of support lane, and their ADC lane. If they decide to actually go for something, if they put the Callista in the mid lane, or if they go for a Kai'Sa, because they could always put the Kai'Sa in the mid lane too, because it's still available as well, and they could be hiding that still.
Don't worry, it's going to be a Twisted Fate Galio support, right, Marby?
Now, we have to see what Ryuk wants to take into this Camille matchup. Jax would be much more preferable to the Fiora in my eyes.
Why do you want Jax?
Or just go back to Tryndamere. It works. It can get well away from it. That's definitely not what I was expecting, but hey, it kind of functions as a denial of the Hextech ultimatum, because you can just doink Camille out of existence. Syndra would be
I think
bland.
I like this draft. Just because there's a Syndra.
Could have been a Teemo top lane, but yeah,
That would have been banging.
would have been banging. Better than Jax into Camille, by the way.
I thought Jack's skill matchup. GG, Saigon Buffalo won the series.
Whoa. What are we doing with
It's
this
a
now?
commit, so it's definitely a commit. It's
Is
probably
it?
Callista mid,
Vayne
Froggy
top.
support.
Is it?
It's not Camille support, surely.
Please, Taki. Please.
I think it is.
When the
We passed
champion
40
first,
seconds.
when the champion, it's not 40 seconds. It's the cutoff. What?
Oh, is it not
Okay.
40 seconds?
20
Okay.
seconds.
No, it's not 40 seconds. God.
Okay, but we were
20
past 40 seconds, which is what I said.
If it is Camille support, this is really strange, and I don't know why this is the case. I have a feeling we might get. Is there really no remake of Draft? Is this actually what we're looking at? Camille has not gone into the support role since she came out, and she was an absurd support when she came out. Like it was ridiculous. I remember watching her in LCS. I think it was big on Optic that really made the champion look just completely disgusting. Taki, where the hell are you pulling this out of? That's awesome.
What?
It is awesome.
Hell.
Marby, very quickly before I get predictions, what do you think is the win rate of Camille support across all seasons on the game?
All seasons, I think probably fairly like below 50%, and that's really because there was only one season.
It's 45% over 22 games. It has not been played once this season. Taki is the first person to play Camille support in season 12. Let's get your predictions in. Rebel, Buffalo, or Sky?
As much as I want to predict really badly, like BTS's composition is actually really well rounded here, but I cannot vote against Taki Camille support, man. I can't do it. This is the most degenerate composition I've ever seen, and I'm here for it, man. This is what VCS is all about.
Marby?
I mean, last time we saw that that Hasmed Vayne, it's pretty hard to bet against.
Well, there we go. Well, we're jumping into game. There's so much stuff to look out for. Carrix, you lucky person. Enjoy the game.
Woo boy! We have a draft on our hands, Rebel. And I don't want to steal your thunder, but Mordekaiser is one of my picks. He's one of like the 3 champions I'm actually good at. And everything pivots off of him. And I can't believe SGB had this ready, because Mordekaiser is a very standard answer into Camille Gallio. Because they go for the Camille Gallio dive with Zins out, you just yoink one of them and just stand behind your tower and say, what are you going to do? It literally doesn't matter. But SGB have the champion ocean. The Mediterranean Sea of Tarki's champion pool is there and ready. And I might have to come back to it as there is a collapse onto this invade. This is bad for SGB. Oh no, BJ's already had the flash. This is all 3 of them dying. Tarki over the wall. Okay, just the one of them dying, but still, bad start. But I just want to go back to this draft point, and I'm sorry to crowd you out.
No, you're good.
Because Mordekaiser can't play into Vayne. You see, he's already burnt the ghost, by the way. Like, he burnt the ghost in this bot lane play. He can't play into Vayne. Husband smashes him. Camille's just picked up a kill. Camille, as a support with a Callista, makes so much sense. She gets so much zoning with the ultimate, and then, okay, she can't quite be a Camille that you're used to in the top lane, but she has the added safety of the Fate's Call. She has that instant burst of just Camille walking up and using the Q, and then Callista throwing a spear to proc the passive. That's so much burst damage out of absolutely nowhere. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what happened here at level 1 with a hook shot. Rebel, I could go on for hours. I love this draft.
Okay. Hook shot from Hockey is what actually put this in the right situation. They didn't even need to burn the flash on like the members that they need. Like Hockey didn't have to flash for that, which is just so much setup that could actually continue to go through the laning phase. I'm really excited that they were able to bring out something like this. We always love that Saigon's got these creative picks. That initial play did kind of ruin BJ a little bit. It prevented BJ from getting out and starting the jungle off on a pretty good foot. The 1 kill did go to Mordekaiser, like you said, but I don't think it's that impactful because, like you said, this matchup is so hard to play against. It's already difficult to play against a ranged top laner, especially Vayne, because she's got so much ridiculous mobility and like power just innately inside the kit. And like you said, like Mordekaiser does not have an easy time in this lane. You can see that Hasmed is just bullying Ryuk underneath of his own tower. He's got the tower control with like plates being chipped away at. Hasmed just slowly can pick away at him like an absolute menace. And there's no punishment that's come through. I really want to see Drakthar get active towards topside because they need to make sure the Vayne doesn't just completely win the game for them.
Glory, he's okay. BJ hasn't revealed himself. So Glory steps back up, but there's no re-engage, but he's okay. And on the topic of the Mordekaiser into Vayne, I have a term, and we're allowed to use it on maybe this level of casting, but maybe I wouldn't use it on a higher one. I call it a Dota-style counter. Because we have counter picks in League of Legends. But over in the wild world of Dota, when they say it's a counter pick, they mean this champion makes the other one no longer exist. You may as well Alt F4. That's what Vayne does to Mordekaiser. It's a Dota-style counter.
you can literally see that without Ghost, Ryuk had double armor to start this laning phase and is currently at 9 CS.
You can't do anything.
9.
What do you do?
The wave is even too. Oh, well, actually, okay, the wave is no longer even. Hasmed has been, killing off minions. But yeah, what are you supposed to do? You can't exactly step up into this. If you take 3 auto attacks, you're taking like pretty solid chunk of your health bar. The double armor. This is why the double armor isn't really valuable either for Ryuk. It does take away some of the chip damage from like the auto attacks themselves. But it's not until impact actually comes up into the top side, and Drakthar hasn't been to top side, so kind of a rough place to be. Bottom lane also, it got itself off to a pretty solid start with the Camille finding the kill off in the beginning of the game.
Froggy level 5, by the way. Roaming top.
Yeah. Hello.
Predator. He's dead. There's no counterplay here. They use a teleport. He tries to flash away from the taunt. There's the unbreakable, so he actually will survive. The counterplay was, in fact, the teleport. Well done there. Drakthar could try and catch Froggy on the way back. This is a good play here from Sky. As I don't know what Froggy can do. This should be an easy kill as soon as the E comes back up. 1 second on that. There it is. He goes forward. He brings in the spear, and Froggy goes down.
And that's the roam. This is why I don't like having Froggy on Galio, because he feels the necessity to just go roaming and just attack as much as possible, which in this case is really good if you set up Hosmed in the right position, right? Like, as your Vayne is going, and Hosmed kind of goes crazy. But this was a position where, again, it means that Froggy sacrifices his laning phase and his well-being for that of the side lanes, which is a lot more indicative of what we saw inside of the winter, which wasn't a good look for Saigon. So I am a little curious if they continue this style of gameplay. I'm much more curious, however, what the Camille's decided build path is going to be, whether you go for a lot more AD, what the actual decision is. I'm really hoping for Umbral Glaive. It's one of my favorite cheese items on AD supports to be able to utilize, because it's a lot of
Look at
control.
the damage coming in onto
That's
Elio. He's lit on fire. He can get rendered. He goes down. Shogun doesn't survive, but Taki's going to pick up the third kill. No, they give it over. Oh, they tried to. But it does go to Taki regardless. I mean, you don't really need top lane farm when you just farm the enemy bot lane.
I suppose.
You just go to Divine
Taki's-
Sunder, a normal build.
It's also got to be really hard for maybe it is hard for the side of Sky, because they're like, oh, we'll just give the gold over to the support, but the support is now Camille. This was a setup where Taki found the initial play onto Elio, who had the Glacial but had to press the attack against it, and so that was the ramped damage. Aomine's flash was really strange to me here. Because it's a trade of 1-for-1, but you know you're gonna die in return for it, so it ends up being the 2-for-1. And yes, you get a kill as the Xayah, but I'm curious whether that's worth giving additional gold over for the potential of this snowball on bottom side, where Taki again just becomes a menace. There's a whole reason why Camille was banned from being able to kind of like be a jungler, and that's because of how much influence she had as a specific jungle pick. And this is a situation where like support as a position has a lot more map influence than what a top laner is usually going to have, because you're not farming as much. And so if Taki gets off to a big start, all of a sudden Camille starts feeling a lot more like jungle Camille and starts having a lot more influence on the map. And you really don't want that if you burst the sky.
I mean, in terms of Aomine's flash, I feel like against every other support, that's correct. Whatever, it's just a Leona or something getting it. As there's the Fate's call. Will they pick up? Ooh, no, Taki doesn't want this one, as it is a 3v2. This is bad for Shogun. Taki will be just fine, hookshotting away. They only killed the support.
You gotta prevent the shutdown from going through, and so they decided to do that with the ultimate as Drakthar, who actually came down on the coverage to make sure this was going to go smoothly. It kind of stinks because BJ was already on the way down to the bottom side of the map. Doesn't quite have the level 6 yet either, so that means Drakthar is on a pretty good place. Level 6 is also accomplished for Elio.
Taki
finds himself in the right
but
position.
they've got a Galio coming in. Kabam!
Wow.
There is a shutdown going over, so that is not terrible. But Froggy continues the play, gets the Justice Punch onto Elio. Almine answers back onto BJ. Froggy should be able to get away from this one, but overall, Sky do all right. Ooh, that backstep was scary.
Yeah, I was a little terrified an auto would come through from Amine. Maybe he wasn't expecting that, though, just trying to catch him, so not going to worry about that one too much. Both bot sides do end up getting cleared out, though, which means that nobody goes for the Dragon, which I think ultimately is favorable to Saigon, because, again, they didn't have their Callista, who's really good at helping confirm these objectives, and Taki was decently low after the play had come through, so perhaps the best timeline for Saigon. I know they ended up losing out on that play, giving the shutdown from Taki over, but they needed to make sure the Dragon wasn't going to get taken. This was really interesting. Like, they've got a Camille Galio combination, and I completely forgot about it because we've been so focused on the fact that it's Camille support. That like maybe that was the whole intention of this in the end anyway. They were like, oh, we need Camille Galio, and then they're like, Hosmed, play this, and he's like, wait, Vayne is such a better angle, and so they're like, all right, any takers? Anybody want this? And Taki's like, I'll play it.
Ooh, BJ, not the greatest bit of mechanics there, as he kind of missed everything. In goes the Mordekaiser into the Death Realm with BJ. Might be able to pick up that kill. No, BJ flashing over the wall. They come back to reality, and there it is. Hosmed moving forward. The first kill will go over to Taki. I thought he was meant to be a support, as out comes the ultimatum. Elio is getting made into a pincushion, but the feathers answer back well. Shogun, very, very low. Taken down. We've been talking a lot about the Camille, but so far I'm really not impressed with the Callista.
Yeah, the Callista has not looked great for far from Shogun, which is it's kind of tragic because, again, this champion is It's a lot different from what it was back when it was meta. There was a time and a place where this champion was used pretty much for its early game power exclusively, but now with some of the modern itemization that's available, it actually scales pretty decently into the later stages for like what your uses are. This game has fallen by the wayside, I think, partially because Taki's picked up some gold, and partially because the Xayah just is a tough matchup with Crack at the beginning of the game. Yeah, BJ can't miss that. That's a pretty tough one. Gets pulled in by Ryuk as well to the ultimates. I really loved how Hosbid played out this situation, because Hosbid ran back into the pit. He was kind of able to put Ryuk into this wall, allow them to focus a little bit better as Froggy fled through the top side. And this was the re-engage from Shogun and from Taki coming in here, able to get some execution. But unfortunately, they just don't have follow-up, because again, everybody's kind of dead. Hosmed was already low, Froggy was already low. It was Shogun and Taki that were the only two that could reinforce a play like that. Both bot lane showed up at the same time. It was just a health war that unfortunately was won by Sky before they had arrived.
That's very true. Now we are in the position of Almine being given the keys to the city. Traditionally, that's been good for Sky. This is going to be the classic Yulwei and Carrick's bias. Almine is a really good player. We love this man. As Drakthar going in onto BJ, but he's given a path out by Husmed. They're just sending Mordekai's. They're just saying, you probably are better off in the 1v2. I think they might be right.
Yeah, they're probably correct. I don't know that Ryuk actually even just beats Camille in the 1v1 at the moment. It's a little bit precarious to think that. Yeah.
I mean,
he's got two levels. But...
Yeah, but with the 30 CS, like, Camille has more gold.
Yeah.
So not great, but this is going to be a good Herald drop. Sky, they're actually navigating their way around this wacky draft super well so far. Ooh, the hook goes in. Husband's in a lot of trouble. The Galio wall is all that saves him from the damage from the Victor. BJ doing some Lee Sin magic, trying to make space. Does it well. The tower actually survives, but surely it will just be for a moment.
Yeah, only on the next wave will it definitely fall. Oh, wait, they're not even going to push for further. They're really worried of the reinforce from Taki, I suppose. They lost quite a bit of health on this push. They lost quite a few cooldowns as well. Only things they had left were Ryuk and Drakthar's ultimate with just a bit of health pool to work with. And so, and because Ryuk's to the other side of the map without teleport, he can't reinforce this. And so it just means that Sky have to walk away. Shogun shifted out of bot lane into mid lane just to try to punish, which it gives Glory such a faster way to like re-aggress. It is going to be a plate, at least in the back pocket of Shogun, as a trade-off for the Rift Herald in the top side of the map, which was used by Sky in an attempt to push down that turret. But this, it actually opens up quite a bit. There's going to be more plates traded back and forth. Taki's going to help take this. They might get this tower. Yeah, I think they're just going to get this here. That's kind of crazy.
You know that meme where it's like the guy and his like sidekick, but the sidekick's like really buff, and it's like, we will go to the top lane now. That's the bot lane for SGB right now, because look at Taki's items. It's just a Divine Sunderer.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. It's just normal top lane Camille.
It's just top lane Camille being played in support.
Yeah, this is insane. It's a little bit crazy. Yeah, this is almost what I would have preferred to see paired with the Senna from the last game. Could you imagine like a 4-1-1 Camille alongside the Senna when it was farming to its fullest extent?
Husmed? What on?
Hello?
Okay, Husmed, that's just lazy. He uses the ultimate now. I mean, it doesn't matter. The Vayne ultimate's not a super long cooldown, but I just don't know what he's doing there.
Yeah, it's a little weird. Okay, Vayne is still actually on bottom side here, but Mordekai's are switched back to top side. This feels like a mistake for Ryu, because now all of a sudden a fight can ensue, and they've got advantageous numbers.
Almine locked in the cage, follows the flash. Taki doing a lot of damage, despite just being that support. Drakthar coming on in with a good ultimate. They will actually kill Taki. Drakthar has absolutely smurfed this play, as does the knockup from the Nautilus, but it just doesn't matter because the damage from Husband is beginning to come in. They get the dragon as well, and now they move in onto Elio. Nautilus sent to the depths. Glory could come in just to get a one-shot onto the Galio, who uses his ult, I think, to give a magic damage shield. He was giving the shield. Didn't work out. I think he should have just kept running. But kind of smart.
Yeah. At least forethought was there from Froggy to see if he could actually accomplish something. But ultimately, a good play for Saigon nonetheless. It was a dragon attempt coming out from Drakthar. And again, this overload on bottom side was a byproduct of, again, Ryuk has Ghost and not teleport on his lane. Like you said, Drakthar actually smurfed pretty hard right here to be able to work with. He got caught up in this initial engagement. And yes, they got to play onto Taki. But everything got so spread out one after another. Everybody kind of fell like dominoes over the course of the fight, including that bottom tower. Now Shogun, I is in the Death Realm with Ryuk, but Ryuk is losing that hard.
Yeah, no, you can't Death Realm Callista. You can't do that. She kites you forever. Back when Callista solo lane was a thing, because, I play a lot of Mordekaiser, I would sometimes, be that B1 pick and it's solo queue, so no one's picking for me. So I'm just like, all right, whatever, I'll lock me more. Oh, cool, Callista solo lane. I'm just gonna dodge. No point. I'll take the 30 minutes.
Something about Mordekaiser versus ADCs in a solo lane seems to be a problem.
He can't deal with it. Ranged matchups into Mordekaiser are just miserable, particularly mobile range. He can deal with things that aren't particularly mobile, but if you've got any mobility, Lamau.
And this is a game where that's definitely... there's quite a bit of that in spades here, actually, on the side of Saigon Buffalo when it comes to mobility, especially their ADCs, because they've got two of the best for that regard, which is quite nice. Looking across the board also, just kind of taking stock of where Sky is at versus where Saigon Buffalo is at. You have Drekthar on a pretty powerful... He's got Gordrinker. Actually, bottom side, just Glory.
Yep, yeah, he's just super dead. He'll just try and get some more farm. Yeah, that's all he can do. Really well played there by SGB.
Which is necessary, really, to tell you
Froggy caught out. There's the Nautilus ult being used. He uses... Where did he go? Oh, he went into the Callista ult, of course. And now he comes in with that Hextech ultimatum. Husmed dives in, wants to try and find Elio. As they've called in the reinforcements, Drakthar will be the one to fall. The Blast Cone getting the rest of Sky out, but BJ means to cut off their escape. And he's got a Predator to join him. But with that timing out, no, they do keep going. Ryuk is being engaged on, uses the backwards hand to try and get it done. The Death Realm not available, but he will be visiting it as he's taken down on the top side. Almine was hunted down by Husmed, and the crossbow did its work. Glory TP's in, needs to be a little bit careful though, as there is a triangle of doom being set up, but it's going to move to the Herald instead.
There is a problem that is occurring right now for the side of Sky, which is a similar problem to another team that Saigon Buffalo was playing against, which is that Husmed is disgusting on this Vayne pick. And this Vayne pick has not been slowed down pretty much at all. Nope. And so you'll see Husmed poking into fights every once in a while. And you think to yourself, oh yeah, they killed Taki. Oh yeah, they got Shogun. Oh yeah, they got Froggy. Ultimately, the person you're paying attention to in a composition like this for Saigon Buffalo is whether or not Husmed is able to kind of 1v5. And Husmed is slowly getting to the point where he can 1v5, which is not ideal. Amine doesn't have a lot of interaction. You actually see this. He was out of the brush and got quite a few feathers, and it didn't matter. You can see how much damage Husmed had and how much, just kind of additional benefit it is to play the solo lane Vayne over top of even the incredibly fed Xayah when it comes to just the 1v1. So they can break this into a bunch of little 1v1s where Husmed's able to kind of focus one target down at a time, which it seems like most of these fights have led to that. Vayne is going to be able to command. Vayne is going to be able to kind of work her way through a fight very, very easily.
It is really true. And I think they have to do that, is the thing. An issue that Sky is coming into there is that who does Mordekaiser death from? They need to go front to back fights, right? They want to play as standard as possible because, as you said, it's the 1v1s where Husmed shines. BJ tags up but won't take it. Who do you death realm? You can't death realm Vayne, she kills you. You can't death realm. You could death realm Lee Sin around objectives. That's always good. But if it's not an objective, Galio, I mean, he won't kill you, but you probably won't kill him. Callista kills you, and Camille kills you.
I think Galio is your best bet.
Galio's the best option.
I think it's the best option because it's the CC on the team.
He's taken Taki.
He disagrees against Taki.
Yeah, and I mean, he does do it well, as he's going to pick up that kill. No hook shot available. BJ unable to help.
Tough situation.
Ooh, tagged up as well.
Actually,
this is bad. This is really bad. I think you all die now. But they do trade one back. Froggy goes gold. Husmed and Shogun are here with a good flash. But another excellent hook. Elio is playing so well.
Why are we fighting in a straight line?
And yeah, now you're fighting into the Xayah, but the CC is good enough. It's a triple kill for Husmed. Oh boy, you said this is Husmed 1v5ing, and here he is.
We are fighting in a straight line directly through the tri-brush. This is exactly what you cannot do into evade. You are asking for a stormtrooper. Can somebody get a stormtrooper sticker that I can put onto Sky? Because again, you don't fight one after one after one into Hazmed, but that's exactly what they did. They found Shogun and they're like, hey, ADC, gotta kill. That's not the ADC you want. You want the other one. You want Hazmed because he's the one doing all the damage, and you weren't able to deny it. And instead, you lose the massive fight. You're going to lose the Infernal Drake because the redeploy is going to come out much faster from BJ than Drakthar into this Dragon Pit. This was a start off, which was Ryuk, of course, finding a pick on Taki as Taki and BJ looked like they were trying to set up the Dragon. And again, Taki collected so much gold at the beginning of the game, we thought he was going to be a lot more kind of imposing. But again, without farm, he's still behind in terms of itemization, so it's a little bit difficult.
There's one thing I want to point out just when it happens, because I understand what you're saying. You're not wrong that they're one by one into this. But look at Almine. This is a really bad choke to go against Zaya as well, so that's why they're doing it. But it's Froggy landing the CC that breaks everything open and allows Hazmed. So, which is why
I want Ryuk out in fights. Yeah, Ryuk needs to press the ultimate onto him in fights, just because that's the person that's going to cause probably the most strife for you is Froggy, to be able to allow more time for Hazmed and even like Shogun and BJ and Taki to put more damage into the enemy team, because he's the one with all the CC. Because if you're not respecting Froggy's positioning inside of a fight, like you said right there, Amini's in a great position to funnel some feathers inside of Hazmed or anybody else inside of a choke point like that. But if you get CC'd, or if you're not respecting where the Galio is at, you're going to get punished by his positioning, and it's going to buy more time for somebody else to put damage onto you, which is just not what's not good for what happens in a game like this.
100%. And this whole thing I would have to talk about another time is Taki finds an angle to go on in, the Featherstorm immediately being used, but he is unable to pull the feathers back as Froggy locks him down for so long. Ryuk comes out of the Death Realm, goes back into it, but alone that time as the kills are flowing in its glory. The last man standing. They're not going to dive onto him. The Fate's Call is just used just for safety, but that's just going to be Baron. And can we give credit where credit is due? This all comes back to Taki being willing to play Camille support.
It's kind of crazy to think of the kind of flexibility that these people, that like the players on this team have. The fact that like Hazmed's got this Vayne top in the back pocket to be able to work with. Froggy's pool is the one that I always wanted them to explore a lot more with, but Taki appears to be the one that they're actually exploring and experimenting with, especially inside of this series. He's been crazy with the amount of champions that he's been able to show just today alone. And if you're able to compound that with even more champions out of the mid pool, I think things could get really dicey for being able to draft against Saigon Buffalo, who already have some of the best drafting that we see inside of the VCS of its own volition. So this team only continues to get more dangerous. This team fight was set up really well. I love the way Taki played it, because you get immediately onto Amine. He can't leave until it's already too late for him to, but it also split the team up so hard so that like nothing could really come about. There was no way to attack Saigon Buffalo as one cohesive unit to any extent. I will say not getting onto Victor was, if you put even a little bit of damage into Victor, you probably get mid tower on top of the Baron, which is quite nice. But outside of that, that's my one knock on Saigon Buffalo, is that they weren't able to contest Victor's positioning at all, and he was still full health by the time that the fight was over to be able to keep them away from any sort of structure damage and any additional gold going into their pocket. But again, we're splitting hairs here. Saigon Buffalo playing the fight great. We're just waiting on them to be able to continue to use this Vayne effectively the way they have the majority of the game to win out a game like this.
Yeah, and again, I've still got my eyes on Ryuk. He Death Realms the Galio. I mean, you don't get anything out of this. Maybe you get the kill when he comes out, as he can tag him with everything else, but it's a good stopwatch there to dodge the Death's Grasp, and they're just going to walk out. They're going to kill Ryuk. This has been a really bad Mordekaiser game. Just to put it out there, as a Mordekaiser player, he is not picking his ults well. He is not timing them well. In that last fight, just ult Taki. Just ult Taki and your Zaya walks away.
I agree. Not to mention, you don't use that ultimate preemptively, no? Like, you cannot use it in a game like this, especially when you know the enemy team is going to have, like, a very set strategy. You cannot remove Galio and be like, I'm going to kill the Galio in the Death Realm. It's just not going to work. Like, all he has to do is stall you out and prevent you from killing him, and then there is no reason for you to have ulted, the Galio in the first place. That was the person we prescribed as being the one you need to ult. You got to do it in the middle of a fight, or you have to take the Camille, like you said, as the target lockdown for the Hextech Ultimatum. Both of those are good options here for Ryuk, who just has not been able to figure out what to do with his Mordekaiser pick yet.
For sure. And also the value of a defensive Mordekaiser ult. You ult there and just walk away. Just walk away, because then it stops any play from happening. Like, okay, it might feel bad that everyone else is just looking at those little, like, circles of fire, just Oh, they're just looking at each other. But just, oh, walk away. Now no one can stop you.
I will cut Ryuk slack for this game specifically because he got absolutely did dirty by this.
Oh, he absolutely did. No question.
I'm gonna give him.
There is no universe where you're looking across and going like, oh yeah, all they have to do is lock it. Oh my god, it's a Camille support. Like, yeah, not really his fault. Elio once again landing a lovely hook there onto BJ. Up goes Froggy, down goes Froggy as he gives everyone that magic shield, gives them all the knockups, goes golden for a moment. Taki doing a good job as he tries to take down Drakthar. They do it well. Husband now charging into the fight. The knight has come and he's ready to hunt as he goes gold for a moment, has the shield from the shield bow as well. He gets another kill. They've taken them down and that's an ace in Saigon Buffalo's favor.
Man, I don't think that Shogun's even the best ADC on his team right now. I think Osman might be the best ADC on his team right now, man. This Vayne is disgusting. I love the fact that he's got this top lane pick
Taki top Husband
ADC. That would be a hard flex if they were able to get Shogun into something else a little bit crazy. But yeah, I mean, the fact that Husband's got this in the back pocket, he's one of the few top laners that's actually willing to take a bunch of draft resource and actually use it to abuse the other top laner. And the fact that they've got members of this team like Taki and like Froggy, hopefully, that are able to kind of consume picks like this and just make them work no matter the situation to flex for a team. So you could put yourself in a position to get not only a Vayne that works inside the confines of your team fight, but one that smashes the laning phase this hard is just an amazing thing. Saigon Buffalo didn't need to be like insane this game. I don't think they played this game perfectly by any standard, but the fact was all they needed was for Hosmed to go crazy this game, and Hosmed went crazy this game. There was no aggression against it that Drakthar could find to salvage what happened with Reeve. Really big props to them for that kind of versatility.
Well, we are going to go straight back over to the analyst desk, and both of us will be going. Milky has had to step out. We knew it was coming, don't worry. But before we go over, I'm going to hit you with an old VCS quote. Panda, I've heard you say this probably upwards of 50 times. Did you know that Husmed started his career as an AD carry? And Marby, welcome back. What was your take on that game?
At this point, I'm convinced that Saigon Buffalo are going to need a new support because Taki doesn't want to play that anymore. He wants to be a top laner. He played Shen. He played Sion. He played Camille. He doesn't want to be support anymore. But yeah, it was actually a really nice fight back from BTS overall. But that Vayne absolutely got out of control, and Ryuk, like, yeah, you can't do much within the lane, but the ultimates did not help salvage team fights, and it was a bit of a rough one as the Husmed got unleashed. But they put up a nice early fight, so I'm not too disappointed with BTS, but just Baden outsmarted.
How, like, look, we have given VCS coaches grief for drafts in the past, and we have given BTS's coaches grief for draft in the past, but no one in the world is looking across from that draft and going, yeah, they'll pick Vayne 5th here. No one in the universe. That is impossible.
And even if you see it, you're not thinking it's a Camille support. That hasn't been a thing for 5 years.
It's insane. I love this team. How can you not, like, people accuse us of being biased towards SGB. How can you not love them? They just played Camille support. Come on.
You can't, man. You can't not love Saigon, dude. It's too good. I'm convinced today also. So right now, in terms of support pools for champions that have been played by every single support, the leader was Zuhao. Zuhao had Renata Glask in the back pocket. Taki was at 6 before today. Played 3 unique champions to tie him at 9, and hasn't bust out Renata yet. Hasn't put out the Colin, which is a shared one as well. And he also bust out, again, Shen, Sion, and then also Camille. Which of those are going to get back by Zuhao? That's impossible to do. If we're talking about just support pools alone, disrespectful, because Taki wants the crown, I think, over top of Zuhao this season. And there's no way he's matching him after a day like today.
Absolutely wild.
Reach deep into the jungle picks.
But I think... I don't know. I don't think there's too much to say about BTS in Game 3 because it just comes down to they pulled an ace out of their sleeve in draft. Like, okay, yeah, BTS, you got blindsided by that one, but everyone gets blindsided by that. No one you'll expect it next time. The question is, SGB, the people they still have their eyes on are GAM. GAM dismantled them in the BO5 that they played recently in SEA games. Now that we've got another look at SGB where they had a shaky game too, it's only making me think GAM are unchallengeable. What do you guys think?
I think like if you just play flat out standard, I would still favor GAM.
You can't play standard
80% of the time. But the drafting is so wild, so crazy. They can just do whatever the hell they want, and they can pull out a lot of stuff that's just very, very good and can completely change the whole game around.
Rebel, do you have any dissenting opinion?
No, I think it's a position now where like Saigon is winning on the back of a couple of things because they've showed very good gameplay, like in game number 1. They've showed creative drafting, like in game number 3. It's a question of being able to put those kind of pieces together and start having both consistently good games and consistently crazy drafts or things that you have to plan for ahead of time. If they can put those together, that's when all of a sudden I think GAM has to start being more creative with what they're doing right now. But until those two come together for Saigon or for any other team in the league, GAM is just good enough on their own right now to handle either of those individually. Good games will be good games, and sometimes you'll beat GAM if they make a mistake. And good drafts are good drafts. Like, I'm pretty sure last time Saigon played GAM in a best of 3 here in the VCS, that game 2 was like also a Vayne top diff more than it was pretty much anything else for those two teams. But GAM ultimately, in the end of all things in best of 5s, probably does not get beaten 3 times off the back of those two things individually. You have to be able to put them together. And when Saigon figure this out, or again, Cerberus is able to figure it out, Team Secret maybe is able to figure it out, then GAM can start sweating a little bit. But until then, I feel like GAM's way too entrenched.
Well, speaking of GAM, they will be playing in our second series up against SBTC. It's a both ends of the table are playing, but SBTC, they did make a deep run in SEA games. Maybe they're a better team than their record would suggest. The last time they played GAM suggested maybe not, but hey, we don't know. We'll have to see what Hanke can do. Hanke, I know you're in the chat. You have to do something more fun than Camille support. I'm just saying. Get on it. You got about half an hour to think. And speaking of half an hour, that's about how long our break is going to be. So don't go anywhere. Or maybe just go make yourself a coffee. VCS English will be back in just a bit for our second series of this Friday night. See you then.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe as I dive in. Bloodstains washing underneath the waves. A beat reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. Where do I go? Tell me where do I go? Where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side. Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push to heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Welcome to the climb up. Reach for the summit. Visions brave, the one falls, steadily the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push to heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Get it on, go.
Welcome back, everybody, for the second series of tonight. I know it says Milky below me, but that is wrong. I am not British. I am Carrick's, but with me, correctly, is Marvinogi and Rebel. We have a hell of a series in front of us as GAM is taking on SBTC, an SEA Games Finals rematch. And Rebel, you look very upset. What's wrong?
Hey, you caught me off guard with the "I'm not British, I'm Carrick's" joke. It's just got me out of nowhere.
But look, we have to take. There are two ways to look at this series. If you only look at the VCS, this is first versus eighth. Not great in terms of balance, but we know that SPTC was putting a lot more effort into SEA games than they were into VCS. Now that SEA games have concluded, do we actually think their performance is going to pick up very much, Marby?
It should pick up a little bit. I feel like they can definitely cement themselves around that 4th, 5th spot. I feel top 3 is still out of reach, but I think they can get to a level where they can at least try and challenge Secret for that 4th playoff spot.
I mean, I think actually getting to the playoff spot mathematically is pretty hard. It's not impossible. It's still got a long way. But in terms of how they actually look as a team, I definitely think that's possible. Rebel, I know you're a little bit more down on SBTC than maybe the rest of us are.
Yeah, I'm not a massive fan of SBTC. I think trying to figure out DNK versus Spot has been something they've been doing all split, and they've been kind of going back to DNK more recently than anything, but I think Spot's been fine. But 2T, in my opinion, has just not worked out as a mid laner so far. I know they probably want to give him a lot more time to give him more chances to develop. It takes longer than just one split to become good at the game, I guess. But 2T has not been impressive to me. The team hasn't, I don't think, been able to use Celebrity to the extent that they need him to. I don't know. SPTC feels like a team that like they had an opportunity to be really good, which is why it's easy enough to say like, oh yeah, they could definitely reach for a playoff spot. But they lost so much momentum on the front half of this split by losing to teams that they shouldn't have. I mean, they took wins off of, I think it was exclusively Team Flash, and then SPTC also beat Luxury in a 2-1. Which are the two teams like sitting below them in the standings, and then they're tied with Burst the Sky in terms of game record, but they have the head-to-head loss, so that means they wouldn't be in front of them in the standings. So when it comes to second rotation, I mean, they're going to have to beat all 3 of the teams below them, but they have to find a way to beat Secret too. And that, to me, is probably the hardest thing, is whether or not SBTC truly is competitive with Secret after what we've seen from Secret, which I just don't believe is the case. I don't think it's abnormal to expect them to take a 5-6 spot, but I think expecting them to push past that would require a pretty massive shift in what they've been able to accomplish so far.
It certainly would, but I mean, today's a big test for them. I don't think we expect them to win a game. I hope I'm not putting words in either of your mouths when we say I think all 3 of us predicted GAM 2-0. Yep. I don't think that's controversial, but I think if they can make the games close, then that shows a lot of positive improvement. That gives me hope because, I mean, Secret didn't make it close. Secret kind of got run over by GAM. GAM runs everyone over. That's just kind of a fact. Looking over at GAM, one thing to keep in mind, DivKid's playing. So Styles out. I know last split, this was something we actually wanted them to play DivKid more. I think our conclusion, and again, cut me off if I'm misrepresenting you, I think the conclusion of the analyst team was they're both really good, but DivKid's a little bit better. But they went with Style into this split, and Style's been great. What do you think about this decision to switch them back?
I think it's because they've secured SEA games. VCS kind of is just the cherry on top at the moment. Plus, they've got a really nice lead in terms of match scores. They can throw DivKid some games. He's fine. I don't think matters anymore.
I wonder how much of this actually does have to do with meta swapping, because we have 12-5 drop, which means that we have all these new ADCs that are popping into the meta. And how much of it is DivKid's ability to pick them up versus Style's ability to pick them up? Because, like, obviously, it seemed like Style was probably the preferred Zeri player between the two. But if it comes to, like, Kaisa and Ashe, I know DivKid's been around for quite a pretty long time when it comes to, like, how long he's been playing competitively. So, I don't know. I feel like it's possible that that's potentially the idea behind this, is just like the two of them could potentially share a pool that is different from one another, as to the point where, like, okay, putting in Div Kid versus putting in Style could mean very different things for draft, which is important to me. It actually, as we're starting into second rotation and second kind of full round robin, I want to see the teams that pick up the meta a lot faster. SBTC is somebody I'm looking for, because that could make a massive difference between them being able to beat teams like, you know, potentially Team Secrets to snag what is the 4th spot, and being the teams below them consistently and not adapting to the meta and falling and potentially even dropping into like 7th or 8th place because they don't get along fast enough. So GAM is somebody I'm keeping an eye on, especially for Div Kid now today, knowing that he's in. SPTC, I'm keeping my eye to see if they're actually able to pull that for the back half of the split.
For sure. I think one thing I'd like to see, and maybe this is the spirit of your way possessing, is I'd like to see DivKid play center. Because I think being able to play center is a really good ace in the hole, because it kind of just means that anything that gets picked in the draft could suddenly be a center support, right? Like a support with a center, I should say. That might just be the spirit of your way possessing me, because I think it's a really good little twist to a draft.
Yeah. I think another one that's sort of on the fringes that hasn't really broken in is Tristana is also pretty comfortable. You can use that. That's been a favorite of DivKid as well.
Big DivKid pick.
Yeah, I think honestly we are seeing Kaiser return into the meta. So DivKid's been around. DivKid has those reps on those champions. The meta point seems pretty tangible.
So one thing, we do have it confirmed that it's going to be DNK playing for at least game 1. Rebel, you touched on this before. Do you like that decision? Because I mean, I think Spot probably has the higher ceiling.
It's such a tough place to be, because you know the kind of ceiling that DNK is capable of bringing as well. Because like DNK has shown the ability to like full carry games when the time comes, or when he's on something that he's comfortable with, or when he's on something that like actually makes him feel like a champion, or feel like a player that's doing things on the map consistently. We saw that with Nocturne in the previous split, when he had those very limited number of Nocturne games that kind of got popped out of nowhere during the winter split that he kind of went crazy on. I don't know. For me, it's so crazy to think, because DNK, you have these marks of excellence, but Spot, I think ambiently, you've put it on where it's like, okay, Spot has just been better, I think, consistency-wise, over top of DNK, and still has this massive ceiling as a potential rookie to come in and develop to a level that DNK just isn't at right now. So I don't know. Maybe SPTC is in more of a win now mode because they're trying to compete for a playoff. And if that's the case, maybe they don't want to take time and give Spot more place to grow. They instead just want the immediate output that DNK is going to bring with his experience. But if this were like a year, if they're playing for probably world contention, I feel like Spot would be in instead of DNK. But this must just be them trying to compete for spring playoffs.
Fair enough. And I mean, SPTC, very storied history in the VCS, despite being one of our newer teams. Definitely wanting to get towards playoffs. This is a team that is massively popular within Vietnam. Their owner, just for context for our viewers, their owner is, I think he's like a massive streamer in Vietnam. So they've got a lot of money behind them. They've got a lot of hype behind them. And their first 2 splits were dumpster fires. There is no other way to put it. Particularly that first one. Oh my word. 15 years of bans and a prison sentence. Not even a joke. So SPTC making playoffs would be a great first step for the sort of rebirth of this org. We'll have to see if they can actually do it. I think they're on some track towards it, but Secret, as we've alluded to, is the big roadblock. Over for GAM, this is sort of the question I always ask you guys when we have a heavy favorite, is what do we want to see out of them that makes you more confident for the rest of the split? Because winning 2-0 means very little.
Flexibility. I think if they can win convincingly on some more off kilter drafts that aren't your standard picks, I think that's always nice to see. Alternatively, if they do go for a standard, it better be extremely dominant. But I tend to prefer, if you're going for this, you're running DivKid, I think you're looking to be a little bit more flexible and try something new.
Yeah, I agree with this. I want to take this even into another like wheelhouse. Today, I feel like you're not playing successfully if you're playing exactly the same thing that you were in the previous patches for the side of GAM, like what you played in C games before like the patch changed, or even further. You go back 2 weeks and we were on like 12-2, 12-3 inside of VCS. You don't want to be playing anything near what those compositions were looking like. I don't care if today you're playing only a handful of modern picks or you're picking mostly like new stuff. If you're testing stuff into the meta that exists in this patch, so like if we're seeing like Urgot for Ki at top lane, if we're seeing like Levi on anything that he's got, even like a Karthus or something like that, if we see Kadi with something in the mid lane that's a little bit crazier, if we see Div Kid on some of the new ADC picks, if we see the Senna and B goes for something crazy like a Camille support, that's what I'd like to see today, whether they have convincing performances. Not because it's just interesting for us, but because I think it's really important that GAM starts showing a little bit more flexibility in the draft. Because to me, that's the one weak point that they always consistently show, is that without some crazy jungle pick for Levi, they find themselves at the mercy of the meta, like necessary to their kind of just idea as a team.
And I mean, I think one thing I want to throw in there is I'd actually like to see them play slow. We have the joke that GAM ends every game before 26 minutes. I'd like to see them maybe take a little bit longer. Maybe play a slow early game where they don't pick and play to stop the lanes, because I feel like that's sort of the one realm that they're not tested in as much, is entering the mid to late game even. You can't really engineer it to enter behind unless you really want to limit test. Maybe not that, but entering it even I think would be interesting, because GAM is sort of the pride of Vietnam at the moment, even though there's some hiccups with them going to MSI. But that is how we want to see them improve. We should be heading into draft right... Oh, never mind. Going back to the casters. They teased us. When it comes to draft, let's get down to brass tacks. What are some actual picks? You mentioned a couple there. You mentioned the Camille support. Only SGB is doing that, Rebel. What are some actual picks we want to be seeing?
So realistically, Zach is actually quite strong if you can defend the first clear, and we have seen Levi pull that out quite a bit in the last couple of splits. So that is definitely an option. Similarly, Shyvana also works quite similarly with that same build. Gets the approval from Rebel.
Yes.
So you can go into the jungle and try and pick up some sort of AP tanky engaged jungler from there. And that sort of frees you up for a few more enchanters, perhaps, because you don't have to rely on them for your engage. Cardi can play whatever the hell he wants. We know that.
It's true.
But
yeah,
I've got that jungle focus on mind, I guess.
Yeah, Shyvana, not just in jungle, but in solo lane, is a disgusting champion, and I'd like to see more of it. I'd love to see Levi go, instead of to early access, like you're alluding to, Karex. If they're playing a slower composition, I want to see something slower. I want to see like Evelyn or Karthus or something like that in the jungle. I know Malice plays a bunch of it inside of NA Academy, and like he literally gets like 5 banned every game because of how good he is on those champions. And those are champions that fit into Levi's wheelhouse. I'd love to see Levi bust out some of those things if they're going to play slow. And the thing that I'm still harping on, the number one thing, GAM's weakest lane has been Kadi, I think undisputedly by everybody. He's not playing bad, but he's the worst lane. Put him on an enchanter. I want to see Soraka mid lane. I really think that it could do such wonderful things for GAM that if they have like this insanely powerful jungler and then just like utility bot in the mid lane, enchanter in the mid lane with this massive health pool for everybody on the team, how are you supposed to beat them? Like, what are you supposed to do when your weakest lane now is just this massive powerhouse team fighter that you can't do anything against? It's a very similar idea to what like the set was back in the day, but instead of being like a very aggressive lane pick that like can kind of dominate and then you become just a brick house for late game, instead you're this dainty enchanter that's got decent wave clear, decent poke to start with, but then has this humongous map altering wave clear or like a healing potential that forces the other team into bad itemization. Like it's such an insane thing that you could throw in if Kadi can show just a little bit of that.
Yeah, I mean, at the risk of being removed from C9, I agree. I think I'd love to see something like Soraka mid, maybe even the Ivan mid that we did see earlier in the split. I think it suits GAM. I think it suits GAM really, really well. Kati is not your carry. On a lot of teams globally and in Vietnam, your mid laner is such a huge part of carrying you. It's just not true of GAM. Cardi is not that player. It's not to say he's bad. He can be that player, but he just isn't. It's Levi. So, easy enough. We finally, I think, have a draft. So we can stop waffling. We can get down to brass tacks, and let's head on in.
Waffle.
Waffle. Yeah, more of a pancake kind of thing.
Hungry.
Honestly.
Ah! Banished from broadcast. Bad opinion.
Nah.
Pancakes
Anyway.
are just worse waffle. What?
They're different. They're just different.
They're not.
They serve different functions.
No, they don't.
I like toast for breakfast. Toast and eggs.
All right, that's fine. You can have worse food. You just can't say that pancakes are better than waffles.
Do you know what I can say? Is that that's a lot of ADC bands.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Oh, sorry.
I can say that. That's true.
Okay,
That is
well,
true. That's a
I've gotten
Graves.
two
I
of those
hate
jokes
it.
on
I
this
hate
game.
the Graves first pick. What? Whoa, I don't like that.
You got Graves probably. Galio, what is happening?
We are
Why
just
we
turbo
zooming?
drafting. We are zooming. Catch up, analysts.
All right, we've got a
Okay.
karma to sort of try and
Yes.
deny that Caitlyn pick. So I think if that's going to probably pair alongside something like a Jin.
Non. This is mid lane karma. Mid lane karma on modern patch. Very good.
Could be.
It could be.
I've seen it. I've seen it a ton.
It could be
Well,
top
it could
lane.
be either, but I've seen it. What?
That's the truth. I called it ages ago.
What?
Kiaya also plays a pretty mean top lane karma, though that would mean Graves jungle, which is pretty icky.
Yeah, okay. I look, I'm still really lost on this Graves first pick. It's not that good.
It's really not.
So, I mean, if we see a Tryndamere band, that probably indicates that it is going to lean into the top side, but I mean,
Okay.
Graves alongside a Karma mid doesn't feel that bad. It's a little out of date, but functional?
Can I just get this opinion from the two of you? Because I need Nautilus out of support. This
I
is
hate
the
him.
most boring
I hate
champion
him.
of all recorded human
He's so
history.
boring.
Can we please make Nautilus a jungler again? Nautilus was
Or a
so much
top
better
laner.
as a jungler.
Or a top laner.
laner. Get him out of support. I'm sick of this being permapicked. Like,
Laner.
The thing is, my balance philosophy is for champions like Leona or Nautilus or Renekton that are just always viable, I'm okay every now and then just break their kneecaps. Just be like, yeah, his hook has a 45-second cooldown.
45 seconds.
Yeah, like... it
Just
feels
for a patch or
kinda-
two. Just for a patch or two, just break his knees.
Yeah, honestly, kind of okay with that. I also really hate it because while this Karma has those flex options, it is very likely to go into that support, and you have just kind of given away this Caitlyn lane to sort of nothingness by going for this Nautilus. You can't really pressure in if you'd gone for something like a Lux and Morgana, these standards. Unless you're going to do some flex with the Nautilus, which doesn't work because he's been gutted so
Nocturne.
much, he only functions as a support. Yeah.
There's no aid.
This Tryndamere pick kind of will force Graves into the jungle. That is an unplayable match up top for Graves. So Levi probably forced to maybe mid lane Graves, something crazy. It's not unplayable. Like it's a very karty style champion. I actually wouldn't mind that.
It's actually how it started in solo lane
it's true,
too, so
yeah.
it wouldn't be shocking. And into Galio too? Oh yeah, wait, that's a dub. What?
That functions.
That's actually a
very
fat
well.
dub. I'm actually
That's a
really
good
into this. I'm actually really into this potential.
No, it still works. They just
No, it doesn't.
As long as they pick, I mean, Nar is bad. Also, I definitely agree with that. But they were still the hope. They locked in another jungler, but they're not going to do that. They're going to pick Ari, who I'm honestly kind of surprised made it this far down.
Oh, is Cardi playing Pike mid? No, it's set mid. Okay, I'm fine with that. I'm fine. With
Is
that.
it?
Actually, no, I think it is.
Probably set support.
No,
I
I
think
think
it's
it.
It works in either position
I
because it's
think
two melees.
I'm just
I don't think
basing it on
matters.
what the hovers were,
That is
because they
true.
did hover Ari, and then I mean, but
yes.
Pike is. I don't know. We'll have to
80?
find out. We'll have to find out.
Evelyn? Middly? Oh, come on.
I
Who are
mean,
we picking?
I actually think Viego is the perfect champion for DNK. Maybe not in this draft.
No.
There are some issues in the draft, but DNK as second man in, going in behind like the Galio and stuff, picking up a soul and then getting resets, I think it suits his playstyle really well.
Perhaps, but I feel like if you're just going to wind up on if your goal is Viego, just
Pick
play
it
Spot.
out. Yeah, that's true. That's fair.
Play
but-
Spot. Spot's much more consistent than DNK, but I would say the difference is he kind of is a lot more limited on what he plays. But Viego's definitely one of those champions, so...
So it does look like it is going to be set in the support role. I like this. That is a mean level 1. Probably want to wait for level 2 just for Tristana. Like, level 2, flash, face breaker, Tristana jumps forward and puts a bomb on you. You just die.
Yeah. I also like this a little bit more because it means you're going to get a little bit more extra damage out of the Karma, and so it's not just a full AD topside. And that helps as well.
I can appreciate that despite all of the things that we theory crafted GAM is being able to take in a game like this, we got so many of them wrong. But take a look at what they decided to do right. Kadi on an enchanter in the mid lane. Woo! They did it.
Also did kid pick Tristana.
Yeah, let's go.
I was really the only one that was wrong. Basically, both the analysts were right, and the play-by-play caster isn't smart. The universe is at balance. And also, my name below me is Milky, so who's really copying
You're just trashing Milky right now. Every prediction you get wrong is another win for every country but Britain.
Exactly. But I do have issues with this GAM. I do have issues. Okay. I don't like Graves Jungle. We'll have to talk about it. We'll have to talk about it when we're in game, because me and Rebel are going to take it over there. I just need your prediction very quickly, Marby.
I'm going GAM because I can't bet against them, but
it is hard to bet against GAM. But anyway, we'll talk to you again before the next game, because it's just going to be myself and the lovely Rebel Fox bringing you this game. I still wish you'd get out of my walls, but
I was in Secrets walls for so long, or not Team Secrets walls, Team
BTS.
Yeah, BTS's walls earlier today, so I was out of your walls for a little while.
It's hard for me to tell.
Unless you're BTS.
It's hard for me to tell. You're in my walls. I don't have cameras in there.
I know you don't. I take them all down. All right, can I just say for SBTC, L plus 4 melee champions, plus 2 side lanes to play for, plus no one to dive for Galio, plus only sole AP is Galio, so bad comp.
Plus ratio.
Plus maidenless. I don't know. Like whatever else.
Paulette, where are you going?
Hello, Paulette.
He's slowed, but does he just
wait? He did the thing
good
though.
Good flash.
You did the thing though. He rocket jumped right on top of Paulette, and Paulette almost died. That was your prediction, no?
Yeah, I'd said at level 2.
Yeah, see, look at that. Oh, level 2. Well, they're jumping the gun. It's fine.
This does mean Levi steals away the blue buff, so vertical jungling could be online. That is very scary for the bot lane of SPTC, because that aggression is still possible. Set doesn't have his flash, but he does have a Hex flash, so it's definitely still able to activate some face breaks. It is going to be full information, and Paulette's dead.
Not yet.
He's dead. As he goes down, DivKid gets the heal and jumps away. I actually think if he had jumped onto Celebrity, they kill him. It's very scary fighting a Caitlyn in a bush, to be fair. But I said level 2. GAM one-up me and do it at level 1. Twice.
Yeah. I mean, if Paulette's just going to give it to him at level 1, then, like, why not take it, I suppose. But that's kind of the whole point of taking...
Oh, no, Levi's here.
Oh, hello.
Kiaya has died.
Okay. Now, the benefits... Oh, actually, hold on. Can they fix this at all? Celebrity is just stuck here. That's the thing. They could just continue to proxy this and prevent Celebrity from doing anything.
They could.
That
I also
would be
feel
hilarious.
like if Celebrity gets spotted, he insta-dies, but he does manage to sneak his way up. Let's see what happened. Oh no, we're not getting a replay of the top side. We're going to see the play that we already saw. But yeah, I mean, I thought you waited for level 2 for the bomb, but you don't really need to, I guess.
See, the reason you know that was going to be successful is because I believe B at level 1 flashed is set as the support, which means that was going to be a winning lane. That's just how the two, 100% correlation between those two. If you flash at level 1 as set support, you know you're going to win the laning phase, because that's how that works. I don't know what happened topside. I have to assume it was a byproduct.
It's just a dive. Yeah.
Hello, DNK. Level 2? Really? Okay, well, we're ganking Gnar at level 2. Punish the Gnar.
Yeah. I mean, not much Kiaya can do there. Maybe not the greatest flash in the world, but they did punish it. You like to see it. Enpa continuing the punishment as he bears down Kiaya, flashing forward and kaboom! Don't pick that.
Thank you, Enper. Finally living up to what I saw at SEA Games. Because again, Enper at SEA Games was a completely different player than what we've seen this split so far. To the point where like Emperor was clowning some of the better top laners, including Kiaya, which is happening in this game, finally living up to that. Because again, I hyped it up and I told everybody, I was like, yeah, Emperor was clowning Kiaya. And I feel like nobody believed me after the first couple of weeks. But here we are, because now, 2 games in, it is an R pick, of course, that he's playing into. And once again, Paulette just has to hook away.
Yeah, doesn't get the bomb reset there for Div Kid, so it is just going to be a lot of damage on Celebrity. This is not what you want happening in a Caitlyn lane.
Why?
This is a real shock. Oh, Celebrity! Careful, careful. He's got the face breaker, flashed away from. But once again, the Caitlyn is getting denied. And how reminiscent is this for Enpa? Enpa actually wins top lane fairly often. You know, remember that Riven pick? He dominated on that pick. Didn't win the games, though.
Of course not. Oh, he actually just smashing Kia. I kind of under his own tower right now. It's a rough place to be if you're the Gnar. This is why we don't blind Gnar. Or I guess we didn't even blind Gnar. You picked it directly into the trend.
We did. Down to the bot lane we go. It's a good hook onto Levi, getting his flash immediately, but there's so much damage onto Paulette. Is he going to die to the bomb? He is. Levi's going to die to the shots of Caitlyn, though, and that gives DNK a body. Good flash into the jump by DivKid. Gets back over to his team. He doesn't have access to any damage, though. He goes down. DNK. Oh, that's not how I would have used that jump, mate. I would have probably gone forward, but I mean, the problem with Viego pre-level 6 is he can't get out of the bodies. So maybe that would have been risky, but in the end, SPTC respond well, and they're 2 kills up.
They do. It's a fight on the bottom side where GAM is continuing to attempt to punish Celebrity, and I really liked what B was doing here, because B was able to keep Caitlyn completely out of the fight until the last possible second. Underneath the tower, Paulette dies, but this Q is able to pick up a kill for Caitlyn, which is kind of bad. And then all of a sudden, numbers are even, and there's no way to actually get onto Celebrity, who's got a red buff, and so they just have to kind of turn tail. The Tristana's still low range, still doesn't have many cooldowns, things like that, and so it doesn't work out in the end. I get the idea here.
Carty!
Wow.
Breaking ankles! Oh, he gets away as well.
Enchanters, man. They're the best mid laners. They really are. You can't gank them. There's not enough space. What are you supposed to do against Kadi right there? If you press his Alt W, then there's nothing happens. Kadi didn't even use his ultimate. How did that happen?
He wasn't 6. He wasn't 6 when that came in.
He doesn't need to be 6. He's Karma. He had the ultimate up the entire time, which means he didn't even press the Mantra W, which is like, it's literally like a 40% health swap back into your character that like Kadi didn't even have to use during the course of that play. Didn't use the E, didn't use the Q for extra damage. I don't know what happened right there underneath that mid tower. We're going to get a replay, thankfully, because we missed the majority of it, but...
I mean, everything's landing.
Oh, he did use it. Okay.
He did use it. He's just got a short cooldown. It's just back up. Yeah,
oh, wow.
Just back up.
Yeah, that was just a short cooldown. Okay. Yeah, kind of crazy. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. And again, that's the reason you don't dive mid-Karma, because obviously she's got good damage at the beginning of the game, but that Mantra W just makes it impossible for you to really chip away at her health pool fast enough, especially with the Galio in your back pocket, then the champion to be doing it with. But here we are, underneath the mid tower, giving a kill away to Kadi, who's doing fine in this game.
Yeah, we use the phrase like in their back pocket a lot. When just to sort of help with the phrase, you know, you say you have an ace up your sleeve. When it's a Galio, it's more like having a 2 up your sleeve. It's a lot worse.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where it's like, I wouldn't call it a 2, I'd call it like a 7, because sometimes 7s can be high cards. You have to be really bad to have 7 as your high card. But it can sometimes be a high card, right? That's the best thing you could say about it, as opposed to like an ace up your sleeve, which is always guaranteed. The Galio is something that, again, I call it dumb baby jail for mid laners here that aren't performing particularly well, because it's just, it's you saying, I'm not playing for laning phase, I'm not doing anything for myself. I am just going to be playing for everybody else and fighting whenever they decide to fight. And 2T, unfortunately, has been deserving of dumb baby jail in this kind of split, but it does kind of pain me to think that he's locked in this position without the ability to put himself in a better place by playing champions that he might be comfortable with, like Vigar or something like that I know he played earlier on, that might actually get him out of the dumb baby jail in the first place. So,
is Gnar dumb baby jail for top lane?
Yes.
Oh,
Gnar is dumb baby jail for both top laners because it's ranged, and so you feel bad either way.
Yeah, true. This is going to be SPTC picking up a Herald, though, so they're feeling pretty good about themselves. It was traded for a dragon, but they have a very strong top side. Nothing GAM can do about this one.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're pretty happy.
I thought Emperor actually had the Rift Herald, and I'm like, that's a based move right there. Literally, you just play anything on the bottom side of the map, and if anyone responds, then he just kills Kiaya, and he drops the Rift Herald of his own volition and just pulls solo tower gold. But they decided not to. They put it into the pockets of DNK, which feels... see?
Well, he killed Kiaya. That part happened. Levi is on the way, but Emperor's pretty quick.
He's very quick, yeah. And honestly, just die to the tower. Give the kill to Gnar.
Just leave. He's going to get the execute.
We're still too early, I think.
No, he's not.
What? Oh,
Dude,
no
it was
way.
ages. It was ages.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, it has to be 10 seconds. I know for my ARAM expenditures, that's 10 seconds. So it really was 10 seconds from when... I
think
guess
about
the ultimate prevents damage the whole time.
Well, Kiaya wasn't hitting him. Kiaya was like, he's altered, but he's got the tower on him. I don't need to hit him. I just need to run.
Yeah.
So he wasn't taking damage.
He's not going to take damage from him anyway because he's too low of health, which is completely reasonable on behalf of Kiaya. But yeah, I wasn't even throwing that timer in because I was like, okay, he's still taking damage. He's still in ult form or whatever the situation might be. So that's definitely going to count into it. But yeah, that's actually really, really good from Emperor to be able to do that. Another notch in the pelt of Emperor for just his continued dominance on top side. And another reason why they should have actually given him the Rift Herald in the first place. Because again, if he's able to do that when there is no Levi on top side, there's just a cracked top turret. The whole top turret goes into a Trinity. That's completely worth.
100% it is, but even just getting the kill is good enough. He's already a large way towards his Gale Force, and once the Gale Force comes in, it's just solo kill city. We need to see this bot lane for GAM get a move on. They need to get a wriggle on if they're going to actually offset the top lane hole.
Yeah, Levi's not on a ganking champion, so there's that. They tried to put a little bit of the clamps down onto Celebrity and Paulette, but it looks like DNK is going to try, alongside 2T, to break this bottom lane open to put
Levi's
some gold into it.
They're going to try and go in onto B, but he's playing a set, and there's the reset for the jump as well. 2T, well, Dumb Baby Jail was escaped for a moment, but certainly returned to as the Galio just gets absolutely destroyed. I don't think they can find anything more, not with the Viego lurking around. But that was not great by Galio.
No. What needed to happen, I think, is they needed to wait for DNK for a play like this, and there's a lot of reasons for that. Emperor, are we really doing this again? You're just going to continue to flex on the Gnar?
Yeah, he just kills him. Tryndamere.
Why would he care? Tryndamere, by the way. Good champion.
Sick.
And another situation in which Emperor solo kills Kiaya and would have absolutely used the Rift Herald to top tower had DNK not snagged it away. There's a reason why I called it based. Based in logic, bro.
I would like to remind our viewers that Gnar was picked into Tryndamere.
Yes.
This was not a Tryndamere counter pick.
Yes, this was not ideal. And you see, oftentimes Gnar gets picked into like melee champions when they don't believe that they're going to be punished in a melee range, like into Aurelia or not even necessarily Aurelia, because Aurelia is supposed to be a counter to the Gnar. But even things like Camille, I've seen like the Gnar picked into what seems like very illegally because of things like this that can happen. But Tryndamere is the champion that you definitely do not want to bleed it to, and yet here's Kiaya unable to stop what is the bleeding into Emperor at this moment, just because. Again, he's got like plated steel cap. He has a chance for more armor. He didn't have to.
He's just
gonna kill him again, probably too. And yet, where is the DNK Rift Herald drop? DNK is only just now redeploying with the last Rift Herald in his back pocket.
Yeah, I mean,
not long on it.
I mean, he has to use that like now. He's got seconds. If this expires in his pocket, I'm gonna go feral. It expired in his pocket. I'm gonna go feral.
Go feral?
Oh no! It did get dropped. It did get dropped. It's okay. It's gonna get
thank God it's going on to Galio too. Dumb Baby Jail is gonna get the gold. That's what I like to hear. Wow. Look at that. Wow.
I'd almost like them to give the solo gold over to Viego.
Yeah,
why give Galio anything? Just give it to Viego.
Why step Galio closer to that? Yeah, there's no reason for it. At that point, it was just the Viego getting gold. Again, the best option here was to give it to Emperor and just let Emperor solo kill tower with it. But at least they got plates, right? Like they put the
coming in. So show gets stopped. Can they reel him in? No. Uses the Heartbreaker to get out. 2T is bound up. I don't know if they have the damage for it. Oh, yes, they do. They certainly do. But on the bottom side, we saw that B's roam was abused.
Yeah, it was DivKid getting run down on the bottom side. And now, despite the mid lane push that's inevitable to come out here, I'm curious what's going to happen. This was DivKid. DivKid. How was he on vision? How did Paulette see him?
Because he was hitting him.
Was he? Why was he thinking? What in the world? You're hiding in the back brush because you don't have a support with you, and you're just gonna auto attack on Nautilus? Like, what in the world is happening? I'm so lost. This game is so confusing to me, Carrix. What is happening in this game?
Well,
right
I
now?
did say I would like to see GAM practice going into the late game even, and I said it's hard to engineer a situation when you go in behind. GAM, once again, showing that they are better than me, because they have engineered a situation where they're going in behind.
I have many things about this game that are just like they're poking me in the brain right now, and I don't love it. But it is kind of cool to see GAM in a very different position than we're used to seeing. Hello, Emperor, back into the top lane, killing Gnar once again. There it is, easy enough.
Does he die? No!
Hey, DNK, what's up, man? Where's the Rift Herald? Wait, you saved the Rift Herald, right? Right?
No, they don't even need it. It's just going to be first tower.
They don't need it. But...
It is traded on the bottom side. I think, GAM do pick up a tower of their own, but it goes on to the Karma. Certainly nowhere near as threatening as a 5-kill Tryndamere.
Yes.
I'm confused about what is going on here. Have we ever seen Kiaya play this poorly?
I don't even know that he's playing poorly. He's just getting stat checked by Emperor over and over again, which is it's his fault for losing at the beginning of the game, I guess. And obviously, you shouldn't find yourself in a position to be auto attacked to death by a melee champion either. But he's just tickling Emperor. Emperor doesn't have the ultimate, but there's still not much you can do because there's 2 champions sitting in front of you. I'm really surprised DNK took this long to realize that this is literally all he had to do. Bottom side, you have Caitlyn, who's got more wave clear than Tristana to begin the game when you got Q and stuff upgraded. And when you've got an Nautilus around it, it's kind of hard to dive. You've got a Karma on the other team, which you're not diving most of the time anyway. I know that Levi made it look threatening at the beginning, but he's just been farming up for the most part anyway as well. The only place that really had impact that really could go for the side of SBTC that you needed to get going was top lane, and Emperor's been doing it himself. I feel like DNK could have just continued to capitalize, made sure Kiaya had absolutely no effect in this game whatsoever at all by just sitting up here. And again, the Rift Herald would have been a very valuable tool to throw up into the top side of the map, but I'm not going to keep harping on that because the second one's already available. And I'm sure that Shirley isn't going to go to waste the way that the first one did, right?
Well, to be fair, I probably wouldn't drop Shirley top now.
Not anymore.
Yeah, not anymore.
Well, I mean, if you put it in Emperor's pocket and they put
give it to
again,
Emperor and
just
put
Kiaya in his way, he cracks an inhibitor.
True. But I honestly think you just put Emperor in the bottom lane now.
That's fair too.
And
let him
vibe down there. He can run a Karma down. No worries. As this is going to be the second Herald given over. This is GAM routed in a way we've never seen that. Well, not never. We haven't seen them routed like this in a long, long time.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to see how they bounce back, if they can at all. As Cardi, I mean, you're hitting the tower, but Enper kind of showed how you really hit a tower.
This is a strange decision for Karma to go for Ludens here. I know you don't build the support stuff anymore, so you don't build Ardent and you don't build Staff of Flowing Water and things like that. It's not like a support Karma mid. It's like a typical more mage type Karma. But I see Leandries a lot more, and I feel like Leandries is a lot more valuable when you're playing against a Galio who's got a lot of health, a Nautilus who's got a lot of health. Your empowered Q is going to do a lot of damage with the Ludens, but that's it. That's what you've got, is that one empowered Ludens. So I usually prefer to see Leandries in a situation like this for Kadi, but
I'm going to go so far as to say I would have preferred a Moonstone or something. Maybe not a Moonstone, but a support mythic. Because I feel is it Coma? I think I can't remember. It was one of the Crane coaches over in the LCK that has said pressing empowered Q past lane phase should get you benched. It's E every time. It's E.
Yeah, empowered E is very good. Unless you're in the process of dying, in which case the W will literally kill somebody else because they think that they can kill you and then they can't. Because
W is sometimes okay.
Well. But E is definitely the superior one, I agree. Which is why, again, support Karma isn't what I've been seeing out of Karma mid lane, which is a little confusing to me as well, just because I'm like, okay, I feel like it's just stronger. But I don't disagree with you. Yeah, even if you're going to build more mage items afterwards, I feel like it's just you just build for something. Moonstone, you build, Cerelia's. Cerelia seems pretty good in a composition like this, especially into, again, for melees.
Yeah, you have a Graves. Cardi adding that little bit of damage doesn't matter. You have a Graves, you have a Tristana. What is the Karma damage? Who cares? Why do you need Ludens? I would have really liked to see a bit more of supportive Karma, but nonetheless, this is standard. We can't flame him for it.
Now, we haven't considered the possibility of if he hits Caitlyn and then we get to say bonk because it hits very, very hard because it's a Ludens empowered Q.
I mean,
right?
to be fair, if it hits Caitlyn, someone needs to bonk Celebrity on the back of the head and say, hey, can you stand behind your 4 melee?
I'm going to take a wild shot in the dark and say maybe we complain at Paulette for not being able to body block it potentially as well. I feel like it's more likely Paulette's not in the right position than it is the Celebrities in not right in the position. Maybe that's me being salty that Paulette has not been good for like 3 splits in a row, but I'm willing to die on that hill to start with here. If he wants to prove me wrong, feel free to prove me wrong. I'm happy if Paulette is the one that is causing, or that is doing well, and Celebrity is the one that's causing problems. So I'm willing to take that statement back once it proves true.
Yep, we will see. We will see, because despite this 5-1 Tryndamere, it is only a 2k gold lead. It's going to grow a little bit as this charges in, gets another tower. That actually takes it up to pretty much the round 2k. DNK caught out a little bit, but B's not able to find his way onto him. Kiaya about to go mega, could try and redeem himself for the lane phase, but a lovely Everfrost there out of 2T stops any plays.
Celebrity. Flash? No, Kiaya unfortunately is a coward.
Carty comes in. Oh, he got the book! He got the book! As 2T gets reeled in, he goes down and Levi's on the hunt. He guesses with the collateral damage and he guesses wrong. Somebody has a tower to retreat to, but GAM just up Baron.
It's like Connie weaved a niggly spear into the middle of his team. It happened. He hit him with a bonk. I knew it, dude. We said the thing, and it happened. That was kind of incredible. I wasn't expecting that kind of damage output to literally drop Celebrity to 10% health. At least they've got the other side of the map going here with Emperor, because otherwise this would just be an absolutely disastrous play. Because it seems like maybe Inhibitor Tower at least.
Oh, there's a TP. I mean, if I was,
Right?
I almost think could have killed him, but I guess with the rest of GAM backing, you don't want to go for
you don't
that.
want to take a chance.
Paulette flashing forward to try and get onto Levi. This should be an easy kill with 3 members here. I don't think there's much he can do. DNK takes some damage, but no ult to finish him off. Good shutdown.
Yeah, nice little pickup at the very tail end of that play for SBTC to recover a bit of the gold that you had just lost, especially because now Dragon is on the table and you can slow down the stacking from GAM if you want to, because there is no smite potentially to take that if DNK can get over there quick enough. Or if Emperor just takes it out, right? Yeah. I'm really completely dumbfounded the fact that we were talking about how Karma Q should never hit Caitlyn, and then out of nowhere, just boom, right in the middle of an entire team. And whose fault was it? I will be the first one to bite my tongue. That was not Paulette's fault. It probably should not have been Celebrity being there. They probably should have had somebody capable of blocking that one. But here we are in a position where I don't know whether to blame Celebrity, but I will take it away from Paulette. Paulette, my apologies. It was not your fault. That should not have hit Celebrity, but it wasn't because of you. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm just saying, there's something about me and your way. Maybe it's just the original VCS English duo. We've got some warlock powers. When we say things, the opposite tends to happen. Your way has to tweet them, of course. I don't know why he's slightly weaker. German, probably. I don't know. But anyway, moving back into the realm of seriousness.
I had water in my mouth. Okay, what's going on? Oh, actually, this is incredible across the map being siege. Somehow, Cotty has gone from being like what we called a weak point on the desk, which was a sentiment shared by all of us, to now being like one of the most fed members. He's at like 10 CS per minute on the Karma. He's going completely crazy on this right now.
That he absolutely is, as him and Levi linking up. Paulette? Okay. Went fishing, but in comes DNK. This should be an easy kill onto Levi. They have so much lockdown for him. That is a dead Graves. Now Carty desperately trying to clear the wave. I don't know if that was the right decision, as now he's got a Nautilus bearing down on him. Will bind him up with the Q. DNK heartbreaking in, throws a Q at him. That's an empowered Q instead of trying to use anything else. DNK just dies.
That is, DNK does not die. Carty dies. DNK took his body. DNK is not dead yet. Checkmate. But it's a position where, like, yeah, I think the use of the Q was really disastrous right there, just because it did nothing for you. Oh, Celebrity actually takes some damage from Div. Get a little love tap right there, pushes him off the tower. But importantly, again, Cotty using the empowered Q, I think, was problematic there. You wait and you use the empowered W just so that you can actually get the healing back once the play comes through from DNK, especially since the ultimate was used to cross the wall.
Getting it started. He's got friends coming in. This might have been a bridge too far because he already had to use the ultimate. Bold.
Really
to say
was
the
going into
least.
2 members.
Yeah,
Too much CC between.
Yeah, exactly. Too much CC.
Mhm.
In the end, it's just some ultimates. Not the worst thing ever.
Is that a stride breaker, Gnar?
It is.
Wow. I don't disagree, because again, if Trinivir gets on top of you, you need to slow him down, and that's a really easy way to do it. But it's a throwback to like old school stride breaker that was really good. We got like sets in this game. Like these are like some of the best stride breaker abusers from back in the day that we're actually getting in the back.
I miss when stride
Another
breaker
rap
was good.
here.
SB moving forward. Ooh, Paulette buffered the anchor there, but in comes the rest of SBTC. They immediately blow up the Gnar. DNK gets his reset. Can they actually turn this around onto B? They can. That's going to be a kill for Div Kid. Now they just need to find a way out because they don't want to let them Cardi. Lovely little sidestep, but he can't get another one. And Div Kid, he malfights into the back line and he can't pick up the kill onto Celebrity. Disaster.
I'm not exactly sure what actually blocked enough of the
They're all
damage right there
dead!
to prevent them from coming through. Levi, he's going to die as well. That's the fight. It's the end of the fight right then and right there. SPTC have done such a good job. They're up 16-7 in this game, Carrix. How are they up that much? And they're only up about 3,000 gold at this point in this one. They've got 5 towers to 4 as well. I guess that's part of it. The biggest thing is GAM opts to this fight, and I thought it looked really good for them to kick things off. The backline 2T threw in a good amount of CC to be able to die time for DNK to walk through the backline. But they just barely don't have enough damage into the single target. DivKit isn't quite at the point he needs to be to really break open a fight like this. You could see the damage there. Kadi once again getting caught slacking with the ult Q. But as soon as DivKit jumps in, I was terrified. I was like, he could kill Celebrity. Celebrity lived that because DNK threw the shield onto him. That's what it was. DNK took over the body of Kadi, threw an E on top of Celebrity, and prevented Celebrity from taking damage at the top end of that one. Okay.
Huge play.
Huge. Yeah.
And this is such a shame from Cardi, because you asked why is the gold so close. Part of the reason is Cardi. He's farming like a monster. He is carrying so much gold, but if he hits Empowered Q one more time, I have Hanke on Discord, I will tell him to burn his bed down.
Oh my goodness. And again, he's got full AP, so an Empowered Q is okay in certain situations, but in situations like that, again, you have to be more mindful about using your Empowered W to get you out of the bad situation so a fight can continue, right? If you don't die there because your Empowered W comes through and the damage was there after the Q had come through, after you threw it past the person that was getting onto you, which I think was DNK, all of a sudden DivKid kills Caitlyn, it gets a reset city, and then DivKid start going crazy. You can actually add for re-entrance from Levi into a fight like that, and it turns into a 3v3 where you've got a Karma and 2 ADCs. You're okay with that fight turning out in any fashion that you want it to. But the situation in which Kadi goes down is one that led to the dive from DivKid not ending up working out. And so it just, again, comes down to that. So I'm on this weird dichotomy. Kadi's playing incredibly well, but also there's just like these brief moments where Kadi's making boneheaded decisions that like could cost him because he's using the ult Q instead of using the ult W or the ult E.
We have a collapse here. They're just going to turn onto Enper. They want to make him press R. They do it. B, locking him down for a long time, throws out the showstopper into the Haymaker. The Tryndamere goes down immediately. Nothing really accomplished. 2T immediately going low as well. Has to go gold. DivKid finds a lovely jump out. And it is all GAM in this fight. It's only the one kill back for SBTC. Can DNK get that changed? He can with one. Paulette throws out a hook as well, but Kiaya going mega. Throws the Gnar, trying to get onto Celebrity. He dies. The rest of GAM managed to evacuate, but SBTC with a good collapse.
And again, not quite enough damage. DivKid took too much at the beginning of the fight to really step back in and be able to carry a fight like this one. If he's on 4 items, probably this fight looks completely different because all of a sudden Tristana is able to work through just about anybody and has the range to contest for the Caitlyn on the backside of this fight. This started off with Enper going in, I think, way too early compared to his team, because you can see only just now did the teleport start coming through. 2T is just now coming in, and they're able to attack against the backside. I thought B did a good job of just making sure that angle was cut off to some extent. 2T got kicked out by DivKid as well, who was able to reposition to the back of the fight, but again, being so low made it difficult to step back up and put potential damage into Celebrity or into DNK out of fear that the ultimate of the Q would come through, and that's a large part of the reason why, unfortunately, this fight went so awry for GAM despite having a good start. And it's because, again, DNK has really gotten to go, like, rack up gold on this pick. I know you called this being a very good pick for him and being able to 1v5, and I think you're absolutely right about that fact. And you've seen it in Fight and Fight again, 7-0 and 7. DNK is putting in some legitimate work in a game like this. Hello. I think Mr. Carrick's missing at the moment. So I guess
Rakan muted my mic. I'm not even joking.
Rakan muted villain.
He hit it with his mic. His wing. He is a villain. I was saying DNK is someone I've been very harsh on in the past. But I'm happy to see him stepping up on a champion that suits his playstyle. As here is the Baron play. It starts off with a good taunt out of 2T. They're doing a lot of damage onto Kiaya, but I'm not sure that's the target you really want. As in they go. He gets a good gnaw into the wall onto 2T. Can they blow him up? They certainly can. Wow. And now DNK soloed out. Has to heartbreak over the wall. This was just poorly put together by SBTC. Enper's the next target. Still has ultimate. Gale Force is away. But now it's GAM with access to Baron.
Yeah, I think a large part of the reason this actually went so poorly for SBTC was legitimately Kiaya, who had such a bad landing phase and went down so many times during the course of the fight. But his Meganar prevented the people in the pit from going in. What happened?
Goodbye. That's so much gold for GAM. They need to roll. Just get out.
Yeah, that's a really tough situation. They just blind hook. They know that.
Can they stop backs?
Oh, wait.
Paulette could suicide to stop backs here.
Stop one, stop two. Trainermir's in the base, and should be able to
one
get an
got
inhibitor.
back. No, I don't think he can. One of them got back.
All that matters.
And now they're just going to pull the fight. B, show stopping in. Paulette is going to get immediately blown up. He's got a full bar of grit as well. Galio ult should ensure the kill onto DNK. It was a good ace in the hole to make sure that happened. As it's 2 kills for Celebrity. They don't kill Enper either.
How is Kiaya challenging?
That's game,
here?
I think.
It just might be. They've got 4 members coming in here. Yeah, Kadi will be up, and he has a lot of wave clear to work with if he hits an empowered Q onto multiple minions. It's possible.
It's a huge...
he could probably one-tap Emperor from
this
this
level
smart. Too.
This is smart. Don't risk it.
Yeah, this is the right play. Yeah, this is the right play. They're only up about 3,000 gold. They're actually, they're only up about 3,000 gold, somewhere in that regard. I think even a Baron might end up being risky if Celebrity's still too low. Emperor doesn't have ultimate quite yet. It's only half up. And so if they catch one Karma Q, things could go very disastrously.
Someone needs to stand in front of Celebrity.
There's Kadi right
got
now.
An angle on this. I'm scared. Oh, kabonk! That one was a flash at least. It's kind of forgivable. Kiaya completely misses the Gnar. The wallop hits all of nothing, but it doesn't matter because B is here to show why we hype him so much as he locks down 2T, puts him in the cage. Gnar picking up that kill. Now Paulette on the run. Your predictions were good. Baron was a step too far.
Kadi is just... that's insane. Again, fight again. It feels like there's a mistake that gets made by Kadi out of nowhere that, like, costs potential if he does something just a little bit different. And then you have a play like that where he flash ult Qs into the pit and just one-taps Celebrity for the first time in the game, bringing him down completely, opening up the Baron before the side of GAM as they look at this massive respawn. And it's going to turn this game once again back into GAM's favor. As this gold lead is going to be flipped completely on its back. This is objective bounties that are still available for GAM because they are at the deficit in a game like this. They set themselves up for third dragon at minimum when the time comes. It is looking really good. They're getting their Tristana onto later game itemization as well. There's so much value in being able to do this. But
I need to slow you down for a second. Because we are in a situation where everything you're saying is correct. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
you're a genius. Sure. I love you. I want to kiss you on the lips. But SE just lost Baron with a 9-1 Caitlyn, a 5-2 Tryndamere, and a 7-0 Viego. What's going on?
I will be direct. It was partially because of the health bar differences that had come about from the fights previous. Part of that is because there is no lifesteal in Celebrity, which means that he greeted and he did not take the lifesteal runes from the precision tree. Shame on you, Celebrity. He also went for lethal tempo instead of going for fleet footwork. Another thing that could have given him just a little bit of sustain. And that cost them quite a bit. And if it weren't Celebrity that did that, obviously it had to be Enper. And if you remember, Enper was actually who they were shooting that at. That's who Kadi was aiming before he had to flash out of the way. And then it was like the Q AoE that actually ended up tagging Celebrity to do the full damage. Before anything else came about. And that was, again, another member that you can't really lose in a pit like that. But it was an over-aggressive play. I know we called them and saying going to Baron is a preferred play here as opposed to, pushing for the end or something like that, which I think was at the time. But as soon as they knew that Kadi was going to come back and had an angle on the pit, which I don't think they expected, that was when they kind of lost everything altogether because they weren't ready for what the Karma was bringing.
And this is the GAM magic. They shouldn't be allowed to play this game. Seriously. Like, okay, everyone will look at this and go, oh, it's 2T's fault, it's 2T's fault. And he's not having a good game on Kino. No. This is poor, but it's not really his fault. He's 1-8. That doesn't tell the story. What is happening here is GAM has a 6th member of their team that is an invisible Twisted Fate that just presses the ult because they always find the hole. They always do it. It'll be SE are doing everything right, but you can't be everywhere on the map. GAM get 2 towers.
Ooh.
GAM get 2 towers in bot lane. All out of nowhere, every time. I don't know how they do it.
It's incredible to watch this team actually be able to find successes where you don't expect them to really do anything.
Paulette, they find Div Kid.
He's dead.
It's just a one shot. There's nothing to really get from this. If they get Cardi as well, it's huge. Okay.
Yeah, they do.
The thing to get is the game.
I guess B is running for the base at this point, but you can see Levi and Kiaya are on opposite sides of the map pushing two side lanes. They try to hold mid, but...
He has Baron recall.
Okay.
They can't win. They've only got 1 super minion. Yeah. They can't end the
game. Doesn't have ultimate either.
They don't... see, they get these 2 good picks, but there's nothing to get from it. There's nothing here. It's just 2 kills.
Yes, it's a matter of also, again, Dragon had already gone over. They actually got the 3rd Dragon, and so SPTC is closer to the soul point, being able to utilize that, which is crazy because they really desperately, on the side of GAM, needed to deny this. This is 4 melee champions. I've said that multiple times, and they've now got 3 Cloud Drakes and almost a 4th for a Cloud Soul, which is it's an absurd amount of movement speed that you've got in combat, out of combat, whatever the situation might be. And you really don't want to be giving this over to a team that has this many melee champions because it puts them in much better position to be able to just like outright carry through a game. Now, all things considered, we are approaching what is effectively hyper late game, which is like 5th item territory for just about every single champion across the way, which is insane to me. Just how much we've been able to put gold into a game like this and have impacts the way that these 2 teams have. But we are getting to a point where it ends up being what is 5-on-5 territory with maximum itemization, where we're getting there for the Caitlyn. It looks like both ADCs are just going to be going for a Guardian Angel as their final item. Once those are completed, we are done building anything for them.
Doesn't quite get there. B is going to try and get it started. He doesn't showstop the right way, though. He has to immediately flash away, and now Enpa is allowed to rain down hell. He gets Buster Shot back out of there. B is buying a lot of time, but buying time is all it will be. 1 for 1 at the moment. Both supports go down. Kiaya goes in, gets a big Gnar into the wall. DNK throws out that stolen Haymaker, but Enpa finds his way into the backline, goes down on the other side as Galio throws himself across the team. DNK moving in, still has Soul, still has a Guardian Angel, which might get procced. There it is. They can stack onto him as well. And down he goes. DNK challenged by Levi, but Kiaya's soul is given over. Celebrity, you are a hero, mate. As Levi is the last man standing, he goes into the nap mode. Celebrity times it well. He goes gold. He's just buying time. He has no chance to win. Levi falls. It's an ace for the chickens.
Oh, SPTC finally able to full win a team fight without any problems, although they're not going to quite get enough time because B is going to be back up to slow them down. Div Kid's going to be up in 10 seconds as well.
They can't
end. The fight takes so long. Yeah, I don't think they can end here. I think they just have to take the inhibitor. They have a wave. If they push any further, they got to be careful because Div Kid's going to be able to help.
Levi having stopwatch might have saved the game. It bought them the seconds they needed.
Yeah. It really might have. They lose 1 Nexus Tower, but yeah, they have to pull out completely right then and right there, but the game is completely saved. You could see how close the fights are between GAM and between SBTC. It requires so much on both sides between summoner spells and cooldowns just to get slight advantages here and there. Importantly, in that last fight, Emperor needed the flash to get on top of Div Kid to pull him out of a fight like this. If Div Kid had lived longer, that fight would have been disastrous probably for SBTC. Here, you could see again and again the number of times that like these cooldowns are things that we have to track. DNK burnt his during the course of that fight as well. This time 2T should have his for the next team fight. It's kind of crazy. Nobody but Kiaya has got flashes here for GAM. So the engagement definitely can come through. They can find the necessary CC to lock up a team like this. But GAM is not dead. They've got power. You've seen it now.
I mean, at this point, what does a 3k gold mean? It's 37 minutes. 3k gold is nothing, Rebel. As they actually start up the Baron. Celebrity firing from over the wall, but Levi's here, but he hasn't checked the pit. They don't know this is happening. This is Baron for SE.
Super hard to stop, even if they
And it's going to move into Soul. Rebel? What's going on?
They aren't going for a wave right now. They aren't moving back towards mid lane to try to push it up just as far as they can. This is a little weird for me. Everybody on GAM except for Levi should be backing right this second just to make sure the mid wave is going to get stopped.
Yeah, they'll all get back. Nothing stopping them. The game will just continue.
Now they're picking up to top side here for SPTC, which is of interest only because, again, they've got the Baron buff in their back pocket and they want to be able to push up top wave, likely to break a second inhibitor to set up for the Baron buff or to set up, I guess, for the next Dragon. They're tied in that regard right now. This game's going to go even longer unless this Baron buff ends up leading to a siege that does something against GAM in this top side. They do have the Caitlyn to be able to work with, but woof.
I mean, like, Caitlyn at this stage of the game, that's a full build Caitlyn. 5 items on lock, and it's a pretty good... It's not like there's a collector or anything that's kind of weighing the build down. Like, not to get into that discussion, but at this point in the game, you definitely don't want a collector. That is a mean ADC.
Very much so. It's an ADC that's hard to kill. It's an ADC that does very, very high single target damage and from very far distance as well. It's not an easy thing to set up against. Only because, again, Celebrity's got so much to work with when it comes to range and so much to power when it comes to being able to set up plays like this. Goodness gracious. You can see even through the Baron buff, like how much the damage from the Karmic Keys are actually doing to empowered minions. It's quite nice. They've got wave clear elsewhere as well. Which ends up being a nice situation for GAM where they're trying to cover both their lanes at the same time.
As they come in, DNK, this should be the push that breaks this tower. No, SE are still not willing to do it. Not with a Mega Gnar up. I actually think that's a really good decision. But that tower still getting whittled away. SE now pulling back. They've still got a minute on their Baron, but I think this will be the end of that play. They need to go catch that bottom lane wave. They need to go get their last few items, get their elixirs. We don't even have an Elder spawning. We have another Cloud Drake.
Yeah, we have another Cloud Drake. And that's going to be the soul point for either team that takes it. Maybe that's the breaking point. I don't think a team loses the game over it. I think you just need to not, like... A team needs to not lose the game over it, I suppose, is the more accurate verbiage, is what I was attempting to allude to, was neither of these teams should be playing to make sure the Cloud Drake is in their pocket and then lose the fight immediately afterwards because they put too much focus into it. But if both teams want it and they're going to contest the area, we might see a fight over the area alone. That'll lead to one person going down, 2 people going down, unless like a full 2 engaged fight ends up coming through from one of these teams.
And Rebel, while we have a moment, I want to point out, people are going to look at this and go, well, SE's 2-4, GAM is 6-0. We have known the entire split, SE was not focused on VCS, they were focused on SEA games. I said, now that those are over, do they improve? I think the answer is a very firm yes, looking at this.
I agree wholeheartedly. If this is a byproduct of that exclusively.
In goes B. He stops the show. He throws out a haymaker, but he's only going to buy a moment. That gives DNK a reset as well as Enpub bears down on them. DivKid managing to live, getting the kill. In they go. There's a stolen facebreaker away. They can't get onto this Caitlyn. As Kiaya goes mega, he can't whip them back, but DivKid plays the fight to perfection. He picks up the kills. He forces them back.
Back and forth. Between these two teams, the tension rising by the moment. You can feel it. The team fight right there just got so close. You can see on the way out, actually, they're not even going to be able to grab the inhibitor just because they're terrified of what's going to happen if they overextend or end up getting caught out. They want to be able to kind of capture more space on the opposing side of the map. They don't want to give up too much here. And now they're backing because they've got inhibitors on their top inhibitor as well, or they got minions on their top inhibitor. This is the play, and it started off with like both supports finding some kind of an engagement. B's, I think, ended up being much less potent, and Palette's ended up not doing much either. This was a kill shot, I think, attempt from the side of SBTC, right? If you get DivKid and knock him into the Guardian Angel, this fight almost certainly just gets way too far up, and you're not able to protect him, and then the rest of GAM just goes away. Because DivKid got out of that without having the Guardian Angel burnt by Enper and killed Enper in the process, you get quite a bit that you weren't talking about previously that does end up mattering in a very significant fashion. Notably, Celebrity, without a Guardian Angel, right? Like if you don't build a Guardian Angel, you don't have 100% crit. Now has 100% crit because he has ditched the boots for a Runaz Hurricane. Oh,
it's bold.
It's very bold because that means if Kadi hits you with something, you are going to take it. If Kiaya gets on top of you, you are stuck in place. There's nothing.
The crazy thing this game is Celebrity sold a collector to buy an LDR because it's a better I would have liked rebuying the collector. I know that sounds great, but look at the armor. There's a lot of armor to get through.
It truly is.
I actually would have liked the double pen build in this game. It's not what they've gone for. The Dragon is now spawning. SE, they're going to give up Soul to try and win the game.
I think that
If they can get triple in
here. That
Hibs.
comes through. Okay. DNK's not there.
It's
so they at least have
4v4.
that.
But Enpa is.
Yeah, clear the
Enpa can
wave.
get this inhibitor. The minions will finish it off. That's triple inhib secured. Levi now coming in. I think GAM need to win a fight here. But the wallop doesn't land. The rock will only slow B. Reels him in with a face breaker. But this could be game breaker. As there's the kill onto 2T. Palette surfs out. They only lose a mid laner. But they've got 3 inhibs. They have a Tryndamere.
They do.
He has
He's
ult.
gonna be going. He's trying to push the wave.
There's
He
still a
just wants to finish
tower.
the game.
There's still a
No
tower.
way, Emperor.
He's ulted.
You wild.
He's trying to
not
take
killing
it
them.
down. He's not going to kill the Nexus, but Celebrity just might. Look at the damage coming
Oh
in.
my
They would. He gets knocked into the fountain. The laser does it. Any other ADC except for Tristana can't stop that. That was one auto attack, Rebel. One auto.
That was insane. They melted the Nexus and it just didn't matter. The ultimate from the Tristana kicked back Celebrity and killed them both. I really want to see them go across the map and try to end up winning the game because that Nexus is almost dead. They have to keep multiple members in the base just to make sure there's no TP play to come through from 2T when the time comes. Oh my goodness. DNK still messing around over here too, just in an attempt. They're going to grab the Baron buff at least.
There's
DNK
pink.
might try to run
Teleport.
back. There's 2T. There's the TP as well.
It's only a couple of auto attacks needed. This is going to be so close. 2T zooming on in. He redeems himself after a shocker of a game. One more. He gets the Nexus. SE win. Oh my word.
Oh my goodness. How crazy of an ending to a game was this? This was so close the entire time. The base push coming up from SPTC at the last possible moment to get the cap on the Nexus. 2T against his ex-team. Throwing in the last auto off the back of the TP coming in. And almost certainly this was a Hail Mary attempt, right? If you fail with DNK and with 2T right here, they cross map. You have no way of passing through the jungle and getting back to that Nexus. You have to stand resolute and defend against the Baron buff onslaught into your own base. Oh, that game was stressful from top
I
to
am
bottom.
sorry to my neighbors. It is 1 in the morning and I've just woken up an apartment block. Oh, but I think it's worth it. Oh my god.
Oh,
I've
worth
knocked
it,
my
yeah.
green screen over. It's a disaster in the Carrick's household. We need a minute to recover, to catch our breaths, to loosen our buttholes. Because there's another game! There's potentially 2 more games, Rebel! Don't go anywhere! This is the VCS! This is what you get! We'll be back in a bit.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, blood stains washing underneath the waves. Upbeat reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer.
We're back somehow. Once again, the name below me is wrong. It's Carrick's, not Milky Cereal. I promise I'm not British, but I am shaken. I'm shook. Like, I don't know if you can tell, my hands are still kind of shaking, my heart's still pounding, and I don't think I'll ever be able to fart again because I'm squeezed too hard shut. Marby, what just happened?
A lot. It started off looking like it was going to be kind of an absolute stomp because the gods have heard my cries and not got thrashed. Absolutely demolished, like 0 and 5 very quickly in lane alone. And it looks like it would be a pretty comfortable rollover for SBTC. But GAM, man, they found gaps in the opening. The wave control was absolutely beautiful on the side waves. There was always a big minion wave crashing against SBTC that they could not deal with, and it crushed their map pressure immensely, which led to this really close game. And I'm not even going to touch the end.
I think you have
Because
to. I think you're
why?
obligated to.
Okay.
I mean, the thing about the ending is that everything had to go right. So you have a situation where the Caitlyn comes in and is desperately trying to finish the next one. She has a Guardian Angel, right? She flashes to reposition, gets knocked into the fountain, and the fountain deals pure damage. If you die to pure damage, your GA does not proc. If he died to normal damage at the exact same time, he would have fired one more auto attack to end the game there. But then 2T comes in, and the only reason he is able to deal the exact amount of damage necessary is because of Predator. And I will never physically or mentally recover from that ending. Rebel hasn't even had a chance to speak, but we're going into draft.
It's a matter of I have to put a little bit of a wet blanket onto this whole situation, unfortunately, because this was a bit of a clown fiesta from both sides for the most part during the course of this game, especially from GAM, which caused SBTC to just win in a number of different positions. It was a little concerning to me how SBTC, with an advantage, the way that they had it, especially with the champions that they had, were able to take a more standard way of closing out the game, which I don't know if that's speaking to SBTC's level or GAM's level of ability to compete even after a game like that, where GAM was kind of trolling throughout the entire early game, and yet still were making it near impossible for SBTC to find a more standard setup for being able to close out a game without having to like bull rush multiple people in, teleport in multiple people at the very end of the game. They took away a win, which is really all that matters, because now they are one game away from being able to say that they beat GAM for the first time in this split. But nonetheless, for SBTC, there's things to clean up after a game like that. They can talk about the pride that they want, but that was kind of rough. And to be able to replicate your results is going to require quite a bit in this game.
That's the first Jinx we've seen all day.
Yeah, Jinx has really fallen out. She was banned in game 1, to be fair, so fair enough.
Either way,
This is a good draft so far for SE. I like what I'm
Great
seeing.
draft,
really strong. You've got one of, if not the best mid laner on patch, one of, if not the best AD carries, and a very comfortable jungler in this Volibear. So really strong first rotation that can still pivot into quite a lot of different identities in the draft with these last two picks. And GAM, kind of the same, just racking up this Nautilus instead of a mid laner. Yeah, it's very strong. With the extra flex potential from the Kai'Sa.
For sure, for sure. I really like the Kai'Sa. Super flexible. Not a super karty style champion, I will say. So I don't predict the flex, but it's definitely possible. With the bans coming in, mostly towards the supports from GAM, I'm curious to see what SBTC will ban out. But Rebel, where would you like to see both of these teams head?
So
after that last game, it's hard.
I actually might have considered, especially if like Cody is okay with the matchup into the RE, taking the Karma once again. So I think Cody was good at it, and it's not bad because it can deny quite a bit that the RE is able to do. It doesn't have to take D-mats to be able to have wave control to begin the game up against the RE. And also, it can flex into support roles, so you have a bit of draft capital to work with. Because now, for some reason, they're banning ADCs, assuming maybe that Kadi is going to take this Kai'Sa into the mid lane as a possibility. And then they ban out Renekton just to make sure Kiai doesn't have anything. I don't know. This feels like a situation where they have support. They could easily counterpick Ahri now, and then they go to top lane pick, which is why I expected them more so to ban out, like, either top laners outright or just mid laners they didn't want to see. But I guess they're still terrified of the possibility that it's the mid flex Kai'Sa, which it actually looks like it's going to be because Xayah got through. And so, yeah, Kadi's going to get his hands on the Kai'Sa.
Style
Xayah,
also back in.
Yeah, Xayah is generally a much better of a... It's been a much better, has been the standard answer to Jinx. And now if I'm SBTC, I honestly just lock in Tryndamere, because what's Kiai going to do? Pick Gnar again? Feels like that's you can kind of almost just walk away with that pretty comfortably. And hello, Renata.
I don't like this Renata pick. It's not that I don't like Renata. I think she's a cool champion. I think she has her place in the meta. But Nautilus Xayah, it's a lethality Xayah, which means her auto attacks don't hit. It's not a crit ADC, and Nautilus can just kill you. I feel like you die in lane a lot on this.
It's definitely rough, and a lot of the engage is very snap engage, like the Hecarim ultimate. You can't really respond to that too quickly with yours, so... I mean... lethality Xayah auto attacks still hurt.
Yeah, but not as much as a crit ADC, right? Just by definition.
I mean, the general issue is the DPS, but if you're getting that extra attack speed for free...
True.
Maybe.
And Kiai's going to go to his Jace. Again, look, he's a very good Jace. There's no denying that. But it is still a volatile matchup. Enpa should be pretty hyped up on himself after last game. Admittedly, Enpa kind of did a lot in lane and then didn't do much, at least in terms of fighting champions. He was hitting towers all game. Overall, what do you think of this SBTC comp, Rebel?
So I feel like this is a more modern approach at looking at what previous patches would do with the exact same draft. The Jinx is still powerful, so you're still taking the Jinx. The Ahri is powerful, and it's kind of like the standard go-to mid laner, which I think is fair. And then you got Camille, obviously. I think it's a good setup for Emperor. DNK is unlike the most powerful, a more powerful earlier jungler than what we see, in other patches previous to this. And then the Renata Glasscan it's like the second time we've seen this now, where Zuhao was the first one to pull this out, and now Palette's gonna get his hands on it to see what he can do. I don't know that I disagree with you necessarily that it's not great into the Nautilus specifically or into this lane, but its power has its uses inside of games like this. So I'm excited to see what Palette's intentions are behind what this champion's going to be able to accomplish.
And Marby, looking over on the GAM side, what do you think about what they've put together?
I think they've got a very good poke setup with excellent follow-up dive in the form of, Kai'Sa, Hecarim, Nautilus. And they can just sort of... So, I mean, they can go horribly wrong if, the solo lanes fall apart and you see a Camille and the pick potential of the Ahri really get ahead and just demolish side lanes. But if GAM get ahead, it's going to be extra difficult for SBTC to get back onto it. And for that reason, I think it's GAM.
Fair
GAM good at lane.
Predicting a 3-game series, 2 3-game series in a row. That would be exciting. And I wouldn't have it any other way after a game like Game 1. Let's get into it, Rebel. It's going to be you and me once again. Let's hope it's not quite like last game, because I think I'll get evicted and I won't be able to talk ever again, because I'll blow my throat out. Whew. Oh, boy.
Ugh. Oh, tragic. Okay, I know one of the things that I always like to prefer to go to for Palette, especially on Renata, is actually Glacial Augment as a response to a lot of different champions, because you can do quite a bit with it. Her Q has a great interaction with it as well, which is why I love that particular keystone as opposed to something like Guardian, Here inside the laning phase, you go for a Guardian. You see it consistently as just like the go-to option because Guardian is just a powerful rune, especially when you're dealing with bot lanes that are going to skirmish quite a bit. And here you expect quite a bit of trading from Style and from B, just because that's what the Xayah is kind of defined for when you go for the lethality combo, which is what the Aerie kind of indicates here for Style. So I don't necessarily mind Guardian, but I love Glacial. I think it's good into champions that you're able to punish them with. And this is definitely a situation like that.
Style having to burn the flash immediately there was just caught with the handshake from Renata. A little bit too firm.
Yeah, that handshake is perhaps one of the most disgusting abilities in the game.
It's so much fun.
It can change. It is a lot of fun, and it does a lot of things that it probably should not do. But Palette is able to use it. If he's able to use it effectively, he can do quite a bit. It can actually neuter quite a bit of what Nautilus is able to do in the laning phase. I think of it kind of like a hook versus hook situation when you're playing against hook champions, where it's about being able to position yourself properly to outmaneuver the other so that you can use your hook as opposed to the other. Here is Palette getting punished. Nice Q denies the gank.
Perfect stuff. That's a ghost used as well. Palette, lovely. Mm-hmm. Showing the Renata strength.
Mm-hmm. Able to kind of clamp things off, and it's the nice part about Renata.
Does he get revenge?
Oh,
Kiaya's angry.
Kiaya's really angry. Goodness gracious, here's the NK in the mid lane.
Yeah, they can't keep going. Even though the charm lands, Cardi actually just cleanses, just playing it very, very safe. I'm not 100% sure that was necessary, but regardless.
Hello.
I mean, he can do this. Cardi's kind of low. You kind of have to give these up.
Yeah.
Or commit a teleport. Why not? Come on in. Levi gets the smite down, but he's going so low, he's just going to die. 2T with the laser-guided charms. Jumping forward. There's a lot of damage onto DNK. They have to finish him off. Big brain smite, but not big enough. And now 2T's in trouble as Cardi's going to rush forward. Should have access to the Acathian Rain. Doesn't even need it. The auto attack will do the job. On the other side of the map, they've gone under the tower. They picked up a kill onto the Xayah, but they die on the way back out. Oh, they both die.
Oh, that's so tragic. At the last possible second, it looked like there was a possibility that W from the Renata actually could have potentially saved Palette's life if he gets the assist on the back of that kill. And that would have meant that at least one of them gets up. And heck, I think Palette probably could have
gets his kill.
Oh, okay.
He was tanking an entire minion wave. It's traded back, but you didn't need to give Camille a kill.
No, you did not. You did not have to die right there. It's already a game that's had so much action. This is 10 minutes or 10 kills in only 4 minutes. This is what happened on the bottom side. Looks like they went for a dive on a Style.
I'm not sure how Style gets this low. That's what I think maybe just caught my handshake. Palette walks under tower. I mean, God, bailout lasts so long. He's still got it. He's got it for so long.
Ooh.
Actually,
okay, all right, yeah.
Not very good. Not perfect play there by SE. Palette should have kept tanking the tower. He had bailout on him.
Yeah,
he should have gone into the zombie state, tanking the tower. Even if he doesn't get the revive, then Celebrity doesn't die.
Yeah, 100%. It was a position where, like, the gray health, I don't know if he didn't realize he could use the gray health. I think the intention was maybe if he, again, if he gets the kill against Style and that counts to reset his gray health right then and right there, and he's full health walking out of the tower, maybe there's something you can do on the map. I mean, that's what Palette's idea was, but I just don't think that ends up being a positive thing for you to be able to get. But ultimately, it's fine because it ended up being 2 kills for Jinx in exchange for 2 kills for B on the Nautilus, so I think you're okay with where you ended up. Across the map, taking a compilation, Kiaya already had a massive impact across all things. Kaisa getting another play is also really good. Palette consistently bullying Levi with this handshake, which is feeling quite good because
really excellent Renata play.
Uh-huh.
Really, really lovely Renata play. Levi on this Hecarim can't go near bot lane. He just gets. I mean, I don't know how that quite works. Maybe I guess he does have hands, but he's also got hoofs.
Riddle me something about Palette, because I'm pretty sure Palette, unless I'm mistaken,
gonna break his mind. As they go on in, the bailout on Celebrity is not good enough. There's a lovely handshake once again. Can't save his AD carry, but he can save himself.
Can. W was almost there and almost capable of getting it. They just couldn't get the damage on a Style.
Lovely cleanse. DK just goes down. That was perfect stuff out of Cardi. And now Levi arrives to clean up the second kill. On the bottom side, we have Style picking up a kill onto Renata as well. We have 14 kills at 6 minutes. I repeat, we have 14 kills at 6 minutes.
Yeah, remember how you talked about how you wanted GAM to play a bit of a slower game so that they didn't have to, so they could prove that they could do it, right? Game 1 was that attempt. Maybe that was the attempt. This game, they are not making that attempt. Instead, they're up 3,000 gold at 6 minutes into the game with 10 kills across the board. Literally shared perfectly across all 5 members. 2 kills in everybody's pockets, all things said and done. So kind of crazy to think about. This is Paulette underneath the tower. I'm guessing B just walks at him. Is that what happens? Yep, walked at.
Just walked at him.
Walked at him.
Just
walked him down.
Gaze.
Like it was nothing.
Yeah, just had a gaze at him. Easy. Oh, we are VCSing the VCS tonight.
Yeah.
Ooh, boy.
All right, so back to this point about Paulette. Paulette is more of an Enchanter player. I seem to remember him being a better Lulu player than like a Thresh or a Leona, right?
Yeah, correct.
So it makes sense that the Renata's in the wheelhouse. Okay, because but for a while there, it was all tank supports in the meta, and so Paulette didn't look good, but that might have had something to do with the fact that the champions in the meta really weren't those that he liked to play all that much, as opposed to like Lulu and Enchanters and stuff. And so now that Renata's here, maybe he has a bit more agency in draft, or at least he's going to help out SPTC in that regard, because now it's like, okay, you got to ban his Renata every single game, because he's pretty good at it. You've seen that already.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to see a little bit more. I'm going to be completely honest that hitting a line skill shot on a Hecarim that's running directly at you isn't the hardest thing in the world. I do need to see a little bit more. He misplayed around the bailout earlier, which is actually a Renata mechanic. So my jury's still out, is what I'm saying.
That's fair. I'm just willing to give a little bit more benefit here because, again, my opinion of Paulette is rather low. So seeing him with any positive play is usually going to indicate at least that this is a champion that he should revisit again later. Like you said, I think the bailout is the big one. The bailout's got to be one of the most impactful abilities in the game right now, just bar none.
Absolutely.
And so,
Crazy.
yeah, using that properly is still huge. And Per's just going to die.
And needs bailout.
Third time, my bad.
As he gets found, Cardi flashing away from the charm. B now on the way, but the Spirit Rushes are still available. So I don't think there's too much here, but Levi, no ult. They can't catch. That's just an evacuation, but a good passage of play here for GAM.
Man, anything to put your Kai'Sa and Nautilus in the same lane, huh, GAM? Interesting. We really just can't get away from 2018 ADC meta, can we? It's just never going to leave us. Nope. Karis is never going to leave. Xayah and Kai'Sa are going to be there for the remainder of time.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, I've said this before. I said it when I was talking about Nautilus. I'm in favor. If a champion gets boring, just bat to the kneecaps. Easy. Kai'Sa E has a 3-minute cooldown. Why not? Easy.
That's fair.
Yeah, why not? Just for like 2 patches or something. She's unpickable. Just get her out.
I don't know if that would do enough damage, unfortunately.
Finally, I mean, I actually don't hate, as much as we are joking around, I actually don't hate this current Kai'Sa setup. I think it's actually interesting. I'm going to hate it in like a week, I think.
I hate it because it's powerful as hell, and it's doesn't feel fair to play against, right? It feels like you're playing against the Xerath.
Paulette!
Actually, wow.
Featherstorm is used. He pulls them back in, but Style very low. Dodges away from the rocket, but he can't dodge everything. There's the shutdown, and now Celebrity is excited at the prospect of a lovely little Nautilus as he hits the zap, but Levi comes in. The cavalry is here! But he gets a berserk, and he actually charges into B. Paulette! Now I'll say he's a pretty good Renata.
That was pretty good, yeah. Actually, I really kind of had a lot of forethought to what was going on right there because he snagged with the QB and then dragged him back in range so that, potentially Levi on the dash with the E would actually kill him on the way in. But unfortunately, I think a W from the Nautilus denied a fair amount of that damage.
Kiaya trying to outplay it. If he can get a little bit more, he can't.
Nah, DNK is now having impact on the top side of the map. We are having a couple of strikes across the map in which SPTC are finding something back against GAM, which is kind of nice to start with. And Per getting Doug a little bit out of the hole because Doug started off on a pretty rough foot and currently down quite bad to the Jace. But that's okay because we have a Bear ganking for your lane right now. We have a Jinx with 3 kills in the game. The possibilities of all these fights are still here. So
they're certainly still here. I really needed it. Garm, look, Han-K, I know you're not watching the stream right now, but we are friends. Can you tell them to calm down? That game 1 really hurt my throat. And we don't have a backup play-by-play. Not right now, at least. Is Cardi caught by a charm again? Has B backing him up, so 2T can't actually... Oh, he's going to go for it anyway. Perhaps didn't know the Nautilus was there, but now they go in on Style, knowing he's not there, but he manages to dodging away from everything, so all of GAM survive for now.
Can I be direct here? I feel like this is like the worst 2-0 and 296 CS like mid lane performance I've ever seen. I feel like Gotti's been getting bullied every time he's on screen for front of 2T.
I mean, that's the strength.
And somehow hasn't been punished for it at all.
That's kind of the strength of Kai'Sa, right? Like even outside of mid lane, even in bot lane, she just kind of walks up to the wave and presses Q, and you can't really stop her. She can spend the rest of the time under the tower, but as long as she can just step up, do that, walk away. There is a dive coming in down here. No way to turn the tower off for DNK. And with the wave being... B, you got to hit that. I think that's a one-shot if he hits that.
It might be, yeah, definitely, especially if the feathers get put in the right place from Style right there, almost certainly. So, we're in a rough go of it on that bottom side. But they did defend against the tower, and opens up for Kiaya to actually be able to snag the first tower of the game. And since no one's putting pressure here, Kiaya actually gets to play with his food a little bit more by letting it kill off some minions before he actually takes that into his own hands. And the nice part of this again,
Kiaya does not appreciate getting solo killed 5 times.
I can imagine that. And he's definitely making it Emperor's problem. He's definitely making it Emperor's problem. That's the least I can say. I was actually excited for GAM here because GAM had a lot of possibility to just snowball a fair amount to their map. The combination of both top lane going down, bottom lane now dropping 4 plates, and Dragon also being on the board here is pretty big. DNK is on the wrong side of the rift right now.
He is, but Style doesn't really have too many ways out. Uses the cleanse, still has access to the Featherstorm as well. As in goes Levi, the Stormkeeper's there. They dodge away from the Berserk Cloud, but it just doesn't matter because they're outnumbered. Levi trying to get out, but he's ripped back in, and Celebrity surfing forward with the Gale Force picks up 2.
So, where is the feather pool, Style? What happened right there? I don't really understand. At no point, he didn't burn the cooldown. He wasn't lacking mana. It definitely was available. He dropped down the Featherstorm to avoid an ultimate, had it in position to punish 3 people, and then just didn't. I don't know. I don't know what the play was right there. Because, again, the option was there for GAM potentially to go for a bottom side play into the Dragon, especially if they catch out DNK, who was on the wrong side of the map. And yet they're not able to make it happen. And so because of this, there's a bit of reprieve that's given over to SBTC. And this is what I'm talking about. Look, there's 2 feathers put down. You see a couple of autos. There's another one. Ultimate comes through. It's up. It's up. It's up. It's up. It's up.
Press
it's
E.
Still up. It's
press
still up.
E.
Press
E.
Palette's in the way. Oh, wait. Look at that. Palette's in the way. Oh, Celebrity's in the way. Oh, DNK could be arrested right. Nope. Just nothing. And then just gets run down by Celebrity. I know the feathers eventually went away, which was, I think, maybe the biggest problem is that, Style wasn't ready to use the feathers or didn't have him in perfect position until it was too late. But I don't know. It felt like there were opportunities right there for Style to be able to really put some damage into a couple of members and maybe at least slow that fight down, prevent anything from SBTC, running forward and getting additional kills. But ends up not being the case and just bleeds out a couple of kills to SBTC, opens up the bop side of the map for themselves.
But we're being told by production that he apparently just goobered it. He pressed E and then R.
Did he really?
So yeah, he just gooned it, apparently. 2T, he's in trouble. Ooh, Levi just about living. But this is a good push here in the mid lane. Kiaya coming in from the side to clear out the wave, so the tower will stand. Another hook missing there from B. The accuracy has not been great on the Nautilus.
Nah, it hasn't been on top of the world here today. Hasn't been the greatest set of games for B today. That's all right, though. Doesn't meter that much. They're up 3,000 gold. They're not that concerned with what's happening with their support. Their Kai's is still scaling. Their Xayah is still scaling. We're still okay. GAM, Levi,
just cocky.
Just stepping in. I think it's like the 3rd time he pushed off these cruds during the course of this series alone, just trying to snag those up. So a little interesting that actually ends up going over. They do at least push for the bottom tower, but nobody's around for the local gold, so it doesn't matter all that much. This was the charm from 2T onto Levi that set up a very low health Levi.
He only lives because of all of the... Like, he schmooved over those honey fruit, and it saves him.
Crazy, man. Crazy. Horses running after fruit in the river. Interesting. Wild animals, hungry.
My loyal steed, Torrent, doing well. It was only on my third playthrough of that game I figured out you could feed him berries.
You can feed him berries?
Yeah, it gets his health back up.
Oh, I didn't realize that. I knew there was like the tonic that you could use to revive him, but I just never did. I just figured it was easier to die than to find the tonic.
As I said, on my third playthrough, I read the patch notes and went, you can feed him berries?
Well, obviously Levi knew that pretty much ahead of time, because otherwise he wouldn't have. He would have gone down pretty quickly right there. So thankfully Levi reads the patch notes. All right.
That he does. As another hook. That one was dodged, at least. That was a Gale Force. Carty still available with the W's. Thunks one in onto Paulette. They're not dealing lethal damage yet. The Luden's not finished.
Oh, but still doing chunky.
Still doing a lot of damage.
Go without it.
He hurts.
Okay, there's that one as well. Poke damage just continues to rain down on SBTC. Please stop. This is PTSD from ARAMs. I need you to stop. Perma cooldown W is not okay for anyone, Cotty. You're gonna get this nerfed, and then we're never gonna see it again.
Good.
Good. Yeah, never mind. Keep passing W.
As they do take down the mid tower, they move in onto the inner as well. This is where it should stop. The artillery can stop firing for at least a moment.
Again, Rift Herald is on the board. I'm really surprised they haven't dropped like one person to go grab the Rift Herald at some point.
Style, careful. So they are moving in. There's the Ari ult coming out, but he throws out the first storm. Can't pull them back yet. He finally does. But look at the kills coming in. That was from the Renata ultimate as GAM just killed themselves.
That was really, really amazing ultimate coming out from Paulette to be able to set up a play like this. DNK finding a nice stun onto Style as well, kind of built the rest of the play up from the bottom up, and it ends up being what is 3 kills for just the 1 in return to the side of SBTC. Kind of big. Their team fighting is looking pretty crisp today. If I'm being quite honest, on the side of SBTC, Celebrity has been set up for a number of good situations, but Paulette really is the one who did a lot of numbers on this one. First off, DNK again finding Style opens up space. You saw Emperor on the backside waiting for this, and that ultimate 4 members fights dead before Levi actually gets into the backline, which I think is the problem. If Levi gets there and the rest of his team is ready and raring to go, this fight probably looks a lot different because fair amounts of the time that was spent actually putting in damage while they were all together with that ultimate from Renata ends up being wasted instead because they have to worry about the Hecarim, and then people get a chance to make some sort of rebuttal happen rather than having to fight each other while damage is getting poured in from SBTC. But again, hindsight's 2020. Rift Herald did end up going down, it looks like, to Levi in exchange for that big fight, as once again SBTC has failed to really take many objectives. I'm hoping they can go after this dragon to slow down GAM's progress, because otherwise, you might run into further problems. Although maybe they may want to take it because they want to go for 5-on-5 team fights just consistently, because they seem to be doing better in that than anything else in the game right now.
Whew. I mean, this is quite the series. I mean, look, this is a narrative I really want to hit. This is a narrative I'm going to repeat so many times, you're going to think it's the LEC. As I want to point out, you look at the win-loss. You go 2-4, that's pretty bad. 6-0, that's pretty good. But SEA games are over. SBTC made it to the final of SEA games. They were clearly focusing more on that. Yeah, GAM beat them in the final. They beat them pretty easily. But this is not the 1st versus 6th that it seems like. I think SBTC are putting on a real show. We said if they can play it close, then that's a really big thing for them. And they won game 1. It was an absolute fiesta, but a win's a win.
Truly is. Ooh, actually, DNK getting active real quick.
Ooh, B, he's in a little bit of trouble, but the tower's been taken down. In comes the Renata ultimate. Hasn't actually found anyone quite yet. Just holds them up for a second as DNK goes down. 1-for-1 at the moment. Style can't get out, but he can just get a kill. But look at Jinx running forward. Cardi's the next target. Kiaya cannot help. This is the celebrity show as he Gale Forces in, gets the rocket. Cardi desperately trying to do something, but it's a triple kill for the Jinx. Why aren't we seeing this champion?
I don't know. And why is Celebrity only just now popping off in the course of this split? I feel like Celebrity's been so quiet majority of games here for SBTC. And finally, we're seeing them really kind of go crazy inside of a lot of these team fights. They've got so much setup for it. They've got so many members to kind of put around it. Celebrity was actually only about 1 crit off because an auto attack had landed with a rocket that tagged Kiaya, but it didn't crit. And I think we'll get to see that at the very top end of the fight when the time comes. You can see how low everybody got, but nobody hit Celebrity. And so after the wave gets thrown in from Paulette, things kind of get thrown into disarray, but it allows this line of champions to set up for the Celebrity just kind of knocked out right there. The crit didn't come through. It was enough damage to kill one, but the bounce damage wasn't enough to kill. But if it had crit, almost certainly Kiaya goes down right there, and it ends up being 4 kills instead in the back pocket of Celebrity. And a completely one team fight that maybe they even Baron off of rather than going just for the Dragon. But they do slow the Dragon stacking. They're still down 2k. But the problem is Celebrity's the one with all of the gold on the side of SBTC. So you're not really, you might be up 3,000 or 2,000 over the course of the entire team, right? Like, that's fine. But Celebrity has got so much gold that he's able to basically solo carry the side of SBTC. So you have to bring him down. And that means inside of fights where Celebrity gets to, do all this damage, throw in all these rockets for free, GAM just has no response. And that's happened now, I think, 3 times in this game.
And this is where I think Renata really shines. I think she's one of... Oh, Levi. Was he hatching a ward, or was that just a guess? I think that was just a guess. Oh, my word. As B, he's in a lot of trouble. Has the gas closing in. Taken down by 2T. That's just Baron.
Yeah, easy enough to at least try to set up for the Baron right here, because Levi is dead. There is no smite. Emperor is taking quite a bit of damage. And they do have to be a little bit careful, because, again, they don't want to lose too much health onto Celebrity, and they kind of know where Celebrity is at. There's a lot of poke between Kadi, Kiaya, and Style as well. So this is the one proof. Yeah, there it is onto Celebrity. Yeah, they got to get Celebrity out of the pit. DNK has ultimates to turn over the pit as well.
Emperor here as well.
Looking for something here.
Yeah, in they go onto Kiaya. If they can blow up this Jace, it removes so much of that poke, but they're going to trade it. Oh, it's gone really poorly here for SBTC. It was a bridge too far as Cardi surfs on in, secures himself a triple, and suddenly it's the other team getting a visit with the worm. And I want to get back. Sorry, I know I should let you in, but I want to make this point. Is because I think this illustrates the duality of Renata. When you have a fed Celebrity, you just stand on top of her as Renata. You just stand there and go, dive them. I dare you. Because if it's 1, you just handshake them, and if it's 3, you hit them with the ultimate. In this situation, what does Paulette do? What does he do?
Nothing. In a position where you're up against this much poke and there's that much vision,
he hasn't used an ability.
Like, what are you supposed to do? Yeah, literally hasn't been able to, because it's just like, what are you supposed to do? 3 members are outranging, 3 members are too far away, and even if you're within range, you're really, like, your handshake's not doing anything when the damage isn't there readily available to actually continue to capitalize on. So again, it's a tough composition for SBTC to crack completely. They've been doing it off the back of team fighting for the most part. But again, when you've got 2 members that can basically full kill Celebrity with 1 ability in their kit, or 2 abilities, I guess, in their kit when they want to, you can't do anything. There's nothing to accomplish. Celebrity's the only person that could probably win out a game like this, right? If you're able to set up more front-to-back type team fights and get that going. But GAM is definitely not going to let that happen. They want to land some of this poke. They want to make sure that Celebrity's never going to be comfortable inside of a team fight to sit there and auto-attack the way he has 3 or 4 times inside of this game already.
And now it's GAM with a Baron 24 minutes in. They have the gold lead. Celebrity is still an absolute disgusting sewer creature in this game. And he can do horrible things. But the poke is pretty meaty.
It is. We saw earlier, I'm pretty sure it was just 1 W from the Kaisa that actually dealt the majority, I think 75% plus of Celebrity's health bar for free. And the worst part is Celebrity can't even step up to the wave because, again, there's no protection for him.
In they go. This is just a last-ditch effort here. I feel like they thought it was all ending. And look at the damage coming out of Carti! With that Renata ult, he just murders Style. But thankfully, his bloodlust apparently, quenched on his own teammates as he's able to get himself under control. And they move in. They take the inhib. 2T still very threatening here. They should be able to get this, no worries. But yeah, Carti, when getting hit by a Renata ult, is doing some horrible things.
Yes, Kadi can do some very mean damage to anyone in this game, and thankfully his teammates, unless it is the Renata ult coming through, don't have to worry about him just like mowing them down at the same time as everything else too, which is quite nice. That fight also, you can see, there it is. Like, what are you supposed to do? And another one immediately, like 3 seconds later, because that's how that should be balanced. Anyway, Celebrity did an okay job in that fight. Once again, trying to, get excited, get going inside of a game like this. You can actually see the setup. They're looking for big team fights, because again, that's really the only thing that's going to work. Celebrity is untouched at this point. And I want to see at what point that Celebrity actually ended up getting brought down, because I'm pretty sure it wasn't anything massive that really took him down. It was just a skill shot or 2 here or there that didn't look very impressive. Emperor once again gets denied. This time, DNK goes pretty quickly Oh my goodness. The poor style ends up getting absolutely ripped through. Yeah, it was
a W. It was a shock blast and a W.
Yep. It was basically nothing. It's so hard for Celebrity to live through a fight like this. You could see, I'm pretty sure it's a Hex Drinker that he had in the back pocket. You're going to need probably even a little bit more than that just to make sure that you don't end up going down completely from just one single shot from the Kaiser. The Celebrity, again, is pretty much the only person that if you can live through some of the onslaught, it's pretty big. Yeah, at least didn't bring him down to full health. And Paulette almost died to 1.
Enpa and DNK clearly wanted to try and do something. They don't actually find the flank though. GAM's still able to post up in this mid lane, wait for their wave, push it into the tower. We're past 26 minutes, 2 games in a row. Very, very rare stuff. As, Paulette gets whipped. It's only the Renata though, not the highest value target. They're just going to take this and back off. Can they collapse onto DNK? Not quite.
Flank definitely is like on the table consistently from DNK. He has to find Kadi though. I'm pretty sure if not Kadi, it's got to be Kiai. It's got to be one of the two, just because that's all the poke damage, and you can't allow both of them to be dropping damage into Celebrity. Yeah. So he's playing Dance Dance Revolution, and you don't want your ADC playing Dance Dance Revolution in the midst of a fight under threat of death, right? Like you don't want one left step that should have been a right step to actually just drop you into a pit of lava. But it feels like that's what Celebrity's actually facing right now when it comes to the amount of poke that comes from the W and the Q and everything. Everybody's feeling the effects of it. But specifically, again, Celebrity's the person that can outright carry a fight. And if he takes one of those, fight's over.
I mean, look, at this point, the only Dance Dance Revolution that's going to work is the kind... I once went to an arcade and I was playing Dance Dance with my friends, but we're terrible at it. And then a guy turned up and he actually had on wheels, he had a fan that he plugged in next to the machine. That's the kind of Dance Dance player that Celebrity needs to be in this game. And yes. I think he was there for upwards of 4 or 5 hours from memory. But
literally and metaphysically sweating in that game.
It's funny. I mean, I had a friend that used to really like, this is off topic, but I had a friend that used to really like Dance Dance, and he just did it instead of the gym. Because he wasn't interested in like building muscle, wild, he just wanted to stay fit. And he was like, I hate running, so he just played Dance Dance a lot. Yeah, why not?
That's fair.
It's cardio.
It's a fun game. Yeah, a lot of good things about Dance Dance Revolution. This is a Dance Dance Revolution stream now. We're not even talking about League of Legends. We're not the game. Dance Dance Revolution time.
Yeah, hell yeah, let's go. I'm sure my downstairs neighbors would love me. Yeah. But anyway, we do have League of Legends on our screen. It did quiet down for just a moment. But GAM, it's the 3-lane press.
Yes. The bottom lane is already set up for solid success. 2T's pushing out mid lane, or he's going to try to push out mid lane a little bit further. He's kind of roping around. Yeah. DNK doesn't exist. Nope.
Close.
We live in. No W.
As 2T has found his way back in, but there's the stopwatch buying time. The flash as well. He gets out. Disaster. Levi may well trade his life for it. No, he's fine. SE get nothing. That looked so good.
Stopwatch is a good item, man. Stopwatch is a good item.
You can only do it once. You can only do it once.
You can only do it once unless you buy the item that lets you do it every 90 seconds. Copium. Thankfully, Kaiser's not an AP champion, right? This champion gets more infuriating by the second to watch, just because I know exactly what's going to happen. The stopwatch is going to get burnt, or the stopwatch gets purchased, and then the Zonius gets purchased. And again, all that is necessary now is for Kadi to just like, oh, somebody's trying to kill me. You press stopwatch, the rest of the team is there, and then you get bailed out. And again, it's another way that the Kaiser just gets completely free damage. Baron buff is completely owned by GAM. They have the entire top map of the map completely lapped down. I guess they were trying to steal camps or something on the bottom side of the map is what the intention was. You can see there's no defense to the top side, and so that's where GAM is going to be looking to push, is that's the last non-open inhibitor, because the inhibitor tower is still up. If they get that down, all of a sudden they can set up for Soul Point. If they really need to go to Elder, they can, because 1W is enough. You can see 1W almost certainly with an Elder buff would have killed 2T without question.
It's pretty harsh. And I mean, look, this is why you need to be telling Riot to hire us so that we can make balancing decisions and we can nerf its cooldown to 45 minutes. I think that would be fair. As Enpa dives on in, they get onto Cardi, but they just turn around and keep him safe. There is a cleanse coming out from Style. They do manage to get onto B as well. So it's a 1-for-1, but it's not a fair trade. The top laner for support is 2T, trying to make everything happen, but now Levi, very speedy boy, can zone DNK out as 2T, taken very low and gets hit by the max range Prey Seeker. That one was almost fair as he takes him down. The Nexus is under siege. Zaya does get eaten by the bear. Celeb falls and he's got all of SE's gold. This will be GAM fighting back, and after the biggest fiesta I've ever watched in Game 1, Game 2 is much more controlled, even though I'm saying that and looking at 50 kills in 30 minutes.
Blech. Blech. All right, I'm sick of Kai'Sa. Can we not have Kai'Sa for MSI, please? I just don't want it there at all. Champion is unhinged with how much power that it's got.
Your camera has gone completely black, apparently in protest from this game. That's okay. We'll fix it during the break because we are going to a break. We have a third game. Don't go anywhere. You want to know who wins this series. You've just had
of course.
2 insane games. You know you need a third. We'll see you in about 5 minutes with our analyst desk. See you then.
Savage, rip you away.
We were already transitioning, Rebel, so I don't know what you're giggling at. Once again, it is the VCS English Analyst Desk. Once again, I am not Milky Cereal. I'm Carrix. They're different people, or so I'm told, but you wouldn't be able to tell. But anyway, it's been a long day. It's been an exhausting day because, oh my god, SE and GAM are like just naked oil wrestlers desperately trying to get on top of each other. I love it, I hate it, and I'm tired. Marby, what happened in game 2? Poke happened, I guess, but what else?
God, I hate Kaiser. I hated this champion when she was normal. Now she's a disgusting poke reset button. Why is it fair that when you land your poke, you get extra poke? Yeah, no, that's disgusting. It's the SBTC fell victim to fun and interactive gameplay from a really strong poke composition, and even though they were able to get pretty decent engages towards the end, damage was kind of done. They tried to pull them off, but then one thing slips through, and your main damage source, your big gold point of celebrity, is just instantly gone. It's fun, it's fair, it's well designed, and GAM played the broken thing. Good job.
And they played it well. I mean, I wasn't sure if Cardi was going to be the kind of player to bring it out. I did say in draft that didn't really suit him. I was wrong, evidently, because he'd suited him pretty well. He played it great. Rebel, what was your take on game 2? And what do you think SE can do in game 3 to bring this one back?
SPTC, I think pretty clearly were looking to try to force for team fights, and they did a good job of it, actually. They actually did a pretty remarkably good job of making sure that game was going to remain close. The problem was, unlike what happened in game 1, where when team fights were starting to go the way of GAM, they were able to keep the gold incredibly close most of the game. You're talking like, I think the margin was like 3,000 gold and no higher for the majority of the game. SBTC, even when they were winning team fights, when they were the ones kind of controlling everything, we're still down 2,000 minimum through the majority of the mid game, which is just, it's very strange in that regard. And it's because their lanes weren't going great pretty much across the board. They were getting bullied. They weren't able to keep up in farm, that kind of thing. I think they were forcing a lot in terms of like DNK making moves around the map. And eventually they succumbed to the poke. Riot Games try not to make an unbearable champion challenge impossible, because apparently Kaiser just gets to do anything she wants. I don't know how somebody let that wretched champion out of ARAMs, but for some reason they need to lock it back into place, because that's just what needs to happen. Hopefully it's picked up by one of these teams, because obviously it's incredibly powerful as a champion to be able to use in pretty much any single game out of the mid lane or the bottom lane. I can't imagine that you can't use it in both. But any team that's showed the flexibility is already at the top of my tier list. So GAM, they are able to do it. Who is the other team that did it? I think it was just yesterday. Secret? Yeah, Team Secret. But stocks through the roof until the Kaiser gets nerfed.
Soon, please. Soon.
Today,
please.
All right, we are headed into draft. Mm-hmm. Kaiser is available.
Why?
That's a B1 champion, by the way.
I mean, honestly, I could see a B1 Kaiser. Why not? It's flexible. Genuinely, why not? I think Kaiser could be a B1. Now that we know.
That's fine. Why Graves ban?
I don't understand
Graves is not.
Graves.
Oh my god. Anyway. Oh, here we are.
Jinx. All right.
Okay. I mean, Jinx is very strong, and Celebrity played really well on it, so it makes sense.
So having the audacity to pick Galio this early, you have to pick Kaiser, right? There's no way in the world Kaiser loses to Galio in the laning phase. None.
I mean, it could be it could be Galio support. This is Paulette. He likes it.
We have been saying this.
Okay.
No one plays Galio support. It doesn't actually exist. This is a lot more interesting. Okay, that's nice.
That's not real Yasuo.
That's not Yasuo.
That's the opposite of a Yasuo.
I'm confused.
That's the opposite of a Yasuo?
Yeah. I mean,
what? An AD melee champion is the opposite of an AD melee champion?
Are you telling me that's a samurai? It's not
He's
got
a big weapon.
Many other champions. Are you looking at Galio? Galio's.
Can I have some analysis out of my analysts? I understand it's a 6-game day. I understand it's 2 a.m. for you, Marby. But woman, get yourself under control.
SPTC lose. They pick Nah. That's my analysis.
Nah's fine into Renekton.
Nah,
Could be Renekton mid. Actually, could be Renekton mid. It's Cardi.
Never good.
Nothing is getting flexed, Carrix. Nothing gets flexed in this league except Camille, apparently.
We just had a Camille support and you're telling me this league isn't flexible?
I'm saying that we've talked about Galio getting swapped to support and Renekton getting swapped to mid lane for literally months, and no one does it because
Colette
they
has
don't
literally played
care.
Galio support, I'm fairly sure.
It's not gonna happen. You say it, but I'm not getting my hopes up. I know it's going mid lane right now. The cool part about GAM's draft is that they've got this insane power between Renekton and Diana. I'm happy with those two champions as a combination. It's like Renekton Italy, but for the modern era, for your modern era junglers like Levi, who don't want range, they want burst.
Why not play Kai'Sa jungle? That's
No.
might as well.
Please don't give them any ideas.
Don't give Riot ideas. Q damage increased by 600%.
Versus minions.
Versus jungle creeps. No thanks. But anyway, we do have jungle bans galore coming in from GAM, while it's a bit of a split here from SPTC, removing their own Renata Glask. Interesting there. Alistar, maybe?
Alistar?
Maybe.
We're blinding Alistar with Caitlyn and bot lane?
No, I think I think the volley ban makes sense.
You just don't want you just don't want it to get taken. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
This
the
is
jungle
good.
option makes sense. There's still like Xin Zhao stuff available, so that I mean it's a Diana. Never mind. That's
Could be Diana mid.
This is true.
Froggy.
Yeah, it's not Froggy. But
It is
yeah,
Cardi
it's gonna
though.
happen. That's true.
Yeah, I think that's more likely to be a Renekton mid though than a Diana mid.
I agree.
So
Yeah.
we're
I'm just
gonna-
saying.
So what would very,
Boring.
Question.
very bland, very
Question.
boring. B.
Why have you picked Diana now? I don't get it.
First.
Well, now you just go topside and kill the Gnar 5 times in a row because he can't do anything because he's Gnar and he's useless.
It's
Or
true.
he's useless 50% of the time by design.
Okay. Now it's a question of do you actually flex this? Nope, you don't. You have Tom in the back pocket.
What the hell?
Hey, look at that! Look at that! We get our second Vo Schaden of the day. We just have the Caitlyn for SBTC. Look at that! Wow.
I feel like chat. Do you agree with me? I think there might be some salt on the analyst desk. I feel like my analysts are a little bit annoyed tonight.
What the hell did SPTC draft?
Okay. SBTC, they drafted like Gnar and Renekton, which is like, okay, it's a range matchup, but they also drafted it into Diana Renekton, which is just like, that's illegal. You drafted Galio, that's illegal. Stop doing this, please. But then also GAM refuses to punish it. Instead, they grab Victor and they say, we'll scale past your Galio. Okay, thanks, fam. That's exactly
the person I'm really looking at is Style. I think it's really hard to deal with this Jinx.
Yeah. The only person who can is Celebrity, but again, there's a Diana, so...
So, Marby, I want to give you the chance to go in depth on these two comps, and then give us a prediction, and then me and Rebel will close out the night.
Well, look, Kiara and Levi can form a pretty effective dive pairing that can go into Celebrity, and there is a decent amount of defense for them in terms of 2T Palette, this Galio Town Kench combo, so that can help, but it doesn't matter as they just force those cooldowns out, and then you get a Chaos Storm dropped on you. You just get Jinx rocketed from afar. There's one hope for SBTC. It's Celebrity, and that's not going to be enough.
He's been good.
It's not going to be enough because the whole world's against him.
But anyway, we do head on to the Rift. Once again, we'll say goodbye to Marby, but only for now. We'll be back with her after this game. It's just going to be myself and the Fox bringing you all the action that the VCS can bring.
Carrix,
And there's
are
been a
you
lot of
against...
action.
Carrick's, are you against Celebrity in this one? Do you not believe in Celebrity?
No, I said he's been good.
I'm okay. So you're not against Celebrity then?
No, I'm not.
All right, Mobby, your analysis is moot because the whole world isn't against Celebrity because Carrick's is my whole world. How about that? How's that? How's that sound?
The world sucks.
Oh, disrespect! Kick him off the desk. Kick her off the desk. My apologies.
Get him out. Oh my word. Apparently there is a pause in game because we're seeing lovely Vietnamese gentlemen, but unfortunately you don't get to look at them. You get to look at whatever we've got going on. I think Celebrity's been playing really well. He was definitely the brightest part of Game 2 for SBTC. We're back in game. There we go. Really
nice.
Putting us to the test, but it's not moving. Or rather, maybe Cardi was just doing really holding still. It's hard to tell.
Next slide, please. We'll see. I don't know. They put so many eggs into the Celebrity basket here that a Caitlyn is going to have to carry through a lot of potential threat. Because, like, Victor can challenge her range. Jinx can challenge her range, both of which I've equal, if not just better, late game scaling. And then you compound that with, like, Levi, who's a dive assassin. And it's like, even if Levi does nothing for the first, like, 20 minutes of the game and just sits there and power farms up to, like, 2 items, the threat is still there onto Celebrity, and the only person that can protect him is Paulette. But the problem is anybody that gets pulled out of a fight by Paulette, specifically Celebrity in the wrong situation, just completely it games the damage much further than you would expect it to. And so it feels like they need Celebrity to get
trying
going.
To kill B. Yeah. This is just Paulette just walking at them. He's just got the big tongue wobbling.
Are we
walking up the lane like a big dumb goblin?
We're still recovering from yesterday's St. Patrick's Day antics, aren't we, Miss GAM House?
Yeah, evidently.
I mean, I can speak for myself, which is that I casted VCS, took about 2 hours of nap, and then I did nothing but celebrate St. Patrick's Day. I don't know. Are we allowed to say that we were drinking? Is that something that, in the past tense? Yeah, I was drinking until I stayed awake for 4 hours to do this. So I'm still on that bender. Still technically on a bender, by definition. I'm just taking a break for a while.
You okay, Rebel?
I'm living, dude.
Oh my. Yeah, don't worry, it's true of me too.
See, that's what I like to hear.
Oh god, this is
one of them is playing a green champion.
6 game days. They're pretty tough. They're a little bit rough. But so far, this is a quiet game. And someone out there I know is saying, Caster, 3 minutes in. What the hell are you talking about? Yeah, we had 10 kills at 6 minutes last game.
we did, yes. We had 10 kills, double the amount of time last game alone. And that's probably not even like close to a record inside of the VCS, so you're not concerned about that all that much.
Not even close.
Yeah, the Hex Fly. I understand the wanted regard to hit the big hook because you feel like a big shot, right? But like if you just walk in front of him, he has to flash, right? You just walk into his path between Celebrity and Paulette, and you have Levi there. You just walk in between them and you get anything. Okay.
God, Enver's really making a damn good case for himself today.
Yeah, range champion in the top lane, Marian.
Yeah, but he flies under our radar sometimes, and he's taking it to Kiaya. Maybe Yulwei will have to admit that Kiaya is not actually the son of God.
What? Oh, the back had been taken. Okay, yeah, I think it was just a cheater. I actually kind of like this cheater. A lot of Jinxes take it just to make sure they get a Cole so they can just scale through the laning phase. And it implies that GAM is going to be playing slow. So going back to the top of the day, we had recommendations for what we wanted to see from GAM. I don't think we were expecting a 3-game series. I think we were expecting a 2-game series pretty easily from these two. But we got a 3-game series, which is quite nice. And that's better for SBTC than it is for GAM for sure. This game looks like it's going to be more slow, which is what you wanted, but they didn't pick anything interesting. I guess Diana's a little interesting because they didn't pair it with anything, but outside of that, they didn't do anything. So they're just not doing anything for me, which is why I sound so unhappy with GAM in specifically this game. But they are probably going to be accomplishing what you wanted them to accomplish, which is playing out a slower paced game to see what they can do in the later stages against the team that's already shown propensity to team fight excruciatingly well.
Yeah, it is very true. I'm super impressed by SPTC. This is a team that despite where they are on the standings, you know, you were saying that it's Team Secret that they're competing with. It's not BTS, it's not Flash, and I think this shows it. The fact that they are able to make GAM work for every win and even take one off them. Potentially take two. This game's got a lot of guts left in it, after all.
Yep.
As DNK just on the Volibear. I don't love Volibear for DNK. It wasn't great in game 2, and I just don't think it suits him very well. I will say, I've said this so many times, it's a bit of a broken record, but I do think it's true. As Cardi's actually got on top of 2T, trying to walk him down. It's a lot of damage, a little bit more, just flashing away. But as I was saying, DNK, terrible at champions and have to be the first one in. Great at champions and are the second one in.
Yeah, wanting to be able to be a bit more of a carry for his team. The Volibear is a bit out of the wheelhouse of what we would expect him to be incredible at. But actually, I don't think he had a necessarily horrible game in the last game.
It was fine.
It's a powerful champion to pick up too, because it has its value. Although I think it is over prioritized right now. It seems to be a favorite jungler of like the VCS. I would like to see it in the wheelhouse of every jungler in the VCS, but I don't want to see it be like the go-to for anybody unless you're really good at it. I know Drakthar's got a pretty good one, but even that I don't have a particular like affinity for, especially after today when it was not very good again. So I don't know. I would prefer that the Volibear not be picked at the high priority that it is right now inside of the VCS until somebody shows me that they can play it to like bully out the other jungler very effectively, which is something we really missed from our junglers today who have been selecting this champion.
So something I want to get your thoughts on, because I think this Diana pick is a little bit wackadoo, as B is dead as a doornail. Oh, never mind. Lovely flash there, actually. He just gets out. Well done. The gravity well. The gravity well. Perfect.
Caught himself a wall, so we're good there. Palette's jumping over.
Shots. He's okay.
Yeah, nothing crazy about that.
But yeah, the thing I want to get your thought on is this Diana pick, because I think, yeah, it's a bit wackadoo, it's a bit off the wall, but doesn't it just get completely countered by Galio? Because Levi jumps in and he just presses ult, and the magic damage shield means no one gets one shot.
Yeah, Levi gets countered by a lot here, because it's not only just the shielding coming through from 2T, but also, again, if Palette needs to, he can pull somebody out as well.
Exactly.
And Galio's got too much health really to one-shot. Volibear's got, for the most part, too much health to one-shot, and unless it's Minimanar, again, you're not one-shotting. Plus, none of them matter in the composition. Really, it's just Celebrity. So there's a question of, can you kill Celebrity? And the answer is probably no, unless you are disgustingly fed or you're able to jump the timer in which 2T is able to throw an ultimate out, or you're able to split up Palette and Celebrity just to make sure that those two are near enough each other to where the Tom Kench ultimate denies a bunch. So I think this is a skill-intensive matchup for Levi when it shouldn't have been, because this champion typically gets put with something that, like, your job is to press an ultimate or to get an AoE, and then to set up somebody else to do something big. This game, that's not the case. Instead, your job is to literally be an assassin. Here's Style, trying to make things hard.
Yeah, there's a teleport coming in, so they're actually going to call the play off. Well done there by SE. They just get the resource and back away. They lose nothing for this.
Hello. Oh, DNK versus Kiaya in the jungle. Actually won out by Volibear pretty easily, even though there's no items on Volibear, just the 2 health crystals. And you drive Jinx out of the laning phase because he's not there. B was hovering towards topside, which kind of sucks because, again, there's no top laner there, so Kiaya can't exactly do anything. He's going to stay on bottom side, though. It looks like they're going to rotate for the Rift Herald. And DNK's still on bottom side, so there's 4 members here now to punish.
Yeah, they're just giving him the Rapidu, uses the Dominus, but the tower gets turned off, which means there's no risk. Perfectly played first blood here for DNK.
And that's Rift Herald that went into the pocket of Levi in exchange for the bottom side play, which is 1 kill. 2 plates will be 3 plates almost certainly by Celebrity almost immediately here. And it's a question of whether or not Jinx can actually pick up a kind of resounding plates on the top lane now that that's going to be there. It looks like Rift Herald got dropped down right here on top side. Yeah, they're going to try to rush first tower into Style. Please, nobody else touch that. I'm also very, very okay with Levi having put that down just to make sure that the gold is going to be there in between he and the Diana, because I think it's important on Style, but it's also equally important to make sure that Levi's got some gold. And if this is the case, it's first tower gold that's going to be going over to Style and Levi.
He's wealthy.
Pretty nice.
He's bourgeois. So now Cardi's in a lot of trouble as there's a big bear bearing on down, and 2T plays it nicely. DNK gets a second snack.
Yeah, the toss over of a kill into the mid lane kind of sucks because, again, right there, it was Cody who was actually trying to pull 2 plates off the board and actually got 2 full plates off the mid tower in exchange for what happened on bottom lane. So, all things considered, they got full top tower and 2 plates off mid tower for just the bottom side play, which was the kill on the 3 plates, of which went into Caitlyn, and a couple of them got shared. Which is ultimately better for GAM, all things said and done. Cody sitting here, yeah, he got baited into making sure he was going to tag that last little thing. He thought he had some damage for 2T, and he almost had enough damage to maybe turn it a little bit, but DNK shows up at exactly the right time to punish him.
If he hits that laser, it's almost a 1-for-1, but we don't live in that timeline. We live in the 0-1 timeline. He's gone for the Leandries. Bit different. What do you think about this?
Yeah, every member on this team except for, this is the same discussion we had when it came to Levi bursting somebody. The only person that matters to burst is Celebrity because everyone else is healthy. If that's the case, Cody doesn't care about necessarily killing off Celebrity because there's 2 people between Style and Levi that should be doing that. And so Cody, even with a Leandries, is going to have damage to test Celebrity, but everybody else you need to concern yourself with. And so the poke onto these other members that have high health with Leandries gets so much more value. This is, I think, really forward from Cody to actually think about this, because again, he is mostly going to be hitting a lot of the frontliners with this big AoE damage, and even if he's hitting every member together, it doesn't matter if it doesn't outright kill Celebrity, because if you do more damage to the other 4 and then Celebrity dies to somebody else, you've been actually doing a fair amount more work inside of the fight. I think it's the right call here. This is something that Chovy would not do. Chovy would go Night Harvester for some reason in this game, but that's fine.
Carty greater than Chovy. All right, we'll write that one down. I'll be sending that one off for the judges.
See, this was. I remember saying bold things, and if you remember, Rise wasn't winning in the LCK, and we had 2 people win on Rise.
We did.
They officially were better than everyone in the LCK for a short time.
I mean, Fake has never been good.
He's literally never gone undefeated in the entirety of the LCK.
Exactly.
Okay? This is the first time.
If you can't win Worlds 4 times, are you even good?
Yeah. I'm joking. He's never even role swapped before. What in the world? Is he even good at the game?
No.
Don't sue us, LCK, please.
Please. I actually am a big fan of your region. I'd like to cast you one day.
Yes.
But anyway, I mean, I don't think I can possibly rein us into being serious because it's just been too wacky of a day. But getting back on topic, this is a slow game. The fact is there are only 2 kills at 12 minutes. They're both going over to SE. But GAM is still in the gold lead, mostly due to that first tower. How does this actually shape up towards the mid game?
So we're in a position now where Levi has enough ability to farm with Nashor's Tooth. We're waiting for, I think, Rocket Belt. And once Rocket Belt is there, the threat really onto Caitlyn starts to ramp up. The biggest thing for SBTC is that they haven't been able to do the Caitlyn thing where you're able to ramp up turret plate production, which is just knocking down turret plates for the Caitlyn by playing into bottom side, breaking her loose, and going elsewhere. Right, that's just not what they've been able to accomplish in a game like this, and that's harmful to Caitlyn because again, that's your real crux of this composition, and you're losing in most of your other lanes. Right now, top lane is behind in CS if you're Emperor. 2T's way behind in the mid lane right now after Cody has gotten quite a bit. I know he has died, but there's that as
Cody gets dove in on, but Levi comes in as the savior with Paulette here. Oh, Paulette!
He died? Nope, that's shield.
You know what's crazy? Paulette eats him to save him from the Leandries, and it saves him from the rocket. Paulette didn't see that rocket coming. There's no way.
True.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's unlikely. It's very unlikely. Unless it was called for some reason by Celebrity and he was panicking, and so that's what he did. But yeah, it was really heads forward kind of play from Paulette to be able to be up there and readily available for the double player dive onto Cody in an attempt to slow him down. Style.
He does have cleanse to get away from the volley bear, but DNK is able to do enough damage. Whew, that got a little bit close, but Celeb will pick him up. GAM's still unable to convert a kill, but they get the mid lane tower. They have a TP to catch this wave, so we are in a very just weird situation where they're unable to convert a kill, but they are winning.
Yeah. Very strange situation for GAM where it's, okay, they haven't really been playing for kills, they've mostly been playing for objectives. That mid play was a really great example where, Levi had rejoined with Cody, they did a lot of damage, but they didn't worry about chasing any further than they needed to because they broke mid tower, and it's very free to be able to break mid tower. Kiaya might actually break this mold a little bit. He's going to try to get something onto Mininar here.
I don't think he can, though, because he's about to go Mega, so the Wallop's going to come out, the Gnar to push him back, so Kiaya wins the exchange, but he can't confirm a kill.
No. It's a solid advantage that Kiaya has got over him. There's also only the one cloth armor onto Emperor. So this was really, really tumultuous walking in for the poor Gnar. Thankfully, again, the Mega Gnar is very useful because it's got plenty of CC to work with, plenty of disengage to work with to deny Renekton any further access into a fight like that. So well played just to make sure that Emperor was not going to fall victim to the Crocodile, get eaten up by the jaws of poor Kiaya, who hasn't been able to convert the kill. But again, it opens up a lot on the map. The mid tower being pushed in means that so far do the minions get to go. Top lane getting attacked like that meant that either you're going to draw the attention of DNK and you're going to see him on top side, or nothing happens, which means that, of course, Levi just gets to walk away with the free Rift Herald and now gets to find somewhere else to put it on the map. Lane assignments are getting shifted around a little bit. Obviously, Victor can go into a side lane, and I think that's better because if they decide that 2T needs to match him, keeps 2T away from the remainder of the map. You don't want him in the mid lane because it's easier to use that Galio ultimate to kind of be everywhere at once. So it's very nice to be able to have that one in your back pocket to use when the time comes. And the Rift Herald can be used to set up another dragon in about 1 minute and 47 seconds whenever that next one comes up. And that's going to be a big usage, I think, also for GAM, if this game's going to go as long as we think.
Yeah, Kiaya coming in, trying to clear out the wave. He knows that his tower does not offer any safety. Not up against a Volibear. He just has... That was the best possible play. Of course, he still dies for it. But again, GAM trade it for an objective.
They do. They don't care what the kills actually
look
like.
This is Hanke GAM.
Yeah, it really is. This is really solid macro play and a very rare macro kind of display coming out from GAM, because usually they're doing both. They're getting kills and they're going macro. And in this game, SPTC, I mean, they've gotten kills. GAM hasn't really been hunting for them all that much, and instead it's been looking for the towers for the unique gold.
That's a good hook there. That should give them their first kill. No, Paulette denies it away. So the clean sheet will continue, but now Levi goes in with the big moonfall. They pick up the kill. Style gets excited, whips in the rocket. Doesn't quite land. So they do finally get a kill. They get 2 towers, and GAM continue to just slowly push the throttle forward.
2.3 thousand gold advantage now for the side of GAM. It's not humongous, but SBTC are definitely feeling the effects of some of the early game and some of the early gold that's been taken. The biggest difference, though, like we talked about, is it's mostly been objective play between towers and everything else. This was an interesting position. It was really great to punish DNK the way they did. And again, Paulette making it very difficult to try to find any kind of aggression. Here, the trade-off, Levi, again, finding a couple of members pulled back into the team. The trade, of course, being that one does go back, which is Levi, of course, and the ultimate not tagging onto DNK was huge, because I think if they get excited right there, they potentially can drop a couple shots into Celebrity, maybe push him off the defense of the tower, and even push for inhibitor tower on bottom side. Maybe if the wave is in the right position. I seem to remember a wave actually just coming in at the right time, but they don't end up going for that, because again, GAM isn't pushing for anything too crazy right now. They're not playing out of their minds. They're just taking the easy win by playing around the map to the best of their abilities. Now, the thing I wanted to bring up is, because they focus so much of their effort into a lot of the towers and structures on the map to get this gold advantage, but they're not up that much. It means when SPTC, if they're able to break open the map at some point and get, like, say, the first Baron and break down these structures, all of a sudden this gold lead is going to evaporate, and it's going to be very heavily in favor of SPTC, because they are, in fact, the ones with all this standing ambient gold that has yet to be claimed.
It's very true. It's very, very true. Does look like GAM is going to be the first Johnny on the spot to go claim the first Hextech Drake. Not the biggest deal, of course. It's just a second dragon. No huge deal here. I am worried about how freely Style has been able to scale. And you might say, well, Caitlyn is as well. Yeah, one's a jinx. That's why. Kiaya has popped the Dominus, but doesn't find the flank to come in. So he's just gonna head out.
Yeah, the old Ryuk strategy. You pop the Dominus, you look for a flank angle. If it's there, you take it. If it's not, then you just stand there and you just wait for your Dominus to come back up. It's what he made his name on. It's why they pick him in the Renekton every single game. It's why he makes the big bucks playing the big crocodile, man. Maybe wanting a wraparound. I was thinking a wraparound on Victor, but it actually looks like a wraparound on Styles.
He didn't turn into the little ball. He was just a little bear. Just.
It's funny.
Oh, I love it. Oh man. But so far, very quiet, very controlled. You'd almost forget you're watching VCS.
You almost would. 6 kills, 20 minutes. Like I said, we had 10 kills at 6 minutes only one game ago.
Yep.
It's literally the last game that it happened. But again, talking about the ramifications of this are, of course, what do we actually get to see from GAM in a slow-paced game where you're going to have to rely on team fighting? What does their team fighting look like when they're getting into the later portions? The things I set up for them, number one, obviously Styles doing fine in a game like this. The biggest thing, look at the farm on Levi. He's at 164. He is crushing DNK right now, and he's got the proc account, so now's the time.
Yeah, he is just trading back excellently, but Celebrity comes in with the Gale Force. There's a Galio here as well, so Cardi just has to fend them off. Kiaya in the middle of the enemy team trying to get onto Celebrity, but the flash will keep him safe for now. They turn around and take down 2T, but this isn't a great situation for GAM. They need to find a way out. It's a big nah coming out of Emperor. It's perfect stuff. B flashing over the wall. Kiaya has a full rage bar, can press Q, get a massive heal out of it. Now Paulette has to find a way out. Does it actually exist? The rocket follows. Over the wall goes Kiaya. Wants to get on top of Emperor. I don't think he can quite do it with all the slows, but Style is free firing with the lethal tempo spooled up. Double kill secured. Kiaya will make sure the bear goes to hibernation. And GAM, they're awake. They're angry.
And I think it's GAM understanding what a team fight is supposed to look like in their regard, because they've kind of got angles cut off. Levi is not important here, but the biggest thing is that, again, Caitlyn is the one doing most of the damage, but it's the positioning of Kadi that cuts them off from the backline. The gravity well and everything else preventing Caitlyn from walking up directly into the enemies to throw damage in. It buys so much time for the rest of GAM, who has damage in other places between like Style and even Kiaya has quite a bit at the beginning of this game, that lets them kind of bully down the members who are at the front side of the fight. It's what forces out Emperor, it's what forces out DNK, it's what forces out Paulette, and they don't really have anything to capitalize on from that point forward, because again, Celebrity just is not there and isn't capable of helping out in a fight like that.
And Kiaya now being chased down, does have the Baron buff, does have a rage bar to keep himself alive, as well as that Dominus and a Levi. And that's a really powerful button to have, is Levi. B coming in with the Hex Gates, gives him a little boost, but it doesn't matter when it's followed by a hook. And Carty will get the kill.
And now all of a sudden, everything, the floodgates of all kinds have opened for GAM pretty much across the board. At one point, they were focusing primarily on objectives because it's going to get you very free, very easily accessible, well, not easily accessible, but accessible gold that anyone has access to. You don't have to go for kills. You don't have to go for anything. You just have to go for plays to punish what it is that SBTC is trying to do on the map. And they found it time and time again with power punishments and things like that. And now they've gotten to a point where that gold was enough to get them fight wins, and now they can start attacking people. Jinx has been able to scale freely. Victor's been able to scale freely. You didn't even need the Diana. I was expecting the Diana to be a much more important part of a game like this. B is going to get a knock up. That might be humongous because SBTC is now down a fair amount of defensive tool.
Yeah, Celebrity does gobble him up get gobbled up for a moment, but yucky. Don't like that play as DNK just donates himself over to GAM.
Yeah, and now Kadi just shifts into topside. There's Baron buff minions here, which means he's just going to be able to take this, and nobody can walk into this because they're terrified of what can happen elsewhere. Levi still has the Moonfall.
It really feels like after the chaos of Game 1 and 2, Hanke and the GAM staff were able to calm their players down. Like, right, guys, settle down, win the series. You're the better team. You know that. Just calm down. And it doesn't feel like SE were able to do the same thing. It feels like they're still full of emotion and they're just getting outbrained.
They really are. Yeah, it happened in game number 2 as well. That game was also a bit more of a hands check from the side of GAM, which maybe they needed to have a game like this where they get to be more cold calculating and methodical about how they're actually playing out their map. Because right now, they're doing a good job punishing where they need to punish and being where they need to be just to attack everything that's being left open from SBTC. As now you can see third dragon of theirs that's going to go into their back pocket. That's a Hex Tech Soul that's going to be on the table right after this dragon comes through in about 5 minutes. And again, this 3-item Victor, this is 3-item Jinx, this is like 2.5-item Diana. We're stealing great. It's actually a 3-item Renekton too. It's really hard to breach this team fight from SBTC. They've had time to scale, but again, their composition wasn't really designed to scale incredibly well. It was designed to set up this Caitlyn to be this masterclass type ADC where Celebrity was going to do a lot of the heavy lifting, but it hasn't come to fruition in the slightest. Instead, just ends up failing on them, is not able to put them into a solid position here.
True. As another wave pushed in, Baron buff just fading off now. So I don't know how successful this push onto the inhibitor will be. In fact, it is just pretty much immediately broken. 2T very scary with that Predator. So GAM, they can just go back, slow it down again. They got a really early Baron that just kind of accelerates the game plan. They don't need to end the game yet, but they may well choose to.
They might. They have a wave. It's cleared a little bit. It's a little bit fearful. Oh, now they've got siege minions coming out of the mid wave, which is problematic to say the least. And top wave actually is going to be able to be crashed as well because Levi's going to force those minions in on top of them. So yeah, maybe they're just going for a win right
Triple
here, right now.
Yeah,
yeah, they don't have. Yeah, that's about all I got. Yeah, they're just making sure these waves I think are going to be crashing over and over again.
I think you want to potentially try and wait Emperor out. I don't think you want to do this into a Mega Gnar. It seems like an unnecessary risk. But yeah, he jumps in, he goes for the Gnar, but he doesn't get Style. It was a good flash away there by the Jinx. Now Style is just unleashed. He already got one. Didn't quite get the second. 2T's going to be the target. The Hexgate actually saves him as Levi goes extremely deep and is taken down. 1-for-1 at the moment, but I mean, Galio's not coming back in this fight for a while. Paulette will be the one to fall. Style picks up another. Celebrity targeted. Doesn't go down. On the other side of the fight, we do have DNK moving in onto Carty, who's going to go over and save him is Kiaya. Chops him on down. And the Nexus is exposed. The series is over. And in honestly what was one of the most fun series we've had in my memory, oh my word, that was incredibly enjoyable. GAM will pick up the 2-0. They will move up to a 7-0 win-loss record. And this team, they're damn good, Rebel.
What a way to wrap up the first round robin being done, which is kind of crazy to think this is how everything ends up ending. But it wasn't our expected pathway for this game. This is only the second best of 3 that's gone all 3 for GAM, all split. But here we are, the second game that they've dropped, and it's to SPTC. I hope this actually spurns quite a bit more discussion and thought on what SPTC is going to be able to accomplish on the second half of this split, because almost always there is a surprise team during the back half of the split that makes a run and does much better than we would have expected them to, and SPTC might be in the running for that specifically, because when their competition is Flash, Burst the Sky, and Luxury, none of whom looked like anything of the last few days, SPTC taking a game off GAM has to be the eye-opening one. And again, I love that I talked about how against Team Secret, they are the ones that's the metric. That's the one you're looking for. And I think that's going to be an interesting one. I'm really excited to have that happen.
For sure. Now we will be going back over to our analyst desk. I'm sure it will just be a bit of a short one. It is really late for both myself and for the lovely Marbinogi. Once again, I'm not Milky Cereal. I'm not British. I'm Carrix. I know my own name. But Marby, what was your take on Game 3 and the series as a whole?
I think that was very close to the ideal Monte Cristo game. Very heavy objective control, no focus on trying to get the kills from outside of GAM. They gave up a bit too many, sure, but they played a very nice macro game and just outmaneuvered until they got to a point where they could just walk into the side of SPTC and they had no response. Yeah. And comp did play a part of that, absolutely. They didn't have great engage options to get onto the Jinx, nor the damage to punch through the dive duo of Kiaya and Levi, so everything was just gummed up for them.
Yeah,
and we just saw it was extremely clean.
And I know it's only been a short test, but I want to get both of your final takes for tonight. It's really late. It was a 6-game day. I think we all want to head off. We all want to go to bed. So final takes on the series.
I think SPTC making a very solid case for 4th, 5th. Mm-hmm. I'm excited to see the matchup up against Team Secret later on in the split.
Yeah.
But, yeah, GAM showed a little bit of weakness, and I feel kind of bad for DivKid because he came in, played a game, lost, and then immediately got benched, even though it wasn't his fault. Give him more time, man.
Yeah,
he's a good boy.
He's a good boy. Rebel, final take.
For GAM, I think they had a fantastic recovery today, and I think that shows a little bit about them. I don't need them winning 2-0 every single week to know that they're the current favorite to win everything. I think that's not necessary. So just being able to show a little bit of resistance in the face of adversity was pretty big. To me, Team Secret was supposed to draw a line in the sand and say everybody else on that side is not going to playoffs. SPTC has now drawn a line behind themselves, and they said, those guys aren't me. And so now I'm really hoping that we we get competition in the middle pack between Team Secret and SBTC, and anyone else who wants to throw their hat into the ring, whatever the situation might be.
For sure. And with that, we will be saying goodnight for just tonight. If you want to support us, please do donate to the stream, subscribe to the stream, give us your delicious Twitch primes, or follow us on, or support us on Patreon. We really do appreciate that. Speaking of Patreon, if you have an idea for Patreon rewards, let us know, because we'd love to offer something. We just can't really think of anything. Also, follow us on Twitter at VCS_English. Join the Discord. It's all below the stream. And I'm sure mods are spamming the commands in the chat now. The VCS, it's a hell of a league, as that series did demonstrate. Game 1 will live with me for the rest of my life, I think. But good night. Thank you for watching. We will be back tomorrow. Be there or be square.